thing. Let me see if I have connection to my Facebook, connection to my YouTube. Because if I don't have both, I gotta start it all over again, man. All right, we connected to my Facebook. Where's the connection to my YouTube, Rasta? Where's the connection? Oh, okay, here we go. Boom, clot. See it there. See it there. All right, cool now. All right, what's going on, everybody? How you doing? Trump versus Biden. It's a versus thing, isn't it? It's a versus thing. So I'm watching Fox. I'm watching CNN, right? I'm watching both channels. And here's what you need to know, because I know a lot of people ain't watching two channels. All right, let me move this mic here, man. Come in, microphone here, blow. All right. So Fox is doing projections ahead of CNN, right? I'm going to tell you what Fox is saying. By the way, Massachusetts, Biden, 66% versus 31 to Trump, 36% of the votes. But the guy on Fox was just explaining how they do their models. So even though currently, like in Virginia, they had Trump leading Biden by 53 to 47 almost, they were still calling the state for Biden, you know. So that Fox actually has a higher number projected than does CNN, right? So right now CNN has, let me see. I'll tell you what Fox has. CNN has Biden 89-72, and I'm going to tell you what Fox has in a second. But in Virginia, like in Virginia in the Senate race, Warner is ticked off as the winner, but literally speaking at this moment, Warner is losing in Virginia in the Senate race, right? So that's how it goes. So Fox right now has Biden 129, Trump 109, Electoral, right? CNN has Biden 89, Trump 72. So basically, it's 30 points difference for Biden, right? Yeah. 40 difference for Biden ahead in Fox versus CNN, and Trump is 37 ahead. So they're talking on North Carolina right now. They're showing too close, 49.7 for Trump, 2.6 million, 49.1 for Biden, 2.57 million. And if North Carolina goes to Biden, it's going to be very tough for Trump to win this. Florida looks like it's going to go to Trump, though. Florida looks like it's going to go to Trump. You know, so... And they said Miami-Dade County is actually looking like it's going to go to Trump. But let's see what CNN talking about. Virginia, CNN says 53 to 47. Florida now, 51.2 to 47.8, 5.6 million, 5.61. Trump 5.22. Biden. Miami is blue. The rest of it is red. 2016, 49 for Trump, 47 for Clinton. And then 2.2 was for the third party. So 51.2, 47, and if he gets the 2.2, it still won't be enough. So Biden looks like he's going to lose. So Arizona now. Arizona, they're talking Wisconsin on Fox. Biden ahead 60 to 38, but it's early over there. Arizona, Trump ahead by 4 points. What? No, Biden ahead by Phoenix. Oh, that's just Phoenix. Biden ahead by 54 to 44 in Phoenix. 77% reporting. What I don't understand is with Fox, they don't tell you how many percentages reporting. Wisconsin, 38% reporting, and they got Fox. Oh, they got Wisconsin 38% reporting, and they got Trump ahead 51-47. But he's doing the counties. You know what I mean? So Arizona, the state 53 to Biden. So Biden, if they win Arizona, that's huge. Like huge. 63 to 30, Apache County. Make up your mind, John King. Stop going back and forth in blood clot counties, Rasta. Apache, man. You know what I'm saying? The Indian them. You know what I'm saying? Fox is talking about Trump and Biden in Wisconsin, big state. That's the place that Hillary Clinton think she didn't even have to go there to campaign in 2016. Idiot blood clot. And she ended up losing it. Right now, Trump is ahead 637,000 to 580,000. That's only 39% of the vote. So it's early. So Fox has Biden up 129. So now Fox is going to Arizona. 71% in Arizona is reported. Oh, wow. Hold on there. Slight lead in the blood clot, 1.2 to 1.0. We call that slight, brethren. He's killing it in Phoenix. So the empty one, the two empty states. Trump won Arizona by 50,000 votes, by 40,000 votes. Biden is right now ahead by over 140,000 votes. 71% reporting. So a lot of these leads for Biden, they're saying is early vote. Total ballots requested 3 million. Total advanced turnout 2.6 million. 59.5% of registered voters in Arizona went and voted early. 60% of them voted early. North Carolina, Biden's ahead barely. Georgia, President Trump is ahead 55 to 43. Yeah, Georgia, if you ever drove to Atlanta, you know that's a big ass blood clot state, you know that's that. Saying, yeah, man. No matter who lives in Atlanta, Georgia is always going to vote for the Republicans. All right, let's see. Daddy, TKO rude boy. I said Democrats are idiots. Spent all the time and money on dumb stuff like the impeachment instead of, well, it wasn't their money. It was the government's money. It was the taxpayers' money. That's not the Democratic Party's money. It's a disgrace if Trump wins because he's the lowest of the low, but Democrats are to blame. It's their fault. Trump is in office it is their fault because they picked bloody Clinton. They should have pushed Biden to run in 2016. Yep, coming off his VP run. Yeah, but his son died. They pushed Hillary, who no one liked. Have you watched News in Network? Actually, no. It's the channel in between these, and we're not gonna just waste money paying Xfinity for like 10,000 different networks. Sorry, Bridget. Yeah. Anyway, what going now? Commercial. All right, let's go to CNN where I deal with CNN chatbot. Yeah. So. Yeah, this microphone, man. Sure. Hey, Teddy, this microphone I got here is like one of them downtown clubs where you go and the equipment don't work proper. Actually, it only does it when you hold it, you know what I mean? You have to let go. It's not like Egyptian tunes. Sorry, Teddy. I didn't mean to say the word Egyptian because you don't like it. You don't like him. Yeah, man. Teddy TKO, man. Original champion. Boxing coach. Saying, yeah, man. Island Saturdays. Back in 2021. Everybody chill out. You ain't going to no clubs this year. And if Trump is reelected, he ain't going to the clubs next year either, blood clot. Is it? All right. Let's find a third channel to tell you what's going on the third channel. See? Yeah, man. You had the third channel. So Fox is talking. I mean, CNN talking about Michigan. Obama won 54-44. And when they do comparison, Trump is 54-43 right now in Michigan, with only 30% reporting. And my feed for CNN went out. Fox is on commercials. Come on, man. Come on, mate. News. All right, let's go. Where are we going? CBS. Let's go to CBS. Channel 7, MSNBC, Fox, Turner, Univision, Headline News, Sky News, Bloomberg, C-SPAN, CBS. Georgia, 56%. North Carolina, 91%. Trump ahead by 2.616. Biden 2.580. Oh man, what if Trump wins North Carolina? So 129 for Trump, 109. I mean 129 Biden, 109 Trump on Fox. That's what they're saying. National popular vote, 48% for Biden, 50% for Trump. National popular vote. So that was 37 million and 40 million. So there's a lot. I mean, all the West Coast is still open. You know, West Coast is going to go to Biden. So, yeah. Too early to call Arizona, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, Wisconsin. Those are the toss-ups. See? Yeah, man. Yeah. All right, so watch this now. Fox is not saying North Carolina is too early to call, but CNN is. And as well as Ohio, Fox is not saying Ohio is too early to call. What? Fox is not even saying Virginia is too early to call. See, right now, what I'm watching Fox for is the body language of these anchors. Because when they're on, usually, they have this, like, smirk on their face. You know what I'm saying? Like, anytime they talk about Biden or, you know, something, a cause that, you know, they're not in support of, they always have this smirk on their face. Right now, you're not seeing too much smirks, man. They have this, like, they're not smiling like they usually are. You know what I'm saying? So CNN is 89-72 to Biden. Fox is 129 to 109 to Trump. Even though Trump has won more states, but he's won a bunch of states where have very little electoral votes. Popular vote is Trump's right now, 39.71 million. Biden, 38.03 million. Is it? All right. So Lindsey Graham won the Senate seat. They're projecting in South Carolina. So the black guy's not going to unseat Lindsey Graham. I do not like Lindsey Graham. I do not like them, Samayam. I do not like him. Samayam is a bloody liar, man. Sat there the whole 2016 saying how Trump is this, Trump is that, calling him all kinds of names. And now, you know, he's like he's a staunchest supporter, so, you know what I mean? Let's go to MSNBC. CBS won't show up. Talk about need my home Wi-Fi. Look. All right. All right, let's see. Let's see who's on my YouTube channel. Big up everybody watching on my YouTube channel. I don't know where you're from watching because I can't see your name. You know? So, hey people, Why subscribe to my YouTube channel? You know, gone. You know, 11.8. 11,800 subscribers. Big up to everybody who's subscribing already. See? Yeah, man. We got some wicked interviews coming up. Spraga Benz, interview with Dre Island, interview with Cyclone, interview with and Maxi Priest. Yo, the Maxi Priest interview, wicked. So subscribe. They're coming up on my channel. Got brand new interview my brethren DJ Foreign did with Shensia. That was uploaded the other day. Go check it out. And an interview with Popcorn that he did a week or so before that. Brand new interview with Popcorn and Shensia on my YouTube channel. Check it out. Man. See? Alright, so North Carolina. Incumbent Tillis. Too close to call the statewide, but Tillis and Cunningham. Tillis is the Republican incumbent. He has 2.5 million, 2.53, and Cunningham is 2.47. Woo! 48.4, 47.3, 88% of the votes are in Wisconsin. North Carolina. Connecticut projected winner, Joe Biden. Come on. Projected winner in Connecticut. Connecticut is Joe Biden. New Hampshire is Joe Biden. Basically, in the coast, it's all blue. In the middle, it's all red. But it's all about that belt. You know, that blue wall up top and down southeast. But if Arizona right now, Biden ahead 53 to 45. Is it? But that's 75% reporting. Ooh. So Fox right now trying to analyze shit. They're not doing much reporting. I think Fox has this feeling, like, you just can tell they're worried. They're just not confident looking. You see it? You know? And no matter how fair and balanced they want to call themselves, you already know whose side Fox is on for sure. CNN too, you know what I mean? Because all they do all day is complain about Trump. CNN is actually going to make less money if Trump loses this election, because the amount of money CNN has been making is no secret. They talk about it themselves. They've made so much money with Trump being the winner of this from like 2016 to now. 2016 campaign, CNN made the most money they've ever made that year. You know what I mean? So can't connect to CNBC here. All right, Wisconsin. MSNBC is saying 50% Trump, 615,000. Biden, 595,000. That's only 20,000 difference, but that's 34% are in. 34% are in. You see it? Yeah. So. Anyway, I guess the stream keeps cutting in and out. I don't know. Because over here on my YouTube, it looks like it's cutting in and out. See? Anyway, let's go to Facebook, see what people are saying on Facebook. Whoa, man. All right. Anyway, so what's going on, man? We back on Facebook or what? We back on Facebook or what? Anyway. Fox. Fox is just talking to a bunch of people. Yo, what's going on with Fox, yo? It's like, you don't want to cover the actual map and stuff. I think Fox is trying to, like, it's too soon, but is Fox trying to cushion this shit for their viewers? What's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, what is really going on with Fox and CNN is like in studio showing you all these numbers and stuff. Popular vote, 50% Trump, 47% Biden. But that's only 47 estimated reporting, and the West Coast hasn't even, you know. So Arizona's still in play. But that's popular vote, though. Okay. Popular vote don't. They shouldn't even put popular vote up. Like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? Why are you putting popular vote up? Like, who gives a shit? Didn't make any difference. The last 8 elections, the Democrats have won six times a popular vote. You know what I mean? So, or is it not the last 6? Yeah, the last 6 elections. So that'll be the 2 with Bush, the 2 with Obama, 1 with Trump, and the one before that with the second Clinton win. Because even Gore beat Bush in the popular vote. Biden wins Rhode Island, Kansas, Kentucky in with 50. McConnell wins 58%. So McConnell's back in. Freaking Hitler or Himmler. South Dakota goes to Trump. Tennessee goes to Trump. Kentucky. Republicans winning in Kentucky, 2 House seats. Utah, too close to call. So, electoral votes. Again, Fox is still 129 to 109 Trump. Since we came in, not much has changed there. Yeah. So. All right, CNN is changing their electoral map numbers. Now it's 94 for Biden and unchanged for Trump at 72. 31% Pennsylvania. Trump ahead, 53 to 44%. It's only 196,000 votes. Wisconsin, Trump ahead. 30,000 votes, but that's 36%. So some of these states have their mail-in ballots that I'm assuming, they're not counting them right away. They're counting the ones that were cast first, and then they counting the mail-ins. I don't know. Florida, Trump is going to win Florida because 94% and it's 51 to 47 ahead of Biden. So forget that. Forget Florida. All right. Let's see what John King is saying.
To figure out a way to come from our corners and taking a very close look together to get things
in Pennsylvania right now. What are you seeing on
Pennsylvania? All right, here we go.
Talking about, I know it's red on the map right now, but we gotta make sure we count the votes here.
32% in.
As you see Donald Trump leading Joe Biden in Pennsylvania with 32% of the vote in right now. Let's look at what we know about the early vote. Of that vote that's in, only 18% of it currently is early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We expect that 18% to go all the way up to 45%. So there's a ton more early votes still to be counted here, and that could benefit Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just have to wait to see that early absentee mail vote come in and be counted.
Very interesting. We're watching all these states, and this is a night like none other because of all the early voting, a record number of early voting that we've seen in some states taking a lot longer to count that.
Yeah, early votes, they're not in. So what you're going to see tonight is a bunch of places with Trump winning. Now, Fox has just moved up their projections, everybody. Fox had it 129 to 90-something for Trump, but now it's 129 for Biden. Sorry, it said 129 Biden, 90-something Trump. Now it moved up, and Fox is saying 129 still for Biden, but Trump is 115. Okay.
22%. So when
For the House, for the Senate, Republicans 39, Democrats 43.
But it's not contextual.
For Congress, Democrats 49, Republicans 106. Republicans need plus 17. 218 for majority. Democrats 51 for majority. Democrats needs plus 4. Plus 4. What? Anyway, 43 to 39 for Democrats. 51 for a majority. Democrats need 4 to get the majority. Republicans need 17 to get the majority in Congress. It's 85 to 108, but that's West Coast, big deal when it comes to West Coast and Congress and all that, you know what I mean? Because California is huge for Congress. Every state only gets 2 senators, no matter how big or small. So, Senate, Democrats 43, Independents 2, and Republicans 39. Woo. What? So a blue wave is like a blue wave, like a landslide would be if they win the president. They win the presidential race. They win the Congress, and they win the Senate. Then there's nothing standing in the way of the winning president to get whatever he wants done. But when they get in, they can't screw it up like somebody did in 2008. Remember? Yeah. Anyway, here we go.
63 to 36 if you round it up. 64 to 33. It's pretty close. We'll see Biden maybe a little bit higher.
Utah.
Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That could matter if it's very close.
Utah, they're giving that to Trump on Fox. So that's how he gets 6 more there. So Trump is now 115 on Fox. Biden is still 129. Telling you, man, the body language on these people on Fox. If you're a Republican, if you're a Trump fan, you're watching Fox, something's off here. South Dakota, they're giving it to Trump. Voter analysis on Fox, they're saying that seniors are backing Trump. Hispanics are backing Biden in Florida. Oh, that's Florida, okay. Important thing for next to shake up the political system. Is it important for the president to shake up the political system? 80% of people in Florida said yes. Fucking question is that? Shake it up. Very important for the president to look out for people like you. 54% of Biden supporters says yeah. Donald Trump does stand up for his beliefs. 65% of Trump supporters. What kind of questions are these? Like, you're asking somebody, is the sky blue? Angry about how government is working. 77% of Biden supporters said yes. 22% of Trump supporters said yes. So, Washington, D.C. has been called for Trump on Fox. On CNN, they're on commercial break.
Stuart Varney hosted Varney and Company
Hello?
Fox Business Network.
Yeah.
Joins us now. Stuart, you've been watching this. We talk a little bit about the markets, the futures. We talk a little bit about the Chinese yuan. What do you say?
Calm down.
All right. So on Fox now, they're talking about how the stock market was selling today. And for the last week and a half, 10 days, they've been saying that the people on the financial networks all coming and assuming that it's going to be a Biden win. So, yeah. All right. Stock market's still holding.
Beats Biden in Kansas, 6 electoral votes there. Another 6 electoral votes in Utah.
Yeah.
Trump wins in Utah.
They're talking about how investing is no longer for the rich and the elites. 100 million people are investing 401ks and Robinhood and stuff. Yeah.
3 out of 5 in Nebraska. So here's where
Yeah. So now they're saying people don't want to see their gains go away.
very, very close. Look at this.
They just think it's all about money with them on Fox. So they're saying, like, he acting like the president can say anything about anybody, and those people are going to be like, all right, we don't care, our 401k is up. You can go ahead and say whatever you want to say. We'll forgive you, Donald. Michigan, 37%. Trump, big lead. 1.1, 900,000. What the hell's going on? Again, these are all big leads because the mail-in votes haven't been counted. So we can't pass. 54%, 44% Pennsylvania. Big lead for Trump. Wisconsin, 2-point lead for Trump, 50 to 48. Only 30,000 votes. 37% reporting. Still under 50%. Too close to call for all of these. Fox is saying Iowa, Nevada, North Carolina, too early to call. Fox just gave Biden 4 more. So it's 133 to 115. Florida has a lot of electoral votes. Trump has to win. Like, the ones that Trump got to win, he has to win. There's no room for error for Trump. No room for error for Trump. You know what I'm saying? No room for error for Trump. What's up, Yvette? How you doing, Miss Wilkes? So, popular vote, 50.5 Trump, 47.9 Biden. I don't even know why I say that over and over. It's irrelevant because we've already seen it. Wouldn't that be brilliant if Biden becomes president and the popular vote goes to Trump? He'll never stop tweeting about it. 98-95, CNN has it for Biden right now. CNN projections are about 30 points behind Fox. CNN is being very cautious. Fox, the guy was on earlier talking about how, you know, they trust their system on how they calling something, even though it's not over yet. Just called it New Hampshire. They're giving those 4 to Biden, so that's why he just got those 4. 133, 115, Biden on Fox. 98-95, Biden on CNN. All right, let's go to another channel here on this idiot tablet. Bloomberg, where I deal with Bloomberg.
Election day vote gets counted. Republicans come back. We saw it here. We saw it here. The question just doesn't hold up. We're not done yet. Joe Biden thought it might be possible.
So CNN guys just pointing to the map and saying how Trump can win 306 and win it comfortably if certain things go his way. But they're giving Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan to Trump on this scenario. There's no way he's going to win all 3 of those. No. All right. Total deregulations. Bush, 6,999. Obama, 6,793. Trump, 4,310. So as much deregulation as people think Trump did, he did 2,000 less than Obama. 2,000 less than Obama. Wow. So Fox has Trump up once again, 133, 115. Net gains in the House. The Democrats have +1 right now. Okay. Okay. But they had the lead in the House, though. We're talking about the Senate. What's up with the Senate, yo? All right, so South Carolina goes to Trump, Nebraska, Alabama, Arizona, Indiana, Kansas. The cities where there's a lot of black, the big black population in the cities. People stayed home. They didn't vote for Clinton. Some people went and voted for they wrote in a third-party candidate. They did not like Clinton. Biden is different. Some people are voting for Biden simply because they don't want Trump to get another 4 years, not because they necessarily like Biden. This is a whole different dynamic this time around. Trump wins Utah, Biden takes New Hampshire, according to Fox. 133, 115. Still 98 to 95 on CNN. They're talking about Michigan. Fox is at. Who's ahead? Okay. Right. Let's listen in on Fox. Let's listen in on Fox. Because.
And to the point about New Hampshire, I had really thought that Trump would be able to win New Hampshire, given that he'd only lost it by 2,700 votes, and there was so much enthusiasm up there for him. But think about what the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, did for President Trump. Takes a look at that and says, that might not work, but where did they focus? Way down in Florida. And you think about Donna Shalala, who was the former Secretary of Health and Human Services, and then she's a congresswoman. She lost her seat tonight, the Democrat. And Maria Salazar, the Republican challenger, is going to pick up that seat. Now, can they replicate that kind of support from Latinos and Cubans from that Miami-Dade area across other places? Possibly so, and that could be a big difference maker between when some of these states come down to the wire like they are.
Juan, your thoughts?
Well, I'm curious. I mean, I
the
think
Cubans in Florida got Trump's back,
We would see what they call blue haze or blue mist or red mist and red haze.
When Obama started relations again with Castro and his brother, the Cubans in Florida, they don't like that. They're all anti-Castro. They're all refugees or children of refugees.
I don't know
or political prisoners.
But the point that I'm trying to make is mail-in ballots. I still am at a puzzle as to when that cache of votes gets counted.
Right.
And we have not been accounting for that. Now, the projection...
What do you mean we haven't been accounting for?
Well,
we haven't called those races.
Right, that's why. But if you could think about the clear direction of this night in the direction of President Trump, it would seem to me that you would also say, well, gee, turnout seems to have gone up on both sides. And the president's strategy was to have big vote tonight, election night, for him. And we may be seeing some of that reflected. The question is then, where are those mail-in ballots? Did they exist if, in fact, turnout is up, as we believe, on both the Republican and Democratic side?
Right, and I still think that there is a question in some of these states about the absentee ballots that have not come back.
Yeah.
And we're talking about tens of thousands of them, and the difference in the vote.
Yeah, man, listen, I said it.
Correct, and that's why
if Trump lose, he's gonna lose big. If Biden lose, it's gonna be close, and it's gonna go to the courts. If Biden lose, they're gonna dispute where the ballots are missing. You didn't count some of them. The early voting and stuff.
This night is totally up for grabs, Joe. I
Chris Wallace.
agree that the early, easy Biden victory is off the board, but that was one of three scenarios. The other scenario was a narrow Biden win and a narrow Trump win, and those both are still absolutely open. And, while it sure looks like Biden is going to lose Florida, the fact that the Fox News decision team hasn't called Florida yet says to me, maybe it's a small margin, but it's still up for grabs. The fact that North Carolina is too close to call, that Georgia is, because of irregularity.
See, the confidence ain't there at Fox. Confidence is not there at Fox, everybody. You know what I mean? Because believe me, if there was confidence at Fox News, it would have earphone team. See? All right.
Trump has 344,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.9%
Pennsylvania,
to
37%.
In Wisconsin, 40% of the
these are all early. These are all ballots of people who showed up today. You know what I mean?
Biden, 49.9% to 48.4%. In Georgia, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Trump seems to have a pretty comfortable.
Georgia.
372,000 vote lead over Biden.
Yeah, but what about?
55.4% to 43.4%.
They're not calling
Let's
these.
take a look at some more states. We're getting some more.
We're not gonna know who became president by tonight or tomorrow morning.
Biden has a 208,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona. 53.7%.
I'm telling you, man, it's going to be crazy.
38% of the vote is
all the people who mailed in their ballots, you know what I mean?
Almost 291,000.
I understand
over Trump in Minnesota. In
if
Iowa,
a state
right
has
now,
early
42%
voting
of the estimated vote
for almost 3 weeks before election day, why don't you just go stand up and vote, you know? Because it's not going to be jam-packed every day. You know what I'm saying? The first day of early voting, they showed in some places how the line was going around the block. All right, go the third and fourth. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to go the first day of early voting. Just go any day. But at least go vote in person. You know, depending on the post office. Come on, man.
A little bit. That's what I do. When I
Close election may come down to Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, according to
If
CNN.
you look right here, so you got Illinois. You're adding, as I said, it's a reliably Democratic state, has been for a long time.
Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So CNN basically saying that Trump's going to win Florida.
Joe Biden's column gets him up to 118. The president's at 105. But just in the
Let's see what John King said.
Bigs, right? We're not here. We have not called these states. But I just want to say, early on in the night, the Democrats are thinking, can we get Florida? Can we get Texas? Well, those are the two bigs and two normally reliably red bigs. We've not called these states. I'm just walking through. The president leads there right now. The president leads there right now. So that you just see what happens when you win the big ones. You see how quickly the math changes. So that's what's important from the perspective. And if the president holds that one as well, that gets you up. And if the president holds North Carolina,
yes, Trevor,
you start
big
moving up, right? The bigger states, the double digits.
Dre G, why I said Dre G?
30 plus, 20
the
plus.
G, man. Why I said Dre?
You move it, then you just move
Dre
up the
have
map,
like
the
most frequent flyer miles
they're looking at the Trump campaign
during
right
COVID,
now.
more than any pilot. You see it? Dre's always out somewhere.
We're not done. We're not done. That's just what they think. North Carolina.
Dressed to the max. Representing.
We have to count them still. Same with
for
Ohio.
New England.
Votes,
Yes, Dre, I said that.
You see the election day surge pull you ahead. You think it's going to continue. It's not guaranteed. But that's what they think. And you know what? You wouldn't get a lot of pushback.
This is so funny. Both networks, whether they like or hate Trump, like,
right? You get surprised sometimes.
Both of them are like so subdued, like no one's really like celebrating anything. Both of them like scared. So right now, CNN got Biden 118, Trump 105.
Over here to the president's map, and so
these are the ones that they're calling. So
we're not done. Is this
Fox has
so far the president's holding down here, which gets you
Fox
back
has
Arizona would get Joe Biden plus the Clinton states. Arizona gets Joe Biden to 243. Well, then how do you get to 270? Right? Could get one here if you carry Maine, but then you need more. So if that gets you to 244, let's just say, for the sake of argument, you get one of these. We're still waiting on two of those districts there. Let's just say you get one of them, right? So then you're looking here at 245. So what do you need, right? Do the math. You need 25. That would get you knocking on the door, because that's 20, right? This is the state of these three states.
Watch the screen on the top left, everybody.
Feels more confident about. That would be enough. Michigan and Wisconsin would get Joe Biden to 271 if he got these two congressional districts plus Arizona. The math gets interesting if the president
you win by one.
Can hold. Bring it out here. Sorry. Now I got to fill them all in. But that's okay. Just fill them all in and come back. President does that. You think one congressional district could decide an American presidential election?
Maine.
It doesn't happen that often, but it is possible.
Maine.
This is where, again, if the possibilities, the menu at the beginning of the night, maybe we get Florida. In a dream world, we get Texas. Maybe Ohio's competitive. We think we can get North Carolina. At the moment, none of that is there. We're not done. It's possible it comes back. At the moment, none of that is there.
John King talk
So
about
now
we
your
like
numbers
he's
crunchers are
on
getting
the
into
on the Biden
tougher
campaign.
math, the more difficult math, and the different scenarios. And trust me, they're calling into that congressional district. They're calling into that congressional district, and they're calling in a fury into these, because now we're into tense time in both campaigns.
Wow, this is, hey people, this is so close.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, in Wisconsin, you know, there's still plenty of outstanding votes.
What he just described on CNN got Biden winning 270 to 268.
Say it repeatedly.
A lot of the early vote is outstanding, too, where Democrats will do well.
It is, which is why, as I come back over here, as you're watching the map throughout the night, in any election, again, we are 10:55. In any presidential election that's close, we're just getting started. We are just getting started. That would be the case 4 years ago, 2004. Pick your close election. That's the case. This year's even more different because of the 3 different ways of voting and the different ways each state.
So all the people who moved into Arizona in the last 4 years.
Early vote. And so here you go. We're going to look at it. 40% in. You see that big lead for Donald Trump.
Pennsylvania.
If you're a Republican, you have every reason to be happy about that. But you also need to have the context. You have to have the context. You come down here. This is Montgomery County, one of the big suburbs around Philadelphia. 29%. You go into Philadelphia, which is the biggest basket of votes, predominantly Democratic. Turnout here is absolutely key. We'll see if Democrats can deliver. But you're only 20% of the vote, roughly there.
20%.
Move up here, Bucks County. This is a more competitive
people
suburban
show
area,
up in
but
the,
you're still at 12% of the vote.
Did people show up in Philly and the suburbs of
this is
Philly?
Where most of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia and the suburbs that surround
Did they show up?
30%. So you just have a long way to go. And we know, David Chalian told us earlier, a
Wow.
lot of the votes that are missing are the early votes, which we believe are disproportionately Democrat. And even if we were just counting for one set of votes, even if we were just waiting
Wouldn't
for all
that
the
be
votes counted
something?
today,
Early
what we
lead
have
for
from
Trump.
this
They're
part of the
there
state
like
is so low,
hopeful,
you just can't make
you know, confident, and then
have to wait and see.
as tomorrow comes and the day after comes and the day after comes, one by one, these states, the results get closer and closer. And then in the end, Biden is the one who pulls it out because of all the votes that were mailed in, all the people who stood up in line early and voted.
Decided this state 4 years ago. So it is just unrealistic. Even if the president is having a very good night, it's unrealistic.
Trump kept telling his people at his rallies, you know, go there on election day, go there on election day, go there on election day. So when you have 100 million people voting in advance, you're going to assume most of those are Democrats.
Let's go out west because this would
Most of them are going to vote for Biden, whether they're Democrat or not. You know what I mean?
208,000 vote
Because they want to make sure that, you know, they get it done.
To count them, let's just look at Maricopa County.
They're the ones that don't want to stand in line. They want to wear their masks and all that, you know?
If you keep a 10-point margin,
Basically just go by
with high turnout like this, you're going to win.
who's going to win this election.
But we're not
The
done
people
yet.
who agree with the mask wearing or the people who don't.
And you're Joe Biden. Donald Trump had 306 last time. You need to take away. It's simple. Just do the subtraction. And where do you get them? Arizona would be a start, an important start. It's protection, if you will. It's a safety blanket, but that's it. That's the name of the game. It was 4 years ago, and it sure looks like it's about to be for the rest of tonight.
So John King is saying it goes back to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio.
Again, I just want to look at this one again because getting a lot of texts and emails from Republicans and Democrats saying, whoa, what's happening in Virginia? Again, 153,000 votes ahead, 52 to 46. That's actually a smaller lead than we saw earlier in the night. I just want to keep coming in here, and we're still waiting. It's not that you can hop in the car and drive over there and be there in 15 minutes. But Fairfax County, Virginia, there's something going on. In Fairfax County, Virginia, we only have 28% of the vote, and it's been that way for a long time.
Lindsey Batterboy Graham making an acceptance speech and whatever they call it. 4 more years for Lindsey Graham.
All of a sudden, a big dump of votes.
The man who said
we're going to keep watching
in the last year of Obama, if in the next Republican administration somebody tries to pass a Supreme Court judge in the last year, we should not do it. You can quote me on this. You can call my name out on it. And what did he do? This year he went and rushed through that Supreme Court judge. So you notice, everybody, when the Senate wants to get something done, they get it done. 12 days, 12 business days, they got it done. That one got confirmed, right? But they had the stimulus bill 5 months, and it still hasn't been confirmed.
Still a lot of math to do, Wolf. A lot of anxiety in both campaigns right now.
Yeah, they're nervous on both sides. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all. We're talking about California. It has 55
It's about to finish.
electoral votes at stake this hour.
Listen,
All right, we have some projections.
Projections.
Right now. CNN projects
California
Joe Biden
winner
will win the
Biden.
state of
55
California.
votes.
That's the biggest prize in the Electoral College. 55 electoral votes.
To Biden.
Will win California,
Ooh.
beats Trump.
But that was
in
expected.
California. CNN also projects that
12
Biden
for
will win in
Biden,
Washington
for
State.
Biden
12 electoral
winning
votes against
Washington
Trump
State.
In Washington State. CNN also projects Biden will win in the state of Oregon.
Oregon for 7 electoral votes.
Biden wins
So now
in Oregon
CNN
right now.
is going to
One
push up their
projection
totals.
For Donald Trump right now, CNN projects that Donald
3
Trump will win the state of
for
Wyoming.
Wyoming,
That's
going out to
3
Trump.
electoral votes. In Idaho, too early to call. 4 electoral votes. In
Oh
Idaho.
shit!
You
Fox
can
has
make a projection
207
there.
for
Let's take a look at
Biden,
the Electoral
119
College
for
map.
Trump.
See where it stands right now.
192,
Right now, Biden
108,
has a wide lead.
according to
He has
CNN.
192 Electoral College votes. Trump has 108. 192 to 108. Let's get a key race alert.
Trump has him. I mean, Fox has him ahead even more. 207 to 119.
Percent of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has seemingly a pretty comfortable 444,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.8% to 41.5%. In Michigan right now, 39% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead there right now as well, 239,000 vote, but it's relatively early. 39% of the estimated vote is in, and the early vote, which skews Democratic, is not yet in. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a 25,000
Wisconsin
vote
is
lead
winning
over
by
Biden,
24,000 votes,
10
and that's
electoral votes
under
in
half the votes.
In Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a
big lead in Arizona.
208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%.
Wow.
11 electoral votes at stake.
It's better than the Super Bowl, man.
So go back to John King. All right, so
This
right
one's
now,
close.
Biden has a significant 192 to 108 lead in the all-important Electoral College ballot.
And the West Coast, which again, when I started doing this many years ago, this was competitive territory. Not anymore. Washington, Oregon, California, blocks for the Democrats in presidential politics, and that's a great. Those are great building blocks, right? They're not competitive anymore. The only reason Republicans go to California now is to raise money. 192 to 108. So now the question is, you need to get to 270. This is the hard part. I hate to say it this way, but it's easy for a Democrat to get to 192. It's just easy given the, you know Illinois, you know New York, you know California, you know Washington, Oregon are going to be on your side. So the question is, working off this map, let's work. Since you're now at 192, you try to get there. How do you get there working off this map? Well, that's a Clinton state. All right? Trump campaign's trying to flip it, but let's, for the sake of argument, assume it stays Democratic. We'll watch and we'll count as we go. That was a Trump state. Joe Biden is leading right now there. If it holds that way, out here, look at this, Colorado, New Mexico, the West Coast will be good to the Democrats in the Southwest if this happens. So that would get you to 209. So then you come this way, you're looking at the map, right? Where are the Clinton states? That was a Clinton state, right? So you think that's going to happen for you. And you keep looking at the map here. Virginia, which is really interesting right now, it is still red. You just assume, and we'll see if it's a change. If it's that kind of a night, it's that kind of a night. But you assume that one's going to come back into the fold, and they're just waiting for Democratic votes to come in, having a problem in the county or something. That gets you there. Then you come up to Maine, and you assume if you're the Biden campaign, you're going to win the.
Went from Republican to Democrat, Alabama.
Come on,
So you're looking at this map, and where do I get it, right? Where do I get it? Well, that's the easiest one, and we still don't have, I didn't get Rhode Island on this map, so let me come in here.
Come on, King, you screwing up. You didn't get
So you
Rhode Island on the
That would
map?
get you 286, but that's with Pennsylvania. That's with Pennsylvania. You bring Pennsylvania back off the map, you're at 266. This is where you get close here, right? This is where you get close here. We're going to keep going out to the west, and we do that. That gets you to 270. So could it be, in a race against Donald Trump, wouldn't it be something if Barack Obama's birth state is the one that puts you over the
Hawaii?
top?
What the?
That would be interesting if you go that way there. But so you have Hawaii, you have Nevada and Colorado. We're going to watch. So this is interesting. So you don't need Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden now, but now you're in this different mood in Biden headquarters. You came into the night thinking you had all this great opportunity. Maybe some of these will come back. But if they don't, you're thinking, okay, we better win that congressional district. We absolutely better win that one. And then we're going to fight it out up in here. And again, if you get Pennsylvania, then stop the conversation. But we might be a couple days on this one. If you don't get Pennsylvania, you're you're in a scratch and claw mode now, as opposed to early in the night where you thought you might have had a buffet of opportunity.
Let's take a closer look at Arizona and
Pennsylvania. It comes down to Pennsylvania, everybody.
Now let's start in Arizona. We'll go west to east this time. And again, this one has held up pretty
Pennsylvania,
consistently,
everybody.
but we've also been waiting for a little bit. Sometimes you get votes in spurts.
What Trevor said,
long pauses.
they have it on
We're at
real time
75%
saying
right
Biden
now.
209,
That's 8 points, 9 points
Trump
if you round up
112.
right there.
Okay.
That's a pretty healthy lead.
Well,
Most of it's
Fox
coming
says
from here
Biden
in terms of the
207,
vote
Trump
count.
148.
You see, just in Maricopa County.
CNN says 192, 108 to Biden.
10 point, almost a 10, just shy of a 10-point race.
Some of them are
In Maricopa
projecting.
County, that's 60% of the vote in the state. Then you come down to Pima County. That's another 15%.
So much for
And
all the
again,
news
that's not even
organizations
close.
being on the same page,
And
huh?
so every indication here is we
One
still
thing
have
Trump
votes
was
to count, but
true,
every indication here
was
is
telling the
that
truth about
Arizona
his media. You can't trust none of them blood
and
clots.
that makes you happy in the Biden campaign. So then you come back this way a little bit. I just want to check in on Virginia again just to see.
But this is a night they can't lie about
Getting
nothing.
closer.
Because when the
But
numbers
still,
come
we're
in, the
waiting.
numbers are the
This is-
numbers.
Here's your anomaly.
And I'm telling
Fairfax
you,
has been at 28%
you watch
for a long
both
time.
networks, the
I'll check in with
faces
our
on these people, they're
decision
nervous
team
as
and our desk
fuck.
team in a little bit to see where that is. Some of these other places, Loudoun County, Joe Biden holding that there.
All right,
Come
let
over
me, you know
Fairfax
what? Let
County,
me
we're waiting. Northern Virginia,
let me
Arlington,
get
so it's
some
Fairfax.
numbers here
Fairfax
for
is
you
the
all.
biggest
For
basket of Democratic votes we're
2016,
missing. I just want to check down here in Southeast Virginia. See Chesapeake area here. 60% of the vote in there. So we're missing some votes in Democratic areas that could flip that. But if you're
Let
in
me
the
see
Biden
the
campaign, you're getting a little bit
2016
nervous about
vote.
that, even though your data and your math tell you should be okay, but at this point of the night, you'd like it to change. Again, we're just waiting on these three, and this is the patience.
It'll take some time, and all three of those are. We got a key race alert right now. I want to go to Nebraska right now, the second
Nebraska
district. There, 57% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 16,000 votes, 53.4% to 44.8% for Trump. John, this is one electoral vote potentially in Nebraska if Biden can hold on.
So let me come back over here if Biden can hold on. So we're waiting. Nebraska and Maine do their congressional votes by, pull it out like this. Nebraska and Maine do their votes by congressional district, their electoral college votes. So again, especially now, if you're in the Biden campaign and you're thinking, we might not get Florida, we might not get Georgia, we might not get North Carolina. Looks like our dreams of Texas are not going to happen this year. Closer, but close doesn't count. It doesn't get you the electoral votes. If you're at this point in the campaign where normally you think, well, what's one? Guess what? One can matter. And so, again, in this scenario, this is a scenario on the board here, so let me just take these away. Right? You know, if you can hold this, you're moving closer, right? You're moving closer. That's assuming Virginia flips back, and that's assuming you hold Arizona and Nevada stays. So these are
too many assumptions.
That
man.
would be a change. Donald Trump carried that, and that would be a change. Trump carried that. So that's what you're looking to do. Trump had 306 last time. If you're Biden, you have to subtract from that to get him down below 270. That's one, and that's progress, but these are the big ones. These are the big ones. Again,
Comes down to
when you're
them
in the
three
tight
up the
part of
top.
the campaign, if you think you're going to
Always
have that
comes
close of a
down to
race, and
those
it sure
three.
looks like we are, then every one counts.
Michigan,
this
Wisconsin,
includes the main
Pennsylvania,
one up
Ohio.
here. So the math gets really interesting. And again, if you can do this, just forget about it. Because if you're doing this, you're most likely doing that, and you're probably doing that.
Oh.
We always knew. Joe Biden
Pennsylvania,
said,
Wisconsin,
Democrats said,
Michigan.
focus on the Sun Belt. Joe Biden said, no, I'm going to start here, and then maybe I'll expand.
Pee-wee me.
If he can do this,
Pee-wee me.
we're going to spend a lot of time, and these ones may take. Some of them, again, we may be
Clifford.
into tomorrow and beyond.
Why
At
I
the
said
moment, we don't
Clifford?
know that, though.
Why
At
I
the
said
moment,
Falana?
these
Clifford
are to be
says
decided, and that would push
state number of
and
electors
again,
equals the
if you
number
think
of
if you
reps
come at
plus
this
2
from a
electors for Senate.
Republican perspective, I
The
did
number
Joe
of
Biden's
reps
math to get him up.
is based
Donald
on
Trump's leading here. He's leading here.
based on
He's leading here.
respective
We expect him to
populations
win here.
determined every 10
That's
years.
his. This one's interesting.
Texas
We expect
population
you to
has
get
grown
this,
rapidly.
and these normally would
38
be Trump
electoral
states out
votes
here.
is second only to California. The state gained 4 of those votes after the
And we'll see how
2010
it goes. Right now, the only flip on the
Census
board is Arizona. Maybe that
and
congressional district
is
We're
on
gonna count
track to
votes
gain
and,
another 3 after
yeah, it's fun
2020,
for us. It's tense.
giving
If
it
you're in the campaign
41
headquarters
beginning
right
with the
now, it is really
2024
tense.
presidential
campaigns are
election.
very, very
Okay,
Absolutely.
nervous right
Falana.
now.
Yeah, it is calculus,
This election is basically
Falana.
different
Adding up
because
shit.
there's so much
The census.
early
That's why
voting.
people have to fill out the census. Some people don't fill out the census, and then they wonder, oh, hold on, how come everybody over here looks one way, but the votes go the other way? Because you didn't fill out the blood clot census. The census didn't count count you.
No, and so that's the issue. And I would switch over. And I switch this back. We go through these hypotheticals. It's not so
These
long
little
at home.
things matter,
We go through them. I
man.
like to switch it back at the end. So just if you do see it again, you understand.
Yo, these
where
people
we
are scared on
not where we
CNN
might
now.
be. This is where we are in terms of votes.
They're scared
And
on
everything
Fox,
here,
too.
This is all real. It's just
This
some
is
of it's not
close as fuck.
contextual yet because we're waiting. We have pieces of votes, but we're missing
But,
pieces of
hey,
votes.
you know
And
what?
Again,
I'm
at this
still-
point in the night, I don't think a lot of
I'm
people
relaxed
thought
because
Donald Trump would be leading in
those
the popular vote, but we have a
voting
long way to
ballots,
go.
unless there's some
But it's significant.
crooked shit going on, they're not going to
47%,
count some of them.
He's 3 million votes ahead. He's 4 million votes
Conveniently,
ahead.
like,
We
leave
don't have
out,
any
like,
votes
just
in
enough.
California,
So the
nation's
other
most
guy
populous
wins.
State. So that's going to change. We know that without a doubt. As the West Coast comes in, we know that without a doubt. But we also know, Pennsylvania is not a small state
Pennsylvania.
either, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we have not much in so far. 1.6 to 1.2, just to go back in time. And remember, 2.9, 2.9. We have a long way to go, and turnout is higher this time, right? So this is just shy, this is just shy of 6. You add in, it's just shy of 6 million, and we're not there. We're just not there. And so if you're looking at the map,
So
as a
they
Republican,
just
you're
showed
grateful that it's
Pennsylvania, 2016. 2.9 something for Trump, 2.9 something for Clinton. A third party guy had 130 something. And both of them had 2.9. You know what I'm saying? So the difference ain't even that big. The fact that there's no viable third party this time around in places like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, that's why I think Biden's going to win. The lack of a third party. You notice, I don't think anyone, I would love to know how many idiots, like you think people who vote for Trump are idiots? No. The people who vote for Con, C-O-N-Y-E, Kanye West, are the biggest blood clot idiots in this world. And if his wife went and voted for him, she's a bigger idiot than all of them. She just got a big blood clot patty. You see me? All right.
I want to check in with Pamela Brown. She's getting some new information on what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Pamela Brown,
Yeah,
do
you're
your
talking
thing.
about Philadelphia right there, and it's slow going through the influx of mail-in ballots. They've gone
Mail-in ballots.
through around 76,000 mail-in ballots, and they have a lot more to go. In total, they have around 350,000 to get to. That's according to the city commissioner there. It's the same story over in Allegheny County. That, of course, is another big county there that has Pittsburgh, the home of Pittsburgh. They also have 350,000 mail-in ballots to get through. And in the Philadelphia suburbs alone, you have more than 500,000 mail-in ballots to get to. So I think, as we're looking
Million
at this,
votes
we're
out
looking at
still.
the numbers slowly coming in there in Pennsylvania.
Those are going to be for
It is
Biden.
keeping us on the edge of our seats, especially in Philadelphia, that Democratic stronghold, John King, where we had 350,000 mail-in ballots they're going through. Right now, though, like I said, they've only gone through 76,000. That is behind schedule than what they thought. They thought by around 8 p.m. Eastern time they would have 100,000 counted. So they're behind schedule a little bit there. And I'm told by officials they're going to be working through the night trying to quickly tabulate the influx of mail-in ballots that they got there in Pennsylvania. Remember, they just started this morning opening up those ballots. They were way behind compared to other states. They did not get a head start.
They have time also. The court gave them time to count it.
Of counting absentee ballots. In Allegheny County, again, where Pittsburgh is, you have 350,000 ballots that they're having to get through there. And I'm told by officials, again, in
Another
Allegheny
state
County,
was
they're
given
working through the night
permission by a judge to accept ballots so long as they had the postmark of election day up to 3 days after the election day. So if it's really, really close, yo, you gotta wait a week for this shit, man.
We may have to do that again. Look. This is where it gets interesting in the sense that the question is, will everybody have patience? And by everybody, I mean the American people, the people who live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the candidates for president. Because you know this. Look, so they have all these mail-in ballots. This is Allegheny County. I'll get rid of the numbers here just to remind you.
You never know,
So,
you
look,
know.
Joe
The
Biden's leading right
brethren
now
who
with
got shot by the
98,000
police
votes,
in
23,000
Philadelphia,
votes. It's just not-
and then
I
they
mean,
had
it's
the
real in
riots.
the sense
Was
that
it
these
like
are real
last
votes,
week?
But it's just not
You know, that may have, if
in the
that
sense
got
that
maybe
we
another
know it's a
7 or
higher turnout
8,000
election
people to
4
go out
years
there and
ago,
vote just
and Hillary
because of
Clinton
that.
won this county with
You never know.
367,000 votes. So when you see right now Joe Biden leading at 98,000 votes, we are in the early chapter of a very big book because it's such a big state. And so that's the key point. The challenge is, do we get more in the next hour? How long does this take? What do we start to get? Will we hear from the Secretary of State about this is going to go into tomorrow? We already know there were 6 or 8 counties that said they wouldn't even start counting the mail-in ballots to tomorrow. The Secretary of State was leaning on them to get them to try to start today.
Yo, you know what's messed up? I'm watching the Bloomberg feed, and they're talking to somebody, but the headline under the Bloomberg feed is, Puerto Rico's non-binding statehood referendum appears to have passed. They believe being Puerto Rican, living in Puerto Rico, victim of an earthquake, actually 2, right? Earthquake and hurricane, 2 hurricanes, and all the bad stuff that Trump was saying about the mayor, you know, and all the people who live in Puerto Rico, they cannot vote, and they're American citizens. Like, come on.
I just want to show you.
I don't know what he talks about.
Look, think about the places where we are.
The Senate, 44 to 42.
Showing you turnout is higher now.
Fox has it right now for the Democrats, but they haven't gained anything.
Higher now than it was 4 years ago. Well, look at this: 25,000 votes, 167,000 votes.
Oh, somebody unseated the Democrat in Alabama.
Now, so you're at 25,000 votes.
Okay.
We're nowhere near done. We're just getting started.
Fox has it 207-148 for Biden.
4 years ago.
207-148.
4 years ago.
Fox is talking about Ohio, where Trump is ahead by 2.89 versus 2.46.
110,000 now. We have
talking about
a long way to go. We're in the early count here in Montgomery County. Chester County.
In one county, he's ahead by 2,300.
Well, Hillary Clinton won this last time with nearly 100,000, right? 80,000 plus more votes. So we are in the early count in Chester County. You move down here, that goes into Delaware. Let me come back into Pennsylvania and come into Philadelphia. 580,000 votes for Secretary Clinton in Philadelphia 4 years ago. This is one of the places they felt they did a good job on turnout.
4 years ago, Clinton won Philly by 82 to 14.
209,000 votes in Philadelphia right now. So what we have.
So 580,000 votes in Philly for Clinton. That's what you want Biden to surpass the numbers of Clinton.
And you see what looks like
it's not just good enough to win the little areas. He has to surpass the numbers of Clinton.
So far, the President of the United States has a 12-point lead. But there are more than 1 million, even more than that, I would conjecture. Just mail-in ballots, more than 1 million.
So 1.7 right now for Trump, 1.3 for Biden, so that's 3.3. But each one had 2.9 in Pennsylvania. Mississippi goes to Trump.
In Mississippi, wins 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. Let's take a look at the
Kenosha County, Wisconsin, where Jeff Flake got shot in the back by the police. Right now, Trump 63% of the vote versus 34%. Well, you know it's early. Clinton lost that by 50 to 49. Obama won it by 56 to 43. Talk about places that flipped from Obama for Trump in 2016. You know, Wisconsin. That's why I say some places Clinton lost 2016. Trump didn't win it. Clinton lost it by screwing up. She did not go to Wisconsin at all to campaign. She thought it was in the bag. She was so freaking wrong. Right now, Biden 207. Trump 148. Projection by Fox. All right.
Nothing on the map that would be a wow. And yet we do know. Let's go back.
All right.
I just want to go back to the Trump map.
Let's see what Bill got to say on Fox.
This county is not a ton of votes.
This is the guy who was always on court TV when the OJ trial was on.
The message that he has carried to the upper Midwest.
If you don't know who OJ is, OJ trial is, go to bed. It's past your blood clot bedtime.
I mean, Brett, Martha, I mean, how many times we've been looking at this thing, right, for months. You know, how do you get to 270? Well, we called Florida.
This is Fox.
Right now he's got a lead in Georgia, a lead in North Carolina, a lead in Ohio. I just showed you Michigan and Wisconsin. You wonder if you can turn the trick tonight with Pennsylvania being off the board. I just checked the voting in Iowa.
Joe Biden has a lead there, but again, it looks like it's one of those, you lead with blue, then you come back later with red. I think there's
Oh, come on, Fox. What happened to Fox?
4 years ago, Donald Trump won Phoenix, and he won Maricopa County. Maybe there's still some more votes out there at this late hour, but right now, Joe Biden has a lead. So just go ahead and come back here to the what-if scenario. I don't want to start ticking these off yet, guys. I think it's too early. I haven't made a lot of calls.
Fox is talking about Arizona going to Biden.
But what is this happening here? Why is Arizona blue? Did we just call it? Did we make a call in Arizona?
Uh-oh. Fox called Arizona for
there's a check mark
for Biden.
Did our decision desk make it?
This is
Arizona, 11 electoral votes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, if that's the case, then guys, when we come back, we'll fill this in. If you lose Arizona, where do you win now? You got to win up here in Wisconsin and Michigan and maybe even Minnesota in order to pull this out, and that's leaving Pennsylvania off the map. And I'll leave that with you guys.
Okay, timeout. This is a big development.
Trump got to clean up now. Otherwise, he's losing, yo.
For Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign.
This is Fox, yo.
Signals.
You're listening to Fox talking about Biden just won Arizona. 1.289 million to 1.083 million. 73% reporting.
And it is the first of the night that goes into the column of somebody else's bucket that they thought last time was going to hold on to Arizona. There was
11 electoral votes goes to Biden. Big.
Campaign to get to
That's
Arizona,
a big flip. That's a big flip. A lot of people moving to Arizona.
Now, the former
well, you would think they're
president,
Republicans because the income tax state free.
Votes, Joe Biden is ticking closer at 218 to 148.
And it breaks apart that Sun Belt strategy. If you've got Arizona going to Biden and Florida, at least, is the one that we know of so far. In the rest of that Sun Belt area, we also have called Mark Kelly over Martha McSally in that race.
Yo, these Fox people, man, I'm telling you, man.
One of the dynamics in Arizona, just one of many.
But McSally won.
Came out
the ex-astronaut.
Joe Biden, her close friend. This is obviously
the ex-astronaut won a Senate seat from McSally, the woman in Arizona.
In a tight race, for Martha McSally, she was appointed to that post twice, and she has not won an election to be a senator of the United States now. So that is worth mentioning as well. Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, has secured that.
So again, that is
Democrats win a Senate seat.
Democrats, we just went to 0. Now it is a net
Boom,
+1.
fire.
We need to digest Arizona, which is a big
Orville
deal.
Williams. What do I want to say?
You know, to use the sports metaphor, this
Orville H. Williams.
This is the first time that a state that
Chris Wallace, tell him no, man. Chris Wallace is the one who got frustrated in the first debate. Like, hush up, let me blood clot talk.
Look to the other side. Arizona, Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. Now Joe Biden has beaten Donald Trump. Now it's 11 votes, which is not nothing. It's not a huge state, but it's obviously
11 electoral votes.
It would conceivably make up in case Biden were to lose. One of the Democratic states. So it's
so Fox 218 to 148 for Biden.
Flip of the night in the presidential race.
See Han has it 192 to 114 to Biden.
That I'm sure that Bill Hemmer could demonstrate better than
Bloomberg
that would
has it
if the president wins Pennsylvania.
3,414.25 S&P futures.
Possible, right?
to 27,598 Dow futures.
Could do that. Yeah.
Bloomberg don't give a fuck. All Bloomberg care about is money. It's 901.
Can't resist.
Right?
Yo. Okay, listen, we were standing here.
Because if you watch Bloomberg, I watch Bloomberg now. I stopped watching these propaganda channels. I got them on for you because, you know, it's juicy, is it? But generally speaking, stop watch CNN and Fox.
At least tonight, anyway.
Because Trump picks his nose the wrong way for the whole day. Trump picked his nose the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Somebody coughs on a street in like in a neighborhood, in a black neighborhood. Oh, there was riots in a black neighborhood. Somebody coughed on Fox, you know?
In Ohio, it looks like.
So
right, so
I watched Bloomberg. Bloomberg, if you watch Bloomberg the last 3 weeks,
Iowa,
CEO after CEO after CFO after CO has been coming on this company, that company, bad company, good company, mad company. And they all talk about, it looks like a Biden win, but, you know, in our assessment,
which way it goes. So
it's going to make a big difference on the economy because we're going to get a stimulus bill when it's all over. So that's going to be a help on the stock market. And we're going to, you know, we're going to have to deal with this COVID thing. And the vaccine is coming, so that's going to be a good thing for the stock market. It doesn't get any worse than when the lockdowns was on everywhere, right? And everything crashed. You know what I'm saying? It was like the 2020 crash. And by June, everything was back up. The stock market had rebounded, and some stocks were more expensive than they were before. Seeing? So then Trump is saying, you know, we build a great economy, you know. That's why we're coming back so strong.
we do not want to forget.
Yes, you did, but he talked a lot of shit too.
I'm in the year of COVID for sure.
So now you might be paying the price, Donald.
I have Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan still not checked yet.
Okay, so
I gave them Maine 2, right? And I gave
wait.
Nebraska 2. Does that check out with you?
yeah, but
This is a what if on Fox.
Yeah, but what?
The what if on Fox has brought
if you give
Trump
that's
268.
he gets there. Biden does.
They're
I mean,
confused.
I'm giving him the 3 Midwestern states.
Gotcha. Sorry, I couldn't see that thing.
Yeah. So it's getting really tight.
Sorry, Brett, just to be clear, you gave him Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
All 3. And then I gave Pennsylvania to President Trump.
Yeah, there you go.
If Pennsylvania goes to Trump, but Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan go to Biden, Biden wins it by 2 votes. By 2 electoral college votes. 2.
20 years ago was the hanging Chad. Now we got iPhones in our pockets.
Right.
We've come a long way.
And we're gonna be doing the
And by 2024 they should just have electronic voting.
We'll see.
Get
All right,
over
Dana,
with.
what do you think? I mean, where do you think we stand here? I mean, this
And
basically
the
is
fucking
going to
website will
last
crash.
Definitely beyond tonight.
Well, I don't want to underplay that
5G,
moment.
I'm telling you, by the next election, 5G is going to change everything.
On Arizona, it's like, wait, what just happened there? and that actually changes the
Yellow check mark.
I thought it was user error, Dana. Can I tell you, if you want a nightmare scenario, we've already mapped it out in the calendar, and this is what we can tell you.
Nightmare scenario. Look,
If you have contested races in these battleground states,
listen to
in
Fox.
Pennsylvania, if your ballot is postmarked today, Martha, you just mentioned that, right?
Yep.
If it's postmarked today, they'll still count it as of Friday. This was fought in the U.S. Supreme Court. It went back to the state of Pennsylvania. Iowa, if it's postmarked yesterday, November 2nd, they'll count it 6 days from now.
6 days later.
Minnesota, Nevada's a week. North Carolina's 9 days. And Ohio's a full 10 days
10
as it
days.
reverts back to Election Day.
So
that
Pennsylvania
could be-
and Minnesota.
this could be something that we have to start thinking about
Yeah,
very soon.
Pennsylvania and Minnesota and even Nevada.
Okay, that's good stuff.
Nevada gets counted all the way up to next Tuesday. Pennsylvania until this Friday.
To 269. I'm really quite disappointed in both of you.
You'd have to split, I think,
But I mean, this, you know, I have to say,
Maine and
this
Nebraska.
this is a little
Chris
crazy.
Wallace.
I'm looking at this too. You can, if you're have a postmark of today, your ballot could be received by November 13th in Ohio, and it would still be counted.
But it has to be postmarked by November 3rd.
Right. If it's postmarked today, it can,
10
it
days
can
to
be
get
counted
to somewhere in the same
10
state.
days from now, and you know. You just wonder.
Who the
now,
fuck
you've gotta
works in the
assume there are not
post
gonna be
office
a
over
lot of
there?
those that
Turtles?
take that long. But I mean, for instance, Pennsylvania, it has till Friday. So I mean, the chances with this explosion of early voting that we're going to know much before Friday the result of Pennsylvania, which could be make or break as to who the next president is. That's a real
Especially
possibility.
since they stopped counting at 10:30
Well,
at night. I'm not
if
sure
early
why.
voting and mail-in voting is a factor anywhere, I don't see that going Trump's way because Trump was preaching for people to show up, you know, on election day, don't wear no mask, you know, go watch, make sure no one cheats. By the way, nobody was doing that. Nobody listened to him for that. Nobody was standing guard and, you know, becoming vigilante poll watchers today. Anyway.
Those 3 states.
Does that mean
Pennsylvania, we know we
So-
have no reason to believe Pennsylvania is callable tonight. Do we or do we?
I'm telling you, man.
North Carolina is
This is like scary because Trump has a lead in all these places. But at the end, you're going to see that he got beaten pretty bad in all of these places because of the early voting. People caring and going and taking care of it early, mailing in early.
Count never knows that that North Carolina race will be really important.
Yeah.
And then that vote in Pennsylvania, the court decision. I don't know if it was the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania or the actual Supreme Court of the U.S. With all those conservative judges, they still went by the law and they were like, no, we're not making a decision on this. Go back to the local court. And local court said no. If the votes have been sent in by such a date, that vote's going to count. That's what the Constitution says. Your vote counts.
With the voter analysis, looking into Arizona and why we maybe called it for Joe Biden.
Yeah, we got a little information for you guys. New data from our Fox News voter
Hear how
analysis
Fox,
on
the
why Biden
analytics
won
of Fox are better than CNN.
As you've pointed out, this is the first state that flipped from Trump to Biden, or from Republicans back in 2016 now to the Democrat. So in 2016, President Trump won by just over 3 points. He has not taken Arizona for granted this year. He was there 7 times. Least. A lot of people retired to Arizona, helping seniors make up 30% of the voters of there, and that group split. Hispanics, of course, an important and growing group in Arizona. A key to the vote there. President Trump had hoped his conservative views would ring true with them, but 6 in 10 Hispanic voters in Arizona decided to back Biden.
Because they're not
Arizona
Cuban.
Hard by the coronavirus there, and few voters feel that the spread there is under control. Indeed, a majority said the virus is still out of control across the United States. An Arizona resident drew national attention during the Democratic convention when she told of how her father had died of COVID-19 after putting too much trust in Trump. That was her story. Now, slightly more think that Biden would be able to handle the pandemic, while 4 in 10 voters believe Trump would be able better to deal with COVID. But you can see those are some of the key issues, the key voting groups there that apparently gave Arizona to the Biden win column tonight, guys.
Okay, Shannon, thank you. We have another call to make, and that is in the presidential race. The state of New Mexico we can now project will go to former Vice President.
Well, Texas just voted back in the Republican senator.
For Biden, if we look.
So if that's the case, then you can say maybe they vote back in the president too, right? For Texas.
223 to 148. Right. Mexico, not a surprise. Arizona.
223, 148 now. Fox is saying for Biden. Biden's getting closer.
Yeah, with John Cornyn in Texas. Let's take a look at that. This is the race. MJ Hagar.
We need to know what's up with the Senate.
44% to 53%.
Oh, in Mississippi.
At one point,
Shit.
that was like a close race. I think one of the storylines tonight is about
the
Texas,
Republican incumbent won 57 to 42. Senate.
Kamala Harris was there just
Senate.
a couple of days ago.
Democrats have 45. Republicans have 41. The Democrats need +4. They've got +1 right now.
To be the situation. We're waiting, of course, for the rest of Texas to come in tonight. But John Cornyn has
one independent,
which bodes well for President Trump.
No, 2 independents right now. So you're assuming that's on the side of the Democrats. Hold on there.
What? Challenge from the Democrat Espy, who there's a lot of money spent on this race in Mississippi. And there was a hope on the Democrats that they could pull this off. They haven't, but that does not change the net gain. If you look again, right now, D+1, and that largely is Mark Kelly in Arizona, which we just called. Democrats need 4 to take control of the Senate, and we'll see the races in Maine, again, Michigan.
Wow.
And we've got a lot to look at as you see the population tick up there, 45, 44. We're back with our panel. What are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at Texas, which we've not called, and which looks to be closer than it ever would have. One might have thought.
Big up to everybody watching on YouTube. What's up, man? Write some comments, no?
North Carolina. Have we ever called? Did we finally
Come
call
on,
Georgia?
man. Write some comments.
No. We have Georgia.
Anybody watching from outside the U.S. on YouTube, write a comment. Let me see.
It's interesting about Texas because the Texas Democrats thought that they obviously are more competitive than they have been historically, and they really wanted Biden.
Trump wins Florida. Biden wins Arizona and New Mexico.
In Texas, and there was this
That's what Fox says.
Campaign,
and they've given Florida to Trump.
you know, there are a lot of easier ways to get to 270.
Texas.
They didn't trust it.
Trump 51.9%, Biden 46.8%, 77% reporting in Texas.
Money into advertising there. A lot of Texas Democrats were disappointed.
Federal O'Rourke among them.
Among them, especially, or as
5.2 million, 5.2.5 million, 4.73 million.
You know, it's one of those states. It may be a little bit like Florida for Democrats, that you push and you search and you hope. The Democrats did put a lot of money
Gets
in Florida.
one in Florida.
In Texas.
Batty boy.
It looks like they were wise not to.
Murphy, one in Florida.
Right,
Democrat, one in
Sarah
Florida.
Huckabee Sanders, who is standing by the former White House press secretary and a Fox News contributor. Sarah, good to have
Sarah
you here
Huckabee
tonight.
Sanders, the fourth biggest liar in the United States the last 4 years. You know who the other three are.
Well, I think we still have a long night ahead. Obviously, Florida's a big win for the president. I think one of the big
Chris
stories
wins in
out of
Florida.
that, is the way that the president
Popular vote.
has
Biden
done so well in the Hispanic
55.74.
community, Florida
Trump
being sort of one of the ultimate
54.43.
battleground states, also outperforming expectations with Suburban in the suburbs and with seniors in Florida. So I think those are big things to look at and big indicators as we look at other battleground states that still have yet to call.
You've talked to the Trump people, I'm sure. You're there at the White House.
Here's what she says to this question.
What is the feeling inside? I mean, what's lift the curtain for us?
There's certainly, I think people are cautiously optimistic right now. Again, I think we have a long night ahead. Some of the key states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, still need to see what happens in those places. I think a lot of people still aren't totally sure about Arizona either. Some people think that may have been called a little too early. I still think Florida is one of the big states. That was a big night for the president there, and certainly expanding that Hispanic ground is a big story for the president.
So, Sarah,
200,000 and 73% counted.
At one point thought might be additions to their portfolio. New Mexico, as you say, you know, we've just called it for Joe Biden by a pretty big margin. New Hampshire.
What did I say? 1.29 to 1.08.
Yeah. Minnesota and Nevada were also in that category of possible additions. What is your take on the fact that it hasn't gone that way so far?
Well, I think several of those states are still up for grabs. Certainly, I think the places to watch right now are Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
She just said
those
that.
are key areas the president needs to do well. You know, one of the places that you talked about, Kenosha, being a major shift for the president, much bigger margin than in 2016. In favor of the president. He spent a good bit of time in those places, and I think those are
Arizona,
going to be the key spots to
2016,
watch
everybody, hold on.
through the night and possibly into the next couple of days.
Arizona, 2016.
There's a
Totals,
lot of time
right?
spent in Pennsylvania, and it looks like the count.
Trump got
Sarah is going to stop
1.02.
Probably be
Clinton
a lot of
got
questions asked.
938,000. Third party.
It's going to come down.
80,000.
You know, it
Fourth
certainly
party.
doesn't seem like they're going to come to a conclusion.
25,000. So 100,000 votes went to neither Trump or Clinton in Arizona.
Keep going.
And just now,
in Pennsylvania, just this week, there was a lot of energy.
just
and a lot
now,
of
what do we see? 1.29 and 1.08.
You know, that reflected in some of these votes. As they're
Damn,
coming
yo,
in.
the turnout was
Sarah,
crazy.
what about the president? You know, what's his mood at the moment?
1.29 in Arizona for Biden.
In the last little bit, but I think there are some very good data
He's
points
surprised.
for the
And
president
Clinton
in
only had
these numbers. Again, I think
938,000.
he's outperforming in a lot of places
Trump
that
got
people didn't expect him
1.02.
to. I think that is one of the big
1.02 in
stories so far
Arizona
tonight is
in
exactly how well
2016,
he has done
and
among
he won it
Hispanics.
49% to 45%, and then the other
Going to Biden.
I'm still not sure if that was a premature
5.1% was to the other parties. So, yo, you know what I mean? Like Biden has surpassed Clinton's votes by 300,000. Trump has surpassed his own votes by only
particularly in those states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
60,000. So, what's she talking about? They're calling it too early. Move your blood clot, Sanders.
Including
You know,
Arizona.
100,000.
In just a moment. Sarah, thank you
So
very much.
1.0. Yeah.
Britt, go ahead.
Even if he gets 100,000.
Arizona's had a real effect
Arizona.
on betting on it.
Arizona's Biden's, man. What's
It's now
Sanders
retreated
talking
down to
about?
59.1% Trump, 40%
You,
Biden.
you can't come on Fox
was a
and
big
tell
one.
them they called it wrong.
People reacted to it.
Fox's
Two big
analytics
calls
shit
coming
is top
moments
notch,
ago.
man.
President Trump
You know what I'm saying?
winning
That's
the
why
state
I'm
of
watching
Florida,
these motherfuckers.
losing the state
You
of
know?
Arizona, a state
Come
he
on,
won
man.
in 2016. So the race to 270 at this moment stands right here, 223, 148. We're standing by on several other
Come
crucial
on,
calls
man.
that really could go either way tonight.
Patrick,
And we're gonna
what
grill
I
this
say, Major
decision
Jackson.
guest. I'm getting
Why I say, Jaja?
bombarded with questions, and we're going to
Superstar
bombard
P,
them.
original
More
Big
of our
Daddy. Why I say,
2020
rude boy?
coverage next.
What I deal with? Soundscape fam. All right, everybody. All right, so let's see. House. Republicans 141, Democrats 112. Republicans
You know what's
need
good about this?
plus 17
Your
flip.
sign's pointing at
That
my
ain't
sign.
happening. That ain't happening.
So
There's
people
no
are gonna
way
look at my
Republicans
sign.
are gonna have a lead in the House. Senate, Republicans 44, Democrats 45 plus 1 they've gained. Democrats needs a plus 4 to control the Senate.
You know, like the sign says.
Like I told you earlier, man. In my opinion,
We can spend a bit now, knowing we're prepared.
if Biden wins, it's going to be a big one. But they're saying, you know, the models that they just explained on both channels,
Invested, well protected.
Biden might win by a hair, you know.
Not your heart be
But it will be a Trump hair. A Trump hair is longer than anyone else's hair. We don't really know how long Trump's hair is, because the way it comes from way back in at the bottom over his neck, all the way around the entire crown, and then turn around and come the other way. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you know what I mean? Trump hair is long, man. So if Biden might win by a Trump hair length.
You manage TD.
Is
Visit
it?
talkabouttd.com for a doctor discussion guide to prep for your next appointment in person.
So
over the
45
phone,
plus
or
1.
online.
Big win in Arizona for Democrats, no matter how you see it. I mean, it keeps flipping back and forth. But for the ex-astronaut Kelly to beat that woman was in the Senate over and over, and she never got elected. Like, she got appointed and never actually got elected. So this time when it was time to elect them, they said, get out of here. We never elected your blood clot. You know? So Fox has 223 for Biden, 148 for Trump. People, if Trump loses that speech, that defeat speech, is he going to he has to act humble, right? Wow.
We just called a short time ago Florida for President Trump, the 29
Fox.
electoral votes there.
Fox called Florida for Trump.
And Ohio we have not called yet. All right.
I want him to bring on Karl Rove, because Karl
Here we
Rove
go.
is like is very, very sneaky Republican guy who made sure Bush beat Gore, but
are very different.
he is the analytics guy for Fox.
Is close. Obviously, we see the president has an advantage, and he's had an advantage in polling in Ohio in the same way that he has in Iowa for the closing stretch of the election. I would point out pre-election polls this cycle have so far turned out to be really, really good.
Ooh.
And if I were the Trump
See
campaign,
that?
I would feel great about Ohio. We're not there yet. There's just too much vote out, and there's too much potentially heavily Democratic mail vote that may flop in at the end to get too froggy right now with Ohio. We're going to be careful, cautious, and earnest.
All right, but you weren't careful, cautious, and earnest in Arizona.
We were too.
Why? Because there's all
See,
this
arguing with their own guy on Fox.
We said that
The anchors, they don't want it to be true, but the analytics guy is like,
early vote, the mail-in vote, the absentee, the early vote.
Listen
and
to
that's
this
a
answer.
skew toward the Democrats.
Listen to this
Only
answer.
6 out of 10. But then we've seen in state after state that the Trump vote comes in on the day of vote that seems to be populating more and more. So why can you say it definitively in Arizona?
Well, we were careful, cautious, and earnest. And
I'm just kidding.
And we did look every trap. We looked at every possible way that this could go. And if there were some way that it looked like Donald Trump was going to be able to bring Arizona in, we wouldn't have called it. But the reality is that the margin.
they just called
too
Ohio
significant.
for
We feel
Trump
very
too while
confident
he's
in the
talking.
or otherwise we wouldn't have made it.
I'm going to interrupt you. Fox News, the decision desk, including Chris Starwalt, can now call the state of Ohio
for Trump.
For President Trump.
18
That
votes.
is 18 electoral votes in the state of Ohio. Hard-fought votes. The president needed this. You can't get to the White House. A Republican couldn't without Ohio.
Ohio was the one
So, Chris, there you
that
go.
won it for Bush against Kerry, remember?
We make it happen.
This result.
We get results. And this tells you more of our north-south story tonight, right? Biden has managed to flip one southern state in Arizona, but the president is still holding open his northern path. If he can bring Georgia and North Carolina in, the pathway remains open as long as none of those gold-colored states in the northern tier come in for Biden. So right now he is staying alive.
Michigan,
and
Wisconsin,
it's narrow,
Minnesota.
but he is still in it.
And Chris, this is the scenario
Still in it
where
for Trump.
which we've talked about quite a bit, that he has to take one of those three. He's got to take either Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin.
Well, with Arizona gone, if I'm Trump, Pennsylvania takes on supreme importance because it is probably his best chance of those. We haven't called Minnesota yet. We haven't called Wisconsin yet. We haven't called Michigan yet. Pennsylvania is
haven't even
the
called
state where
Texas
he
yet.
Seems to be the closest where he put
Or
the most
North
effort
Carolina
in,
yet.
And he's really got a lot riding on the Keystone State tonight.
But, Chris, we haven't called Texas yet. Why haven't we called Texas?
Because it's too close to call. Look, ultimately,
Texas is
the
too
problem
close to
for Trump at this time, if you're looking at the map, you're trying to figure out how this goes. The very fact that we cannot call three southern states, three very traditionally Republican states, certainly in the case of Georgia and Texas. The fact that those are too close to call, that is a real dark cloud on the horizon
for Trump.
On the other hand, the fact that Pennsylvania is still out, the fact that Michigan's still out, the fact that Wisconsin's still out, that's the saving grace for him. That's
saving grace
what
with
still
blood
keeps him
clot.
in.
Those are all mailings, man. Philadelphia, Detroit.
And Virginia. You're good with Virginia?
Minnesota.
Virginia is for lovers, and I love Virginia.
Minneapolis.
Standing by the Virginia call.
All right, so come back often because we'd love to make some more race calls.
Ohio goes to Trump though.
Thanks, Chris.
53 to 45. Oh, yo, let's check, see how Ohio went
to.
to.
What if for you? Okay.
Let's check Ohio 2016.
And what Chris says, first of all,
Ohio
it
2016.
is true that the Trump team is disputing this heavily. They think it was called too early.
They can dispute all they fucking want.
Of people who voted today, and we'll see throughout the course.
Well, they
of the
might
night
want to
whether
fight
or
it in the courts.
Arizona holds up, and they're making a strong case that we jumped the gun.
So
that's what
Ohio, Trump won it 51 to 43.
Right now here in Arizona,
500,000 votes.
Take you through a possible what if, right? How do you get to 270? How do you do it? How does the president do it right now? If he keeps his lead in Georgia, right, North Carolina, let's say Texas stays red, Iowa looks very good for him right now, Montana, and Alaska will put him at 247. I'm not going to put Pennsylvania into this. And a moment ago, I showed you what was happening in Michigan and
This is
Wisconsin.
Fox doing their
It's real
projection.
up there. These are very close races in both of those states. So keep Pennsylvania out of the equation here. If you're at 247, and tonight you take Michigan and Wisconsin,
he wins.
that's enough.
Oh,
You're at 273, and you got
Michigan
yourself a
and
second
Wisconsin,
term. Why do I
Trump
make
wins it.
That case. Can't say it's going to hold up, but right now in Michigan,
He's
look
got
at
the
advantage
lead.
here with half of the
54
voting, 50%
with
of the
half
vote
the
here, you're up
vote.
11 points. I was just hunting over here. This is Wayne County. This is Detroit. Listen, you got a ton of votes for Democrats in this county. How are African Americans voting? We saw a little bit of weakness in southern Florida. Is it the same in Detroit, Michigan? Here's where it was in 2016. Just to give you a sense of comparison here, Hillary Clinton, 70% of the vote, 570,000 votes. Tonight, Joe Biden's got 164,000, so there's still a lot of votes to be counted.
A lot of
in
votes to
Detroit.
be counted.
Just come out wide to the state now.
Ooh.
And is that margin in Detroit enough
500,000.
to cover the rest of rural Michigan that is just red all over? Now I'm going to pop over here to Wisconsin. There was a poll
It
from
could be
ABC
because the
other
numbers for
day
Clinton were up.
that had Joe
way
Biden
more.
up 17 points in this state. ABC, Washington Post. Well, look where you are right now. It's 71% of the vote. You know, Trump's got a lead here by 4 points. If this holds up, you know, the
Trump is winning by 100
campaigning in so hard for, you know, not just the last couple of weeks, but the last couple of years, frankly.
In
I showed you the
Wisconsin.
margin from 2016. It was razor tight in Wisconsin. Here it was. In the entire state.
200,000.
Southeastern Michigan, but well, here's Kent County. This is Gerald Ford country. He had a big rally there the other day. In fact, at midnight on Monday night, I've got my days right here, my calendar years, during COVID times here in my head. It was midnight last night in Kent County where the president concluded his campaign. It was the same location 4 years prior where he did it as well. And right now, comfortably ahead there. 4 years ago, so he's running ahead right now of his margin from 2016 at 54.5% in Kent County.
116.
So, you know, I mean, you think about the rallies on the last day. Traverse City, Michigan, not a ton of votes up there just yet, but, you know, he had a rally there. It was just, I just want to refresh my memory here. 47,000 real votes in this county from 2016. In 2020, you're at 34,000 votes, so it's coming in for Trump right now in this part of Michigan. So he concludes his campaign by up here in Traverse City, pops over here to Wisconsin, to Kenosha, which I showed you a short time ago. I mean, this is just a stunner, the way you can, it's almost as if the people who were living there got up and moved over a period of 8 years, right? 2012, that was the result. This was the state of Wisconsin.
2012, Obama got 45,000 to 34,000.
In 2020, it's a very, very different story and a whole different makeup now that we're looking at with his demographic. Last point.
This is in Wisconsin.
As a
back and
favor,
forth over Lake Michigan.
and just go back to Wayne County in Michigan there and show us what that looks like at this point.
Yep. Joe Biden
All right,
has
CNN
about
is calling.
56% of the vote.
Now CNN is
real
calling
vote
Arizona for Biden.
Joe Biden's at
Now,
164,000.
look how many minutes behind Fox CNN was.
2016, Hillary Clinton had 500,000. Donald Trump had about 250,000. So you got a difference there of about 200,000 votes from 4 years ago. So in 2020, here we are. A lot of votes still out there. The margin at the moment, depending on which precincts are reporting, the margin is a lot less in terms of difference between Biden and Trump. So that's, I mean, that's
It's just
Martha,
too
you're
soon.
Right. That is the place to watch in Michigan tonight.
It's just too
And
soon.
If I can make the case over here
too
in
soon.
Wisconsin, I'd say that Milwaukee
That's why
is
they're
the
not
place
getting
to
called.
watch tonight. This is Milwaukee County.
Milwaukee.
African American vote there is about 37% demographic,
Yep.
I do believe. And Joe Biden has a comfortable lead, about 2-1.
You gotta increase that lead.
In 2016, Hillary Clinton, she's up around 70%. All right, so just do the math, guys. 288,000 raw votes for Clinton, 126,000 for Trump 4 years ago.
Trump
Just
had
watch it
126. Now he's
Biden's
got
at
84.
128. Trump's at 84. Okay, do the math here. Listen, there's a lot more votes out there, but is the
A
margin
lot of
enough?
votes. Yeah, the margin.
Now we're overtake.
Yeah, the Trump people are
what we're
bullish
seeing
right now. They're bullish on Wisconsin, but we got a big call to make here.
We do.
Bill.
Uh-oh. Fox.
All right, we can now call Texas for the President of the United States.
Trump won
this is a state
Texas.
that I think nobody
52
expected,
to
would be
46.
as close as it is tonight, 46% to 52%. But the president has now claimed Texas, which is definitely one of the states that he won last time that he needed to win tonight, and he has achieved that goal. 38 electoral votes in the state of Texas, despite the fact that Beto O'Rourke and others were very hopeful that the tide was changing in Texas. It has held once again.
Well, it
for
is
the Republican president.
It is changing. The electorate in Texas is changing. The fact that it was this close and it took us this long to call it. But there you see the race.
See, so slowly but surely, Texas, all the people moving to Houston. You know what I'm saying?
Texas in President Trump's
couple more elections, Texas is not going to be a guaranteed Republican state.
We just talked about, and we've been mentioning throughout the night, John James against the incumbent Gary Peters.
Whether Trump wins or loses, the Republican Party It's not going to be the same after either this January or January 2019. I mean 2025. Republican Party is going to be split.
Maine,
Susan Collins fucking won again.
2.1, and Sarah Gideon, 41%. Obviously, a lot of money's gone into this race as well. Susan Collins.
Well, Susan Collins half the time don't even vote for what the Republicans want. So she might as well be a Democrat.
As we head
Sometimes.
to a break.
We'll be right back.
You know what I'm saying? So now it's 223 Biden, 204 Trump. That's after giving him the state of Texas. Remember, California has a whole lot of votes.
Let him go in theaters Friday. Rated R.
California is going to go blue.
Someone out there needs help customizing.
Oh, I think no. They already gave that to Biden, didn't they?
So
Yeah.
they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
California House, Senate. The Senate. Democrats 45, Republicans 44, Independents 2, Democrats +1. They need a +4 to take over that. Massive. It's all going to come down to the question of how many black people honestly went and voted in places like Cleveland, Cincinnati, in places like Philadelphia and the suburbs of Philadelphia. Philadelphia and the suburbs of Philadelphia. Who went and voted? I remember the Virgin gets shot. You know, he had a knife in his hand, but they shot him up big time, killed him on the spot in front of his peeps. You know? And he wasn't coming at them with no knife. Their life was not in fucking danger. You know, police stand there with a gun in their hand and start firing when your life's not in danger. The guy's nowhere near you with that knife. And even if he is coming towards you, you have a pair of legs. You can move away from him. You've been trained to shoot. You can shoot him in the legs. You can fire one in the fucking air. And I guarantee you his ass will fucking stop. Yo, these motherfuckers, I swear. You know what I'm saying? About bad apples. Bad apples, yo, fire one in the air. Warning. Fire one over his head. Fire it in the air.
Welcome back to our Decision 2020 race election coverage, and we've got a lot happening.
Yo,
a lot of states yet to call.
These
We're still watching, obviously,
anchors, especially this woman.
We're back with our panel.
She ain't got that smirk on her face, though.
What's the casino look like?
They're nervous.
The casino has, as we mentioned earlier, has retreated a little bit from its view that that Trump was the likely winner. Let me see if I can bring up the current numbers. 60% for Trump. Now, you know, it's seesawed around. It got all the way up to 78% for Trump in the betting odds, and has retreated now.
Casinos
57.
betting.
It's shifting around quite a bit. But remember where we started this election night with Biden a prohibitive favorite in the betting odds, 65-35. So that's completely turned around. But I think what we're seeing now is an outline of the fact that Trump still has to win a lot of places where it's by no means certain that he will win. With Wisconsin and Michigan and even North Carolina still out, it seems to me that people are becoming a little more sobered on their.
Well, you were talking about Michigan, and obviously we just talked about the spread there.
Right.
North Carolina's still out.
John James, who's outperforming where anybody thought he was going to be, based on the vote.
Pennsylvania. CNN shows Pennsylvania. I mean, Trump is up 56-42. 2,054 to 1,528. 526,000 votes. If people vote in Philadelphia and suburbs, he's gonna lose Pennsylvania. Michigan, he's ahead by 290,000 votes.
More and more of the raw vote.
But that again, that's not Detroit.
We don't necessarily.
Wisconsin, he's up by 105,000 votes. These are all Trump ahead.
Here we are.
This is what they said would happen.
Counting votes.
They said early out Trump is going to have a lead because they're counting the votes of the people who showed up today to vote. And most of the people who voted before, Arizona, they already gave that to Biden.
More vote coming in. We just heard from Chris Direwalt, who said that he believes that they stand firm on that call.
Next polls close at 12 midnight, which is in 27 seconds.
And it shows It shows
Hawaii.
There we go. It shows Joe Biden at 53% and the president at 45%.
They're gonna call Hawaii in
but
a
there
second.
is, by all accounts, quite a bit of vote out there that is still not in. So,
but both the Senate race and the state called.
Yep.
Right. Meanwhile, I actually have some news. The Pennsylvania court has agreed to hold a hearing tomorrow on a GOP effort to invalidate some votes in Pennsylvania that were, quote, fixed or cured in legal jargon, where apparently that these were mail-in ballots that had some problem and that somehow they were altered to be counted. The GOP is making an effort to invalidate those counts. I'm also told that in Pennsylvania, a significant percentage of the vote has yet to be counted in Delaware County, Allegheny County, Montgomery County, and Philadelphia County, which are all Democratic strongholds. So Pennsylvania, one, very much up for grabs. Two, you're going to see some lawsuits.
20 electoral votes are up in Pennsylvania
Secretary of State there,
for
we should
grabs.
point out,
20
says that
votes,
Philadelphia
people.
workers are counting
20
through the night. They're working on 8-hour shifts, counting around the clock.
And they can count votes over there until
follow these lawsuits
Friday.
That what they're really mostly about is what state law, that is to say the law passed by state legislators, says are the rules and regulations of an election. And some states adjusted some state legislatures adjusted their rules and regulations to accommodate COVID-19. Some states did not. But the Constitution grants the authority to set election rules to state legislatures, not state courts, not state election boards, but state legislatures. So what these Republicans are worried about is monkey shines of the kind that might be suggested when you hear that votes are being altered to make them count, which otherwise would not have. So this is where we are. But you're going to hear a lot of talk about vote suppression. In some cases, that might be true. But in a lot of cases, it amounts to an insistence on following the law.
And there's another issue here, which is that every state, and by the Constitution, every state sets its own rules for elections. So, you know, Pennsylvania's rules can be utterly different, and that's completely legal if it is done by state officials. And we've seen it here. Some states count early votes first, some count them last. Sometimes there are variations within counties in the same state.
Chris, it's not just state officials. It's the state legislature that the Constitution confers the authority to set the rules. And if state officials come along later
Now,
and say,
CNN is still talking about election might come down to Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. You just called Arizona a dunce.
What the legislature has done in the
to
midst
CNN,
of
man.
this pandemic and all that rest.
That's right.
And then you get the courts involved as to say, did you in fact violate what that takes us down a road of great contention.
Well, I know, but if you have a deadline in law, right, and somebody says, well, we're going to count votes that are after the deadline, there's not a lot of interpreting to be done there. The votes are late.
It's
they
more
don't count.
complicated than that, because look at Texas, where a couple of Republicans tried to block Harris County, Houston, which put in drive-through voting places. It wasn't the state legislature. It was Harris County election officials. And the state Supreme Court and a federal court have struck down the Republican efforts to invalidate 127,000 votes. All I'm saying is this is complicated, and we'll see.
It's very complicated. And it's a federal office, but there's not a federal standard.
That's right.
For every state. They all handle it differently.
Right.
Which is why it gets so
Ohio is
Harris
going to
County, the
Trump.
question was whether or
Oh,
not
that's
they had the
CNN. Well,
authority
they already.
to institute drive-in voting.
All right. The conversation on Fox, right? Sounds like. Remember the day after the Patriots lost to the Eagles, and I was watching it back, and I was saying, you know, what was this guy name? The receiver guy caught the ball. His toe was out of bounds. Zoomed in, clearly fucking out of bounds. But they said he had control of the ball, etc., etc. You know what I mean? So the conversation on the Fox side, it's kind of like, how are we gonna use the mail-in thing as an excuse why Trump lost? Basically, that's honestly what it sounds like to me, right? Now let's see what John King's talking about on CNN.
You would be. Now again, the Biden campaign was hoping, right? Hoping for an opportunity.
John King's like one of them superheroes. Like
took one away.
he looks like Superman if he got fat. Clark Kent if he got fat. Jimmy Garoppolo with the gray hair.
In there, we project, and so you're looking at this map. So this one,
Joe
they're leading
Namath.
in. That's a Clinton state they expect to get. So again, in the Biden campaign, you came into the night dreaming of getting this. This doesn't look that way. We still have some votes to count in Texas. But so if you take off the board, let's not count on that anymore. Take that off. We're still waiting. Take that off again. We're back here where we knew we would be.
Yeah, big up everybody tuned in on YouTube, man. Hey, here comes my YouTube live chat, man. Let me read it, man.
Can you do it with the 26, 16,
North
and 10?
Air could
16
come
Michigan,
down
10
and hit
Wisconsin.
random
This is,
person.
you're sitting there now with your sheet.
Oh,
so
someone's
it's all done
saying shouldn't
digitally
fire
now.
in the air.
Some people like old school.
Kanye
Even
for
the
president,
campaigns,
says
you can do it
Lenny.
with paper. And they're going through this
But
because
legs
you
are
got
good.
one in
Yes, Kimberly, how you mean? Legs are
You got
good,
one here.
man.
The question for Maine,
Yeah.
we haven't done Maine yet. I mean, Biden
Arizona
can pick some,
has a
pick some
massive
up in Maine.
amount of
If you
people
turn
from
this up and come
California
here. The question
who
is,
are
do you get them all?
massive.
The wrong thing. There we go. You know, do you get them
All
all,
right.
or do you just get? You have to.
I'm not saying you're
does the
talking
congressional
about
district
the
go back and
past
forth?
election.
So
I
that's
mean
where
the
the interesting
news.
math is now. And
You're breaking it down so I
normally,
can
in a big
understand
race,
how
it
they're
doesn't
doing
come
the
down
vote
to this,
counts.
right?
Thank you.
You're not
You're
worried about
welcome,
one
Lynn. You're
congressional
welcome.
district there.
All right. Big up everybody tuned in on YouTube. Sorry,
get
sorry you
everything
get
else,
neglected
and then,
sometimes.
so
I only
where's
got
the
like
map?
2 devices. You know, man, I flip, man, I switch. You know what I'm saying? All right, so here we go. CNN.
Without a doubt. Then you're talking about lawyers, contested
Lawyers,
fights.
yeah. They're
Some
both
of them
talking about
perfectly
lawyers
normal,
now.
Some of them perhaps outside of normal.
219, 132 on CNN.
Repeatedly, he thinks you should be able to finish counting
Biden
elections
lead.
tonight. It's not the way it works. It's just not the way it
It
works.
ain't gonna happen tonight,
It never works
people.
that way. It was not going to work
It ain't
this
gonna
way
happen
from the
tonight. So what we
beginning
gonna
this
do?
year
Stay
because
up?
of the complexities of the pandemic voting. But
Are we going to stay up
it
or are we
is
going to go
one
to
thing
bed?
watch. The president
Oh,
signaled he
I'll
was going
watch
to do
this
it.
stuff.
We're now at 12:06.
I want to see what time these people are going to go to bed.
Wednesday. He has not done it. That's
They have
good.
to go to bed at some time.
That's good. We should let the process play out. But as we get through this later,
John King is
let's just see.
basically saying it ain't going to happen tonight.
Those battleground
Tucker
states,
Carlson,
so-called blue wall,
let's see what Tucker
so much
says.
of the outstanding vote are the early votes, which were
Tucker,
skewing
come on.
Right, they were. And again, I didn't have Rhode Island still has
There's
not
a
been called
county
on that
in
map
Texas,
too.
many counties in Texas, but Starr County, Texas, which is right at the bottom of
Tucker
South
Carlson.
Texas on the Mexican border. It's one of the
On
poorest
Fox,
counties
bottom
in the
right.
country. I think the 3rd poorest. The per capita income is $7,000 a year, and it's the most Hispanic county in the United States, 96%. So 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won this county. A Democrat has won it every year since Benjamin Harrison. She won it by 60 points. Joe Biden won it by 5 points. So that's in the most Hispanic county in America, a swing of 55 points over one presidential term. So that is a huge change. And the thing, from my perspective, that it tells you is that not everything is racial. White liberals tend to racialize everything, but for most people, economics and culture make the difference. And you're seeing the Republican Party become a party of wage earners in a way that it never has been ever since Abraham Lincoln started it. And I just think that is maybe the biggest change to come out of the Trump first term. And I think it's something that will kind of define politics in this country for a long time. And we should pay a lot of attention to that. Again, people are voting along economic lines, not along the clean racial lines that intersectionality and all these other dumb theories suggest that they would. People who make less are voting Republican in bigger numbers. That's just a big thing. It's never been that way. Now it is.
Is the polling industry dead?
You know, I really hope so. And I could name some of the people who should be fired immediately. And I think I will. I just need to calm down enough to get their names on paper. But clearly, look, the instinct of every, I mean, this is true in every industry because this is a function of human nature, but you cover for yourself and you think of an excuse, your children do it. Well, you know, there's a good reason I did. Okay. No. You screwed up and you have to acknowledge it in order to get better. But we in the media, I think, are particularly good at pretending that there's some reason that we misled our viewers or our readers. And we really should stop doing that because too much is at stake. And the first way to fix it is by holding the people who screwed up accountable, and that's just by firing them. And they can go do something useful like hang drywall or learn to paint or do something else. But they cannot keep discrediting the work of the rest of us.
Yeah, but Tucker Carlson's always very eager to minimize the racial inequality.
With regard to your
And it always brings it back down to money. We already know
polling on top of it.
the rich are rich, are rich, are rich. It don't matter what color they are.
Lawns,
You know what I'm saying?
Of course it is. Where there's signs.
Even for some of them, they still get profiled by racist police. And we already know racist police exist. Who talked about it? The only black Republican senator, Tim Scott of South Carolina. So for Tucker Carlson to always try to minimize race and immigration issues, that's just Tucker Carlson. He's got to stay consistent.
And they should open restaurants. Do you know what I mean? Or learn to fix transmissions.
Open restaurants, fix transmissions.
Tucker is all.
You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever.
On the ratings.
He's saying people who make money are going to vote Republican. Yeah. That people who make money, but not people who work in 3 jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like, income is, what did he say? Median income is $7,000 and they all voting for Trump this time. Maybe they have somebody who's, reaching them and telling them certain things,
Okay, now.
about what you're going to do for them. Can't talk one county in Texas. I'm saying he won the county. Where's the argument? I don't get the argument. Anyway, Fox right now got Trump 258 in their what if board, and they got Biden 234, but that's a what if board.
Donald Trump wins.
All right, check it out. Bottom right, check it out.
He also wins if he wins Pennsylvania. If he wins Wisconsin. Now I'm splitting the congressional districts, but then it's Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Wait, they gave North Carolina to Trump?
And it's possible that he could win Wisconsin.
Hold on.
Here's what I did a moment ago.
They give.
I almost kept up with you.
All right.
Hold on. This is the real board now. No, North Carolina hasn't been called for Trump. Neither has Georgia. It's too close. Even in North Carolina and Georgia. People, the longer this takes for them to call North Carolina and Georgia for Trump, I mean, come on.
100,000 votes.
They need to concentrate on that.
16 separated Hillary Clinton from Donald Trump. 300,000.
This is Fox.
Tonight in 2020, statewide in Michigan, bear with me now, you have roughly a 300,000 margin in the state of Michigan at the moment. A few of these rural counties, Upper Peninsula, still have not checked in. You got a few down here. Let's just see what these counties did 4 years ago. All right. They're all red. This is red. No, sorry. Berry County. So that was a difference of 10,000 votes from 4 years ago. And as of tonight, Berry County is not checked in yet. Right? So that's an outstanding vote, clearly.
Oh, wow.
It's razor close here, all right? We were talking about Milwaukee County a moment ago. Got out the calculator.
Wisconsin.
Wanted to make sure I could get this thing down here, 2020, all right? Milwaukee County from 2016 now was decided by Hillary Clinton by a margin roughly of 162,000 votes. So come out statewide, 2020, where are we now in the state of Wisconsin? By my math, we're about 124,000 votes that separate Trump and Biden in Wisconsin.
I mean, that's not a small margin.
No. It could be significant in a massive way. And Brett, you're talking about the pushback. Everybody's getting the pushback.
76% reported in Wisconsin. Trump is ahead.
Listen, our decision desk went with it. They're telling us there's 1 million votes out there. We'll see if that's the case throughout the night. But to your point about Wisconsin,
Bill, you know what's really great about you?
Sorry?
You produce, you and Styrewall, whenever you're on. Fox News Decision Desk can make a call.
Iowa. Trump.
And that is Iowa.
6.
For President Trump. He will win the state of Iowa, the 6 electoral votes in Iowa. That was tight as you got towards Election Day. He will win Iowa.
808,000 to 694,000.
We haven't made a call in that race yet.
I would just point out that it's a 7-point.
So now it's 227 Biden, 210 Trump, according to Fox.
Just a couple of days ago. So once again, there is a pollster out there that is doing a good job tonight.
I was thinking about that over the weekend,
205
guys, and I remember
to
we were at the
136
Super
for
Bowl,
Biden on CNN.
right, on that Saturday
And you know,
night before the
CNN is
game.
behind
The Des Moines Register
Fox.
was coming out with his Iowa
So
caucus
205
poll,
they got him
and
at
they held it
CNN.
back at 11 o'clock.
227 they got him at on Fox. They got Trump at 210. CNN got Trump at 136. They're just hating, man. And I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm just saying 136. Come on, what's so slow with CNN?
America had moved on to New Hampshire in the primary.
They're just refusing to give Trump the ones that he's won. And I think CNN is being extra cautious because they learned something in 2016.
Advantage for Joni Ernst was substantial. Ann Seltzer.
So Kimberly's saying, I believe the low-income people who voted for Trump were so busy working they don't have time to do research, so they listen to news that most likely is super biased to Trump.
7 points.
Yeah, good point.
Can we
good
just get a
point.
look at the Joni Ernst, Teresa Greenfield board there, guys?
What I can do here for you.
I think we've got a race board here, a Joni Ernst
Senate.
race board of
Look
the
at
Senate.
this.
There we go.
You got it? 6 points at the moment. 92% of the votes been counted. See that guy?
Republicans are feeling confident about that race. If she holds on, that's a big get and one of the vulnerable senators that will get by.
Just watching this here, if you guys want to hang with me a moment, Wayne County.
Yeah, you got Senate matters too, you know.
Not a ton of movement
Ernst,
right here.
Ernst
Detroit,
is
so.
winning. Greenfield.
Well, okay,
786
you guys ready
to
for this?
693. 70,000
I
votes.
I just showed you from 2016 the counties in Michigan that were still outstanding. One was
90,000
blue.
votes.
That was right here, Muskegon County, Michigan, from 2016. In 2020,
They've only counted
this just clocked
14,000
in
votes, man. Come
Trump
on.
with a 4,000 real vote lead along Lake Michigan. Listen, right?
There you
All
go.
right, we can
Keep
vote.
talking.
They're trying to convince
There's that Senate
themselves.
race. It's magic. If we talk about it, we're able to call it. So that Joni Ernst over 51%. Teresa Greenfield gave her a good run for her money. That was a very tight race. And Joni Ernst has secured her spot in the United States Senate and her seat for the Republicans.
Well, let's
as
look
they
at the
look to hold on to the majority.
net gain, the 53-47 we started with. The Senate board now. With that win, that's a hold, obviously. So Republicans holding that seat, and it's still a net gain of 1 for Democrats if you put Mark Kelly out there in Arizona.
Got it. I'll let you do the Senate in a moment. I just want to point this out, guys. It's pretty obvious to me what's happening in Michigan. I mean, this is something you really have to follow closely.
Michigan, watch it.
What happens in Detroit overnight tonight and
Detroit
tomorrow. But this was a county that the president won 4 years ago. These counties all up here too. They were all red, okay? Exception here. And now they're filling in. Well, you have some grays still, but at the moment, he's in this thing in Michigan in a big way, and we can't ignore it. 10,600 votes from 2016 seems to be razor tight again this year.
Interesting.
Yo, they're freaking baffled on Fox, man.
House are many mansions.
They're so baffled they didn't even say we'll be back after these words. You know what I'm saying? Blood clot. They still gotta make their money running them ads. We ain't waiting on no ads.
Right, absolutely. The challenge is to urge people to be
Back to
patient and
CNN.
trust the process. The challenge also is to ease some Democratic jitters because a lot of Democrats came into the night thinking that this would be better. A lot of Democrats just simply thought the animus toward Trump is so deep among the Democrats that they just thought. And the polls, they look at the national polls. And again, we'll see where this ends up. Joe Biden has pulled.
But yeah, like Tucker Carlson was saying, man, if the polls are long, I don't want to hear about polls ever again. Fuck polls.
The flip side is there are a lot of Democrats who said, oh, is this going to happen to us again? So what does Joe Biden have to do? He has to say, let's wait and let's count, which is the right thing to say, whether you're Joe Biden or the president. However, if you're looking at this map now, again, and if you come back, this is where
you know these two didn't sleep much last night. They're not going to get sleep tonight either. I'm not talking about the anchors. I'm talking about Biden and Trump. These are older guys, man. They need their sleep, man.
But if you come back to this map,
right now they should be sleeping, both of them. You know what I mean? I don't know what they're up for. Go to
we're
bed.
Not done with these counts, but Democrats.
Well, even if they're in bed, they can't sleep.
That would just be game over. That would be game changer. Game ended. All right. That one we've projected. That's not going to happen. We haven't finished with that one yet.
When was the last time you had a day off and you went to sleep like You slept for like
The rest of them
an
will
extra
come here.
4 hours. Can't do that if you're president.
Congressional district here, perhaps. But this is the meat and potatoes of presidential politics in the last several years, and it's going to be tonight.
Tonight,
it seems
too.
increasingly. It's already Wednesday morning, 12:29. This could go on throughout the day.
I
We have another
remember.
key race alert.
I remember.
In Georgia right now, 80% of the estimated vote is in, and Donald Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead over Biden, 53% to 45.8%, 16 electoral.
300,000.
Georgia.
297,000 lead.
Nearly 300,000 vote lead. Let's take a closer look at Georgia right now. It looks good for Trump right
So
now.
what about
It does
Atlanta?
look good for Trump if you're looking at the math right now, but you also have to remember the most important thing when you get to a point like this is what's missing, right? So you see 53, 46, you see 297,000 votes, and that sure seems like a lot, especially when you see a number that says you think about 80% of the estimated vote is in.
Yeah.
However, then you come here to metropolitan Atlanta, and you see right here, this is the largest county in the state, Fulton County. It'll be
Only
somewhere ballpark
58% of Atlanta
the
is
statewide
reported.
vote. Joe Biden's at 238, right? 238. Where were we 4 years ago? Hillary Clinton was at 297. So there's some votes there, and we think turnout was higher. We expect turnout to be even higher. So then you want to move over here.
Hillary
to
had
Cobb
297.
Hillary Clinton had 160,000 votes
Right
4
now.
years ago. Where are we right now? Joe Biden's at 163 with 70%. So more of these votes are starting to come in. They're starting to come in. As we move
Atlanta.
over here.
Yeah.
Come one more over.
It's not over.
Gwinnett
Georgia is
County,
not over.
Up to 78% right here. Joe Biden, 56, 186,000. Come back and look at it here. 20,000 more than
166.
Hillary Clinton in the end. So
Shit.
as the votes in the votes here are starting to come in, we're still not full at all.
Biden's
That's
got more
2016. You
votes
come
than
back and look at it
Clinton,
here,
and they're not even
53%.
finished
So
counting.
if you're
Biden's
looking
got
at it, you
more
think,
votes
okay,
than
that
Clinton,
looks insurmountable, but it's
and
starting to come
when
back.
it was 100% counted to Clinton, Biden's already got more votes than Clinton, and it's only partial counted.
Yeah, and Fulton County, home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time, and they still have 48,000 mail-in ballots to go to count. Of course, Georgia had 2 weeks to process these, but they couldn't start counting these mail-in ballots until the polls closed. So we know we're going to be waiting for a
Biden
bit
can
on
pull
the edge
ahead
of
in
our
these
seats
counties.
as we find out what's going on in Fulton. And then when you look at other places like DeKalb, only 31% reported in DeKalb there in Georgia. What do you make of that, John Keene?
I make it that they're having a slow count. And so you mentioned, so if Fulton County's going to wait, so you're waiting on votes there. The question is, can Joe Biden get close enough to make those
DeKalb
votes count?
County.
It's a slow count.
A Stone
And
Mountain.
so
in
again,
there.
we just waited for a long time, and then Virginia gave us a big dump. They're trying to get through it. It gets frustrating at this point, especially you're trying to figure out a winner. But that is the
Telling
election
you,
here.
man,
So
when they vote, when they
say
count those
30%
mail-ins.
Again, this is a place where you look at that big number. If you come out here and you look at the big number, you say, wow, that's insurmountable, 297,000. But then you remember how many people live around here. So you come back in.
Yeah, Atlanta.
And you're at 30%. Joe Biden has 102,000. So
Yeah.
we got a long way to go. Back in 2016,
2016,
Hillary Clinton got
250.
251,000 votes
So
just
there's
in
another,
this county.
yeah,
Just in this county.
There's another
and so you're still counting votes, which means
140,000.
there's some to be banked. Does Joe Biden get them all? We don't know.
Yeah.
But we do know that he's doing better in the suburbs. He tends to be doing a little bit better than Hillary Clinton in the suburbs. Let's see if we can see this and see if it plays
If
out.
he
Again,
can
the vote count
surpass
is
Clinton's
incomplete, so
numbers,
sometimes this
he's
can get
all
you
right.
a little bit off. But if you look at places, there it is. Where is Joe Biden outperforming Hillary Clinton by 5% or more? It's right here around Metro Atlanta.
Around
So
Atlanta.
he's doing better than Clinton did 4 years ago, and we know there's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't get
Trump
give up,
is
and you hang in and you wait.
301,000
Because
votes
especially,
ahead
remember the governor's
right
race,
now in Georgia.
Stacey Abrams versus the Republican governor now, Brian Kemp. There was a lot of bad blood among Democrats who thought the votes were suppressed, who did not think votes were counted fairly, who did not think the process played out correctly. So the last thing
They
any
already
Democrat
suppressed the votes. That's why Stacey Abrams become a household name, trying to fight
everybody
that.
be patient and wait and count the votes. There's a raw history in Georgia on this issue, in many states on this issue, but especially right here. And again, you don't know, right? When you see that Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton in the area where Pam just detailed. There's a lot of votes still to be
Well,
counted.
put it this way.
Again, you come back
By 2000, I think 30 or 40,
President's now
right?
300,000 votes ahead.
There's going to be more people
That's a good place to be.
the majority of the people in America
Keep counting.
will not be white.
Trump was
It will be a combination of African American, Latino, and Asian, and other. There will be more of those added together than white people. So this whole election thing is going to shift in the years to come. The Republican Party, regardless of whether Trump wins tonight or not, are going to have to figure out what they're going to do, because things are going to change, and they're going to change fast on them.
Second congressional district.
So that party is going to be divided, whether Trump wins or not. It's either going to be divided this coming February or in February in 4 years.
0.3%, 60% of the vote still out.
One set of them are going to just follow Trump and the Trump family and Jared Kushner and his daughter and his brothers, her brothers, and it's just going to be called the Trump Party, in my opinion. And the other one
Start to figure it out.
is going to be people who
Nebraska, it's in this part of
basically
the eastern part of the state. That's where Democrats
come
again,
to
Omaha, the suburbs, Lincoln, the suburbs.
be the traditional Republican Party.
In those areas in recent years, the
And
president.
if they can get the racist rhetoric out of their goddamn
It looks like he's going to win Nebraska.
talking,
He'll win this.
they'll get people to support
We'll see
them.
what happens. Maine
But
gets a
let's
little more
see.
complicated. Again,
Maine.
townships in Maine, so the map looks a little different than many other states. We're waiting to fill in the votes here. The
Fucking
second
Maine.
congressional district.
Yo,
is
one
the
time
more
I went to
conservative
Maine,
district.
I was driving like 10 days and I was still in Maine.
Again, 47% right now.
John
Democrats,
Star.
Biden's lead in Maine would be more.
7-hour drive, Rasta.
If it stretches out a little bit, then we'll see. We have to wait the rest of the votes to be counted. But yes, those votes can matter when you go through it, especially if you want to come over and take a look at it. So last time, remember, the President of the United States won the 2 congressional districts, if you will. This was a big deal. And the
All
Trump
right, let's see
campaign,
what Karl Rove
he
said.
went there on purpose.
Hold on, Karl Rove. Karl Rove on Fox. When this guy talks, you
path to
listen.
victory. And look, there are more votes out there. Last time around, there were about 2.4 million votes cast. This time around, there are about 2,573,000 cast. So if there, you'd think that given the rest of the country where we're seeing a significant increase in turnout, that there are some more votes out there. And you know, the issue, though, is how do they have to divide? Right now, if you're up by basically, it keeps changing here, about 300, call it 200,000 votes, then you got to win. You got to win about 600 to 400, and that's entirely possible. But I'm not certain I disagree with the call, but I think maybe it's a little premature. I'd be careful to understand how many more votes are out there. I'm confident the desk is doing that, but this is one where a little bit of caution might be useful.
Okay, we do have another call to make, and that is a major call to announce the Fox News decision desk can now project that former Vice
Biden
President
won
Joe
Minnesota.
Biden will defeat President Trump in the key battleground state of Minnesota.
10 votes.
There was some hope in the Trump campaign that they could pull out Minnesota. It was very close.
53.3 to 44.7.
But the decision desk now calling
1,226,000, 1,000,027.
That was one that.
This is Fox. This is Fox.
We've spoken a lot about, very near and dear.
237 for Biden, 210 for Trump.
She said that she felt very confident that Minnesota would stay in the blue
only
column,
needs
and indeed it has.
33
more.
more.
We're at right now, 237 now on the path to 270 for Joe Biden, and the president is at 210 at this point, with a lot of states out there still to call. Brett, yeah.
Just thinking,
It's going to the courts.
Later, and
Neither side's going to want to admit defeat now.
Turbulence and turmoil and all this stuff going
This
on.
is Fox. This is Fox.
And so far, one state has flipped from 2016. Right? One state is all. That's all that's happened.
Shut up, Hume, you fucking prick. The other ones haven't reported. 5 can flip, you blood clot.
The fall that
Britt Hume, you little wanker.
Important election in our life.
Actually, he's tall.
It was the most important presidential election since the last presidential election, and it's kind of turning out that way, isn't it?
They just don't want to admit it sometimes.
Brazil
tells you something about Arizona.
Well, I told.
They're setting up their viewers to fight Arizona, like to act like Arizona was stolen or something. Here's Donna Brazil, a crooked Democrat, but go on.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate that. Yes, we were hearing from the Trump campaign, as John Roberts said, that they.
Isn't it odd that when Fox do have a Democrat on, she's like a crook one? Anyway.
don't believe that Arizona is at least this far gone this early. You also have the Arizona governor, Doug Ducey, tweeting. He said, it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported, and we haven't even started to count. Early ballots dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protected Election Day. Let's count the votes, all the votes, before making
So you're telling me the
declarations.
conservatives went and voted early? Shut up.
President
Oh,
Trump
please.
visited and campaigned.
No way.
And people who have been working.
I just refuse to believe people who mailed in their ballots and went and voted early were majority Trump fans and Republicans. It's just nowhere will that happen.
I just want to mention
He told them to go to the ballot box that day.
In a matter of minutes, we'll obviously take you there. If that happens, that raises all kinds of questions about what he
Joe
might
Biden
say.
to make a statement shortly.
He had said earlier that if he felt that he was ahead, he was going to come out and make that declaration that he was ahead. The
Donna,
campaign.
why would he speak?
Go to bed.
I have no indication that he will speak, but if he decides to, perhaps is to tell everyone to be patient.
Go to bed.
I can tell you that my phone and all of my other devices are blowing up. I want to just mention about Arizona. I mean, if you look at
Biden's going to come tell everybody, I'm going to bed.
President was 4 years ago. He won by 91,000 votes. Look at the votes coming in, Maricopa County, Tucson area. There's a likelihood that the numbers that we're seeing now in Arizona will stand, and that the Democrats will pick up that one state.
All right, Chris.
Thank you,
I have heard from the Biden
Trump
campaign
won
why
Michigan by 13,000 votes.
That Al Gore made
in
a big
2016.
mistake in 2000.
He's up by 300,000 right now.
Speaking
Well, that's only 53% reporting.
necessarily accepting or declaring victory, but acting like he was the victor, and they thought that he was always in defense versus George W. Bush during that entire recount. So I think they expect that there's going to be some litigation that goes on here, and they want to approach it, to a certain degree as just PR, but from a position of strength as opposed
Fox
to
has it.
catch up.
I mean, CNN has it. 205 Biden, 136 Trump.
With Minnesota,
205 Biden, 136 Trump.
is now at
Fox, who's ahead in their calls,
away,
has it.
6 electoral votes away.
235 Biden,
Number of 270, and I was
210 Trump.
they're outstanding.
235 Biden,
Pennsylvania
210 Trump.
16, Wisconsin 10, North.
CNN is giving Trump only 136 right now.
There are.
That means they're not even, CNN is not even calling Florida or Texas for Trump yet.
Him to get those 33 electoral votes that would put him at 270.
For all the grief, though, that the Biden people gave to just the story of President Trump coming out on election night and saying that he was going to be the victor.
Well, I don't think he's going to say he's the victor.
No, but he's going to say that it's not over, and
I think he'll be stronger than that.
That I'm going to win?
No.
That's the victor.
Well, no, I don't think he's going to say that. I think one of the things some of the sources are telling me is he's going to pitch this as this was, he apparently won Lackawanna County, includes Scranton, and he's going to say this is Main Street versus Wall Street. And it's basically a campaign speech, but to act like he's in the command position without declaring victory.
Okay, let's bring in Arnon Mishkin, director of the Fox News Decision Desk. Arnon, we're getting a lot of incoming here.
Fox News is questioning its own people, man. Ain't this funny, man? Ain't this funny, man?
Sure of that call.
They're double checking with their own people. Like, how can you do this?
Absolutely, we've made.
They're in denial, yo.
Half hour
Listen.
of debating. Is it time yet? Because it's been clear for a while that the former vice president is in the lead in Arizona and was most likely to win the state. It has been in the category that we call knowable but not callable for about an hour. We finally called it. Right now, yes, there are some outstanding votes in Arizona. Most of them are coming from
come on, bro.
Of the outstanding votes there are there. We're right now sitting on a race that is Biden at 53%, Trump at 46%. I'm sorry, the president is not going to be able to take over and win enough votes to eliminate that 7-point lead that the former vice president has.
Yeah, they have said that they believe that he will get 65% of the outstanding votes, which they claim are at 1 million to 1.1 million. You're saying that the universe of votes that's still out there is much lower than that?
We think the universe of votes is outstanding is lower than that, and we believe that, I'm sorry, he's not getting anywhere near 65% of that. And that's why we made this call. I mean, this is a call
Fox
that's
is
sitting in
doubting
our
its own
statistical
people.
models at
They're in denial.
At a T-stat of 4 or more in all the different ways we.
Well, speaking in English, what does that mean?
Sorry, well, that means we're 4 standard deviations from being wrong, and I'm sorry, we're not wrong in this particular case.
Okay. Well, let's bounce around just a little bit, Arnon, since we have you here. Let's go to North Carolina. We're looking live in Wilmington, Delaware, waiting on the motorcade and the former vice president to say something, as Chris was talking about there. But let's talk about North Carolina and where we are. It seems like this is a very, very tight race. Where are you seeing that?
It is a tight race. The president seems to have an advantage in North
2.73 to 2.65.
94
reported.
Ago, it looked like he had even greater advantage. The question in North Carolina that we have is how much vote is really outstanding, how much of that vote is mail-in versus election day, because the interesting thing about this election is it's not just about figuring out how much Joe Biden is getting and how much Donald Trump is getting. It's also about how people are voting, because what we've seen today is that the people who voted by mail or voted early by a huge number tended to be Democratic.
See?
The people who voted on election day tended to be Republican.
See?
North Carolina is one of those states where they count the early vote first to a certain extent, and they count a bunch of it late. But right now we're sitting at something where the president has an advantage in the state, but it's not yet at a callable advantage, and that's why we haven't called it.
Ooh,
All right, well, we have to take a look at
130,000
Georgia as well, Arnon. Let's put that up on the screen.
Come on, North Carolina.
What are you seeing in Georgia? It looks
Georgia.
like the president has a very solid lead with
53 to
83% of the vote in.
Is this Fulton County?
Georgia is one of those states that's close, and there's a debate going on, and really is there any path for Joe Biden to get the lead in Georgia? And so far we do not. It's not clear there is a path. It's a state that could easily fall into the president's camp shortly.
16 electoral votes.
How many?
You want me to check? I can try. I brought my computer down here. If you want me to check, I will. I mean, how confusing do you want me to be?
No. I just want. We're watching the motorcade arriving there, and the horns are honking. All right. We're close, you're saying, to Georgia.
In Georgia, I would say we're close, yes.
Okay, let's go to Michigan while we have you. Michigan and Wisconsin. Let's just start at Michigan.
Okay. Michigan.
Where
this is Fox, the analytics guy.
Lead in Michigan. We believe that what we're looking at right now is heavily election day vote, where in Michigan the president did extremely well according to our Fox.
165,000.
What's outstanding?
1,065,000. 1,032,000 to Biden.
Gets counted later.
56%.
That's why this is a state where it's really sort of the final result is likely to be much closer. And yes, in this case, I think the former vice president has a much better chance than he has in, say, Georgia, even though Georgia
16 electoral votes in Michigan. Remember, Biden, by Fox's numbers,
the top line
needs
in terms of what's actually
30.
Happen. It's different.
And Wisconsin.
Do you have the top line?
Yeah, we have the top line in Wisconsin, which has the president up. Hold on one second. 51.5.
Yeah, the president is up in these. In our models, that's not the way it's looking right now. This is a state where, if you ask me the probabilities based on the models and the vote we're seeing and the way it's being counted, the former vice president has a fairly good chance of prevailing in Wisconsin.
We just gave Michigan and Wisconsin to Biden, man. People, that's 26 votes.
You're going to be able to call Georgia.
Biden needs 35.
Or do you think that those are going to be until tomorrow?
North Carolina's 16.
We are hoping to be able to call at least one of those southern states this evening. I do not know about the Rust Belt states, and my team would kill me if I went further
Georgia is going to go to Trump.
Get off the air right now.
But he basically just said Wisconsin and Michigan are going to go to Biden.
I think we're going to hear from the former vice president.
And he's won Minnesota already.
County, as Chris Wallace suggested, and in the Scranton area.
It's going to come down to Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Either or. Pennsylvania, 20 votes.
Is a state that could easily take several days to count the mail-in vote.
He's talking about Pennsylvania.
A lot of mail-in vote. We believe, that it's one of those states where it can arrive a few days late. So far, according to the decisions, but it's possible that this is a state where you need to do two things. One, you need to get all the decision teams to agree who has won the state, you need to get the arithmetic right. But the second is that this is a state that could easily fall into serious litigation. But this is also a state where, this is one of those states where we knew from the get-go, and we talked about it at the earlier today, that this was a state where we anticipated that the election day vote would be reported very early. We anticipated a solid Trump lead in early votes, and we suggested don't pay that much attention to the raw vote initially because that could change. The same thing was true in the South, but the reverse, where we said don't pay attention to the likelihood of a blue mirage, or that Joe Biden would be doing really well in many of the southern states, including Florida, frankly, North Carolina, Georgia, and so far Florida obviously fell to the president.
But the path to 270, when you look at it for President Trump and you look at it for former Vice President Biden.
The path to 270 for the president is to make sure he wins Georgia and North Carolina, the outstanding ones in the South, and then that he gets probably Pennsylvania and Montana, and I believe then he gets over 270, or he gets barely, and then he probably also will need to win either Wisconsin or Michigan. That's the path. The path for Joe Biden is win Nevada, win Wisconsin, win Michigan, and I think and win either Nebraska too, which is still outstanding, and where Biden currently has.
Well, thank you very much, Arnon. We appreciate your time.
Thank you
for back in there so we can make some more calls.
Yes, Chief.
Thanks, Arnon.
So we're looking at the scene where Joe Biden is about to come out, and to me, it's reminiscent of what we saw in the primaries. When states were not being called, like Iowa, right? And then we started
I'm telling you, no side is going to want to accept defeat now. It's going to be really close.
But we feel really good about what happened tonight.
Here comes Joe.
And I think that's the pattern. I think that's what we're going to see.
There was a difference because then you were in Iowa and you were building towards New Hampshire. There was a reason. Here it's a little different. I think he's really doing it just so psychologically.
Here's Joe Biden.
If they end up in challenges, he thinks he looks stronger.
All right, here's the former Vice President Joe Biden with Dr. Joe Biden. Let's listen in.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
That means we're fighting anything that makes us lose it.
We knew because of the unprecedented
early voting.
Vote, that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I'd walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandmama, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Former Vice President Joe Biden and his wife Jill Biden saying this race isn't over, saying he feels good, count every vote. He said one of the nets called Arizona. That would be Fox News called Arizona, and we do not retract that. We just had Arnon Michigan on saying that they stand by that 100%. You heard it here live.
So the vice president, former vice president, saying we believe we are on track to win this election. That's about as much as he could say at this point, but he wanted to put forward a positive mood for the evening and to assure everybody that was hanging in there with him that he has a good feeling about the states to come. And Chris, he did establish that sort of lean forward posture tonight.
Yes, and I thought the key line was count every vote, because there's going to be a pressure. You're already seeing it from the Trump campaign to invalidate some of these votes that were, quote, fixed or cured. You're going to see efforts to stop the vote counting at a certain point, or to say if the votes haven't come in.
That's going to be like
by election day.
There was a comment the other day on Twitter,
Counting individual votes.
and somebody was like,
past any polls, we're past any.
they're talking about looting businesses and looting shops.
County.
While they're not even hiding the fact that they're talking about planning to loot your vote.
And Brett.
Hold on, Brett. We'll just add up these.
So here's Trump just tweeting, "We are up big, but they're trying to steal the elections in capital letters. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." See, so Trump is already leaning on the fact that they're going to try to steal the election. We will never accept that. So Trump is already leaning on basically having his people not accept whatever happens, which he's not confident of the win. Why would he mention uncounted votes, etc.?
There's a lot of vote out, still not tabulated.
Here's Britt Hume, the idiot.
63 and 75%.
These guys are in denial on Fox.
According to one estimate I just saw, and Trump's up 15. Now there's a lot of vote out, and that's not final, but you'd rather be him than Biden at this moment in that state.
Dana, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm just thinking about, from a communication standpoint, if you're President Trump and you're at the White House tonight and you see Biden go out there, I would imagine you're going to see the president within the next 45 minutes.
Within the last few seconds, he said, "I will be making a statement."
Well, see, I'm tracking.
You are tracking.
So yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't think there's any way that you could go to bed tonight and not say something if We'll see how they handle that. I think that the other thing is, we haven't talked a lot about any of the governor's races, but I do think that in Montana, the Republicans were able to pick that up as well.
And in terms of communications, the president will say whatever he's going to say, and he's already indicated on Twitter that he will probably warn about the election being stolen. And so I would expect that we'll hear that kind of language from him tonight, Dana.
Yep, I think you will. I would, not that anybody
Trump
takes my
might come
advice anymore,
and
but
kind of try to get his supporters with the guns to go out there and cause trouble. And
they counted me out in 2016. They were going to try to count me out again in 2020. Look at where we are. I can be patient. I'm going to wait till tomorrow. We'll let these votes get counted, but I can guarantee you I'm going to win, and I am not going to let any legal challenge go without my guys being on the ground, being able to fight it.
Yeah.
Donna Brazil, you were around when Al Gore, as we talked about earlier. And the statement that was made and not conceding and then pulling that back.
Donna Brazil, one of the ones who rigged it so Hillary can be the nominee.
Getting ready to talk as well.
When you have your supporters, as we did at the War Memorial in Nashville, Tennessee, I mean, it was raining, it was cold. We knew that the results would trigger an automatic recount. So as we drove up to the War Memorial, I'll never forget, Michael Hooley was back in the war room, and he called up to Michael Feldman, who got to Al Gore, to say, step back. So it's important that I think the vice president made a good move in telling not just his supporters, but all Americans to be patient, that there's still a lot of votes to come in. We may not know the final results in several states until tomorrow. And now we'll hear what the president has to say. But here's the thing. The vice president has picked up all of the states so far that Hillary Clinton carried, and possibly one that Donald Trump carried. So it's important that he continues to convey that message to not just his supporters, but the American people.
All right,
Fox has 237 for Biden, 213 for Trump.
Well,
CNN has 215 for Biden, 165 for Trump. CNN won't even give Trump Texas, man.
All kinds of predictions.
What the F, man?
Getting in excess of 300 electoral votes.
CNN's stingy in her ass, man.
And one state is flipped.
They won't even give Trump Texas, man.
But
anyway.
Not much has changed tonight.
Well, one thing has changed. Martha McSally out in Arizona says she is not conceding in that Senate race to Mark Kelly, saying, like Mark said, every vote should be counted, with 1 million votes to be counted and no election day results reported from Maricopa County. The decision to make a call at this point is irresponsible. We will continue to wait for votes to come in. This race is not over. That is from the spokesperson for Martha McSally. That race has been called by Fox and won, as we heard from Arnie Michigan. Both the Senate race and the state, they are sticking by 100%.
Well, I think that what you're seeing here is posturing, and I think in some ways you could say that about Joe Biden as well. But here you have in Arizona, it's become kind of, the Alamo, if you will, for President Trump and a number of Republicans, including McSally. I mean, right now, if you listen to the results, they would say
we all know what happened to David Crockett in Alamo, man. You know how many times I watched the Disney movie?
I don't think anyone's going to argue with that. The argument would come in where the president says that the Biden camp wants to steal, and here I'm quoting, the election. And that kind of language at this moment seems pretty aggressive. You didn't hear that from Biden. He said he felt he was in good position and went through some of the numbers. I mean, said, not the numbers, but said specifically he felt he was in good position in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and still in the game in Georgia. I'd like to hear what President Trump has to say with regard to how he sees a path to 270. It seems to me, though, that when you start talking about steal, again, it's just
Fox has
aggressive. And at this
moment, by saying they're going to steal the election, that's typical Donald Trump. What else you want him to be? You can't change your colors in the last day.
That the president is also going to obviously bring up the Arizona call when he comes out, and probably
may bring up Fox News.
We're ready for it.
We won't be called a network.
you know, beating the bushes and trying to make sure that that call is correct. You heard Arne in Michigan just moments ago explaining why they made that call.
It was a T4.
It was a P4.
T4. I think it's a T4.
Yes.
I didn't really follow it all.
Right. 4 variations from the standard deviation.
That's right.
As you know. If you'd like me to explain more, I'd be happy.
The reason CNN is not calling Georgia for Trump is because the Atlanta region and the suburbs, you know, have a lot of African American votes, have a lot of early votes, have a lot of mail-in votes, and you know, it's a big, heavy African American, and you know, and a lot of mail-in votes are you know, going to go Biden's way, and they're not calling Georgia for Trump. That's basically it, you know. Fox, I think they did call Georgia for Trump.
To really know at the moment here. What did I say?
This is Fox now talking about Michigan.
Okay, so here's 2016. Here's Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump by about 300,000 votes in that one county. So
in that one
county,
county, she got 517,000.
Back to 2020.
Biden has
We're
206,000.
starting to fill in a little bit here, but still far from conclusion.
59% reported in Michigan.
Count, guys,
Biden is up.
difference in
Trump
Wayne
is up by
County in
300,000.
2016 is just about the same difference we are right now, 300,000 votes between Trump and Biden in the entire state. So that's why we're hanging on down here to see what comes of it.
Detroit.
There's a few counties up here, not highly populated. They haven't checked in either. But I can tell you, the red, because of the voting tendency they had from 4 years ago. Now, what's going on in Wisconsin? Really good question here. You've got...
Yo, these people are confused as
fuck. 100,000 votes right now.
100,000 votes difference.
Biden
Trump is
trails
ahead.
by 100,000 votes. They continue to click in here, but still 100,000. So the president's hanging on right now here in Wisconsin. I can tell you the campaign feels good about Wisconsin, and I almost want to suggest they feel better about Wisconsin than they do Michigan. But we'll see as we work our way throughout the night here. I'll just check on Nevada.
Oh no.
Been there yet.
Fox hasn't called it for. Fox hasn't called Georgia for Trump either.
Also the,
Fox hasn't called it either.
Had been delayed a little bit, so these are just numbers that are trickling right now. 6 electoral votes in Nevada, and we'll see which way that breaks. So, look, you know, 270 is the game, and at 1 o'clock in the morning.
16 Georgia, 20 Pennsylvania. These are electoral votes. What's at stake? 20 in Penn.
The campaign saying they got more than a million
Remember,
votes that are out.
Biden is at 237, so he only needs 33.
We'll see how that transpires throughout the evening. Let's do a little what if, shall we?
If he wins
President holds
Pennsylvania
Georgia,
and
North
Wisconsin,
Carolina.
it's over.
Joe Biden.
If he wins
Say
Pennsylvania
picks up
and
Nevada,
Georgia, it's over.
seem to be about 2
If
or
he
3
wins
points pre-election
Pennsylvania
day.
and North
He's
Carolina, it's
at
over.
243. Leave Pennsylvania out of it. What happens if the Trump team takes Wisconsin and we go to bed tonight and perhaps Biden comes back?
Even
and
if
Detroit has a
Trump
good
wins
stand?
Wisconsin,
He's at 259. I don't want to leave.
if
out
Trump wins
Alaska. Sorry
Wisconsin,
about that.
it still
Love
doesn't
Alaska,
matter.
Love Denali National Park, all that stuff. So we could,
And then you've got the 2 congressional districts.
That's correct, and it's kind of a push here. If you go Maine to Trump, and you go Nebraska to Biden, you go. I don't know. No one's sleeping.
It's all going to come
So
down
I
to
was about to say,
Pennsylvania.
we
It
go
looks
bed
like
tonight, but
people.
We're not doing that. It's 260.
The way he's doing it, it's going to
Pennsylvania
come down
hangs
to
out there.
Pennsylvania.
Just for kicks here, let's take Michigan away and give it to Trump. He's got it.
Yeah.
If we were to give Biden Wisconsin, that pulls him back again from that 270 threshold, which
Biden can't
was the
lose.
focus again on the
Biden can't
Keystone
lose both
State.
Wisconsin and Michigan.
Can we pull?
He can't lose them
the
both.
Michigan. We're talking about Michigan. The Senate race there.
Sure
John
can.
James and Gary Peters. I think we have a race board here. Or you have one. There we go.
Yeah, pretty commanding. It looks a little bit like President Trump, but a few more raw votes, about 330,000 advantage in the raw votes right now between Peters and James. I see that on the screen right now also. Could I go back to Pennsylvania while we have the time? Do we?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So here's Pennsylvania.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I thought you were going to take a commercial. Kidding. Here's 68% in Pennsylvania, right? So Biden just mentioned Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. I find this a bit remarkable. About 155,000 raw votes and 71,900 for Trump. In 2016, 363 for Hillary Clinton, 257 for Trump. So he lost the county, lost the city of Pittsburgh by about 110,000 votes, roughly. So in 2020, sorry guys, let me just get the
now he's up.
dial up here. There's a difference of about roughly
120,000
80,000 votes, but there's more votes outstanding in Pittsburgh. He also mentioned Scranton, Lackawanna County. I've been showing this throughout the night. Chris mentioned this a moment ago. Joe Biden came back to take a lead right there in that county of Lackawanna. Then I popped down here to Philadelphia. I find this interesting. This is Bucks County. There's a lot of votes out there in Bucks County. Bucks County is a razor-thin.
Trump is ahead by 20,000.
County has been that way for 8 years. It really is a battleground within the battleground. Now, you go back to 2016 to see the way it came out.
Clinton won by 2,000.
Back in 2012, same story between Obama and Romney. In 2020, well, I mean, the president has a lead right now, but you've got about 21,000 vote difference between the two men there. And I just pop around here quickly, Montgomery County, Biden with a slight edge there, down here in Chester County.
Late votes, man. It's all going to be Biden, man.
Here. But this
Don't panic, man.
Philadelphia, as we move out.
If you want Biden to win, do not panic, man.
Thank you very much.
Don't panic.
It is almost
That's all I'm going to say.
1 a.m. on the East Coast,
You
and
know,
we are still at it.
that's all I'm
and
saying.
I think we'll still be at it for some time.
Don't panic. All right, Fox going on commercial. Fox 1.
All right, let's reset the night, and here's what we know at this hour in the race to 270. Alaska is too early to call, but President Trump is in the lead there. President Trump has won the 29 electoral votes in the state of Florida tonight. That was the big state that he took at the beginning of the night. Former Vice President Biden has won the state of Arizona, a state that President Trump won 4 years ago.
Nail Biden election, a headline on
So
CNN.
far. Minnesota has also gone to the vice president this evening, despite the hopes of the Trump team to
Nail
land
Biden
Minnesota.
election.
There's Texas, which was a bit closer than
A headline on
anticipated.
CNN.
The Biden campaign thought they might have a shot there, but that has gone clearly to President Trump. He will also take the states of, as I said, of Texas and Iowa also tonight.
All right, let me see some of the comments of people on
margin. So that is a look at where we stand
man.
right now. We are waiting
Trump said he
on
was
a number
planning
of
on
states,
banning
waiting on
gay
Pennsylvania,
marriage.
waiting on Georgia,
Why do
waiting on
people still
Wisconsin
vote for
and
him? My
Michigan.
dad's side of the
And
family
course, this
always
is,
say they're proud of their kids.
we have a ways to go.
North Carolina.
To
North
not
Carolina's
black.
still out there as well.
As you look at
Good
the
morning,
race to
guys from
270,
India. What's going on, Harsh? How you
to
doing?
213, they are still standing.
Sahil,
alongside
where
that
you
map,
at? We want
ready
Trump.
to pounce
Sahil
on
wants
the,
Trump.
to be the winners.
Okay, Sahil.
John
You don't
Roberts
sound
is
like you're
standing
American,
by
though.
With the Trump campaign,
It don't matter
reaction.
what
The
you want,
president
bro, if
says,
you're not
John, that he's
American.
going to speak tonight, and obviously we've seen the tweets already.
Harsh.
Yeah, he is. He tweeted just
Harsh
a short time ago.
Parkhanda,
He says,
what's
I'll be
going
making
on?
a statement tonight, a big
From
win,
India.
to which Joe Biden responded, it's not
Yeah.
my place or President Trump's place to declare a winner. It is the voters' place to do that. The president also tweeting something that already Twitter has slapped a disclaimer on.
Wow.
Let's punch through that disclaimer. The president saying, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Twitter saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or
It
other
is
civic
misleading.
process. So they're monitoring the president pretty
Trump is already
closely,
setting
even
people up
at
so
1
that
o'clock in the
if he
morning, though it's
lose,
a little earlier on the West
he
Coast,
can
we
say
should
it was
point out.
stolen.
No idea when President Trump is going to come down to speak to the crowd that is gathered here in the East Room of the White House.
Which
It
crowd?
could be any minute now. It may not be.
He's
until
not coming. He already
perhaps
tweeted.
Georgia is.
He's gonna make
called.
people
If
wait.
We do manage to call Georgia. There's no timing
All right,
on
let's
it.
let's listen to Axelrod on CNN.
Though
that he
Arnold,
needed to
Michigan
win.
came down.
Axelrod, former Obama
Arizona
2008
would be
advisor.
A bonus for them.
Needs a
But
haircut,
I just
David.
have to say, the president and his folks said that they were going to bring out this big turnout. They did bring out this big turnout. They deserve credit for knowing what they were doing. The president currently has 60 million votes. There's still more than 20% to be counted. He only got 63 million 4 years ago.
What's up,
so
Mr.?
he's going to add to his total in a really significant way. And I think that's going to be
A
surprising.
lot
to
of people came out to vote this election. That's
but
for
he
sure.
has a following. It's
On
in
both
these rural
sides.
areas. He brought them out, and he is
Bring
in
him
this
out,
game.
bring
I would
him out,
still
bring
rather
him
be
out.
Joe Biden at this point.
You think
because
his path is clearer?
You know, here's the thing. We knew that this scenario would unfold this way. We knew that the early vote that we saw recorded in these states was going to be the votes that were casted on the day of the election, and we knew that they would favor Donald Trump. We also know that the ballots that are going to be cast after, in Pennsylvania, for example, 3/4 of the ballots early ballots that were mailed in were from Democrats. So that's going to vastly change the picture there. It's likely to do so in Michigan and Wisconsin as well. So there's a lot. There are many pages to be turned on this story, and I think one of the reasons, I think John's quite right, one of the reasons the White House is so vehement about fighting what's going on in Arizona, the count in Arizona, is because that is not good for their narrative.
Oh, no.
And it's also not good for their path. If he loses Arizona, then he really has to win a couple of those states, not just Pennsylvania.
Arizona was really a cushion for Joe Biden. And so the Democrats that I've been texting with are very happy about that. But if you take a step...
By the way, we have not called Arizona.
That's right. That's right. But
Fox
they're
has
very happy that it seems to be going their way. And we take a step back and you look at the 4 years. David was just saying the
All right,
president
people.
got 60 million. He's
Let me
getting
tell you
60 million
something,
plus
right?
this time.
Watch this. Watch this.
The
watch
country
this.
is divided. The map, so far at least.
All right, let's turn this down. I just wrote down what's going on, right? So 2016, it's very simple, right? Actually, it's not, but we're going to make it simple, right? 2016, Pennsylvania, presidential election. Right? In 2020, right now what we're looking at is this. All right? In 2016, Donald Trump won Pennsylvania. Right? He got a total of 2,912,000. Okay? 2,912,000. Hillary Clinton, but Donald Trump got 48.8%. Hillary Clinton got 47.6%. She had 2,844,000. 2,844. Third party Johnson had 142,006. So 142,6. And then the other ones had 50,000 and 20,000. Sorry, 49,000 and 20,000. That's what? 69,000. So you add the third party people, right? So you end up with 211,000 people didn't vote for either one of them. Let's forget that. All right? Because remember, there is no third party like that anymore in this election. But look at this. Right now, with votes counted in Pennsylvania, and they're allowed to count the mail-in votes until Friday, Donald Trump is trailing his total of 2016 by less than 300,000, 290,000. Let's call it 300,000. Hillary Clinton, as unpopular as she was, right? She got 2.8 million. Right now, Joe Biden is at 1.9 million. Donald Trump is almost to his personal best in Pennsylvania. He's only 300,000 away from that. Let's say he gets that, right? Let's say he gets that. Hillary Clinton had 2.8 when everything was counted. Donald Trump is very close to his total of 2016. Joe Biden, who is from Pennsylvania, born there, and is more popular than Hillary Clinton, is 900,000 votes away. So if, from what Hillary Clinton had, and then there's 211,000 votes of third-party people who didn't vote for either Clinton or Trump. The difference between Trump and Clinton was 60, 15, was what? 284,000. So 2.8 million. 2,844,000 to 2,900,000. So 840 minus 912. Right? So that's 12 minus 56. 12 and 56. So that's 68. 68. Right? 680,000. Oh, 68,000. 840 plus 840 plus 60,000 is 900,000 and another 12. 904,000 and another 8. 68. Well, the third party candidates got 211,000. So you're telling me Joe Biden can't get 68,000 out of these 211 people to go vote for him instead? Or say half of them? If half of them go and vote for Biden, he's winning. Yo, Biden is winning Pennsylvania, like he just said, man. But that's going to take till Friday. So we're not going to know till Friday. Donald Trump is going to have between tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday and Friday night. He's going to try to agitate and nitpick and all of that. And that's why they said that in the morning, the Republicans are taking some ballots in Pennsylvania to court to try to invalidate those particular ballots. Not all of them, some of them. So this is going to be crazy. This is going to be in the courts. And wouldn't it be something if the Supreme Court, that the same Donald Trump pretty much picked two of them and has given himself and the right wing the advantage, if they just stuck to the law and they said, no, these votes have to get, they'll be counted fine, and, because remember how George Bush ended up winning by, those votes that Al Gore could have kept fighting it, but he just didn't want to. I don't think Joe Biden is going to concede because, for the future of our country. Fuck no.
Tonight.
That was the biggest mistake Al Gore made in retrospect.
And segregate them to speed up the process so we know the result. Why doesn't the president applaud that?
Because they're segregated, because they're questionable as whether they can be.
But
Santorum.
You know better than anyone that now in Pennsylvania, the counting can go on for a couple of more days.
That's right.
This is what the public has been told.
But there is a dispute about that.
But they went to court and they said we're gonna do this, and we're going to extend it because of the post office and whatever reason. And the Republican legislature said, let's do it this way.
No.
So
no. The Republican legislature did not agree.
But isn't the larger point that the right? Shouldn't we all agree that the sacred right to vote in an incredibly important election should be preserved for every person?
I guess the answer is we all agree with that, but we all agree there are rules, and we should follow the rules, not make them up as we go.
Van, and then we got to go
about. Okay, on other topics, I think there are three things we can learn. First of all, there's some myths that have been destroyed tonight. Republicans, it turns out, when a whole bunch of people vote, it doesn't necessarily hurt you. So maybe you can let more people vote. Had a big turnout, you haven't been hurt by it. Democrats, it turns out, when diverse people vote, it doesn't always go our way. So it's not a census, it's an election. We're going to have to do a much better job of reaching out to Latinos and to African Americans in some parts of the country. And lastly, these polls are not to be trusted. There's something wrong with the polling industry because the reason that people right now, I think, are hurt is because we got a little bit inflated with these polls.
All right, let's go back to Wolf.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Let's get a key race alert right now. Arizona, a key battleground state, 11 electoral votes. 79% of the estimated vote in Arizona is now in, and Joe Biden maintains his lead, 163,000 vote lead over Donald
So
Trump.
Fox is arguing with his own people for having given Arizona to Biden.
In Arizona,
CNN,
79% of the vote in, John. We're watching Arizona
CNN is not calling it for Biden.
very closely.
That's why CNN has 215, 171.
Start from where we are.
They're not calling
on the map, and it's going to take a minute, but let's build up from here. 215 to 171.
They're not
That
even
would be a
calling
switch. So
Texas
let's
for
just
Trump.
say, for the sake of argument, we haven't called it yet, but let's just say that one is a switch. And let's say that Joe Biden holds the Clinton state of Nevada and that Joe Biden holds the Clinton state of Hawaii, right? And so then we're moving through and we look right here, and let's say that Joe Biden wins Maine. I'm going to give him all of the congressional districts here. There's one up there that's in play. President Trump carried Maine 2, the 2nd congressional district. Last time, Maine and Nebraska do by congressional districts. So there's one up there that could be in some dispute, but let's stop there for a second. Now let's look at this map here. We haven't called Texas yet. Let's move that one over. Let's assume Alaska goes this way as well. Let's assume Montana
John,
does.
hold
Sure.
on. I got a projection right now in a state very close to your heart.
CNN projection.
CNN
Rhode
projects that
Island.
Joe Biden will win the state of Rhode Island. Rhode Island goes to Biden with 4 electoral votes. Took a while, but Rhode Island
Fox
wins
Pin
now.
don't give him that.
On the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 219. Trump has 171 with that win in Rhode Island. I believe you went to college someplace in
I
Rhode
did
Island.
indeed. Started my career for the Associated Press in Providence, Rhode Island. It's a great state, the state of Rhode Island. I just made it there. We just finally, this is the latest we've ever waited on Rhode Island, but that's the year we're having. So you move Rhode Island over as well, and you're going through these states right now. Again, we haven't called Texas yet, but I'm going to give it there. We're still waiting on Alaska and Montana, but the light reds means we're leaning them there. It looks like that's the way they're going, right? So let's add North Carolina to that. We have a ways to go here and everything. And so then where are you? Georgia, president's ahead, right? So I'm going to do this for now. And right now, Democrats in Georgia are saying, don't you dare. I get it. A lot of votes to count in Atlanta, the Colorado County.
Pennsylvania.
For the sake of our
It's going to come down to
what happens
Pennsylvania.
if the president holds that. So where are we now? Where are we now?
Michigan,
At 11,
Wisconsin,
the
Pennsylvania.
Arizona flip is important because Joe Biden had hoped to run the board here. 1, 2, 3. That would make him president. We've got some issues, right? These races are closer than we thought. So let's take this one away. Pennsylvania we're waiting on. Joe Biden can win if he gets this Maine 2nd congressional district.
If he
or
gets
one of them. He
Maine,
can get it in
Wisconsin,
Nebraska
and
as well.
Michigan,
If he gets one of the congressional districts,
Biden's going to
picks
win.
up
He won't even
Arizona,
need
He can win
Pennsylvania.
the presidency with Wisconsin.
But
and
the guy on
Michigan.
Fox
Or
already
if he
gave
wins
him Wisconsin and
Pennsylvania,
Michigan.
then you could take away if you do it this way.
So he gotta get
let's say you
Maine.
Pennsylvania, and you lose one of these. You
Fuck.
could do it that way too. That you can't lose them both. But it makes it. You don't have to run the board in the so-called blue wall with Arizona if
The
you get one of the
fishermen in
congressional
Maine,
districts.
man.
It's very close as you play it. We'll see how it
The
plays out.
fishermen
So that's
in
why we're
Maine.
going to have to watch. And again, there are Democrats saying that we think we can get this one back. We'll see how that goes.
We got a key race alert right now in those 2 congressional districts in Nebraska and Maine, 1 electoral vote in each. Right now, the 2nd congressional district in Nebraska with 94% of the estimated vote in. Biden has 52.7%.
He's going to win the Nebraska one. What about the Maine? Come on,
But
man.
let's change the math based on the vote right now. And you just said that the president is leading in Maine 2, so we'll switch that one over to him. And you said that Joe Biden is leading here. Oh, sorry about that. You got to do this one at a time. I'm sorry. Let me fix it. So you come back here and you say here, and we still have one to call here. He's leading in that one. So you come back there. And so where does that get you? That gets you now. I'm going to take these back, right? Let me take these back for now because we're not done here. Again, this shows you the importance of Arizona if it stays there. This has Florida. We already projected Texas. I'm giving the president these. So let's just say again, come back to the argument, and I go, Democrats are going to get mad about this because we're going to count in the morning. If you give the president Georgia, so then you're looking at 244 to 247, and again, it comes down to here.
Neck and neck.
If the president can get this, that gets him in play. He needs one more, right? Even if he gets that one, it wouldn't be enough.
Even if he wins, even if Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's not going to be enough.
Can you do that again?
He's 3 away.
The president there. If you're Joe
So
Biden, you hope to do this and this,
Biden,
but you're not sure. That's why we're going to count.
We have another projection.
He doesn't
right
need
now.
Pennsylvania. He just needs Wisconsin and Michigan.
CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Texas.
They gave
He
Texas
beat Biden in Texas.
to
He
Trump
wins
on CNN.
38. That's a big number. 38 electoral votes. Here's where the electoral map stands right now. Biden now has 219.
Democrats
Trump has
and
209.
Republicans are
You
tied
need
for the Senate
270
now.
to be president
46 each.
of the United States. 219
One independent.
to 209. John, Texas. A big
Democrats
win
have
for President
153.
Texas is a big win.
Republicans
I'm not sure
have
what I'm missing on this
160
map, but I'll
for
figure
the
it out
Congress.
as we get there.
Republicans
As we go
need
through
plus
it later. No, I know
17.
about Rhode Island. I'm meaning the Trump for Trump. I'm missing some votes for Trump there. If we come up there we go. We get that. There we go. 219 to 209. So the question then is, how do you get there from here? So let's do it another way.
This is
We're
CNN
building
now.
this way, right? Another way to look at it is to go back to 2016 and start here. And so Texas, that was one of the
No
opportunities.
matter what,
Democrats
Trump ain't going to win
thought
nowhere
they had the
near
chance to make this
2016.
statement election. They thought the Democrats had thought they had a chance to take this away.
That
and to
shows
take
you how
this away.
unpopular
The two
Hillary Clinton
biggest
was.
prizes right here, right? California's the biggest of them all. These are the two big Republican prizes in electoral politics. Democrats thought they had a chance. They are now staying with Trump. Democrats thought they had a chance. Another giant electoral prize, staying red for Trump. And so you're looking at the map. We're not sure yet about North Carolina, but again, Democrats thought they could flip it. Right now, the president has a lead. We're not at the finish line there, but it's trending that way. We'll watch and we'll count the final vote. So then you're looking at it this way. Right now, we have no flips at the moment. We do have Joe Biden leading here, and we think that's a possibility. That gets the president down to 295, gets Joe Biden up to 243.
Can Biden take away Michigan and Wisconsin?
So we'll leave Maine 2 with the president. We'll see if it ends up that way. Let's come in to Nebraska. The president won them all last time. Joe Biden is leading here at the moment in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. Again, we're not sure how that's going to end, but let's just play it out as we go. So here's where we are based on the 2016 map. And again, right now, the president's leading in these places, but we know a lot of early votes are still to be counted. A lot of Democratic votes are still to be counted. We don't know how they're going to end up. So essentially, this is your state of play, 248 to 244. Democrats thought this might be a statement election. That's not going to happen. Doesn't mean Joe Biden can't win the presidency, but a sweeping Democratic win, not going to happen.
It's not
We'll
gonna
watch
happen.
to see how this impacts Senate races, House races, down ballot races. Joe Biden is not getting what he had hoped for. The party's not getting what he had hoped for. If you come over here and look, Joe Biden ahead right now in the popular vote by 1.3 million. They're still doing a lot of counting out on the West Coast, a lot of counting to come. But this is not where Democrats thought we would be at this point of the night. We don't pick presidents this way, but this is part of the statement Democrats had hoped to make. Joe Biden, we'll see what ends up in the end. California's going to take days to count. Washington State, days. This could significantly grow, but Democrats wanted to make that statement tonight. So now you're back over here. And again, if Trump holds that, he's leading. We haven't called it. If Biden holds that, the same thing. And if Biden gets Arizona, we're not done there yet, but he's leading. Then you have a map with one big flip, maybe plus that. That would be a hold for the president. And again, Wolf, here we go. Just as we did last time, we're going to come down to these here.
These three.
And again, the math gets interesting.
Wisconsin,
Joe Biden's at
Michigan.
244. Well, so how do you want to get there, right? Let's clear that out. 244.
Even if he gets Pennsylvania,
You're
Trump
knocking on the
won't
door.
win.
That's victory. You can do it with Michigan and Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
If you get Pennsylvania, then it's gravy, and you're up to 290. That would be the thing. So let's just play it out a little in a different way. If the president holds Pennsylvania, then you're at 270, 268. That means the president would have to take one of these away, right? And so which one is it? If you looked at the polling coming into the race, coming into the final weeks, the former vice president's lead was bigger in Michigan than it was in Wisconsin. So that would be the one if you're looking at the polls. If you don't believe any of the polls, because here we are again in a very close race, again, these are the states we're going to come down to at the moment. I'm just going to do them this way because we don't know. The president's leading right now, but there you go. 248, 244. Again, some of this isn't done yet, but that's about where we are. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Who knew?
We just have to be patient station and wait for the authorities there to count the votes.
Wisconsin.
It's not that complicated.
It's not that
Wisconsin, the state where they shot Blake in the back 7 times, ended up paralyzed. People went in the streets, started rioting. A white kid from another state came over with his machine gun and killed 2 people. You know, killed 1 guy or killed 2, and shot the arm off another one. You know what I'm saying? And then Trump went and said, "We need law and order, law and order, law and order." And that counties voted overwhelmingly for Trump. Wisconsin is the same state that was Democrat for so long, and Hillary Clinton didn't even go there to campaign, not even once, didn't even show her face, assuming it was a shoo-in, and they ended up flipping to Trump. So now Biden got to flip it back. If you can't flip that back,
and you think, okay,
but then again,
66%
Pennsylvania,
in, the president's up 685,000 votes. Normally, that's you call the state, right? But we have so many votes missing. Again,
votes are
Republicans
missing
doing
in
all
Pittsburgh
this
and
math. They
Philadelphia.
think the president's going to eke out Pennsylvania again. Maybe he will. We'll know when they count the votes. We don't need to write the final chapter of the book until we get the votes. Up to 45% now in Allegheny County. That's interesting. We have had some bit of an increase there. Joe Biden at 202,000 votes. The president 134 and change. Again,
Fox
though,
is not calling North Carolina yet.
Is up just about
the difference
everywhere.
is
367,617
million,
it took to win this
2.65
county
million.
4 years ago. Joe Biden at 202. So, somewhere there's still a couple 100,000 votes to be
hold
counted,
on.
we assume, in Allegheny County.
Let's go to Fox.
Then
Let's
you
go to
come
Fox.
the east, which is where
Let's go to
most
Fox.
of the votes are.
Also, Michigan, pulling up North Carolina first, and then we'll go to Michigan. Arden, your thoughts on that, and when you might be able to call?
Here's a
North
decision
Carolina.
team from Fox.
Yeah,
the
in
analytics
Carolina,
guys.
The president retains a slight lead. We're adhering to our not only traditional standards about levels of certainty, but we're also keyed in on things like there's no automatic recount. But there are provisions for recount. There are provisional ballots that are sort of in play, and so there's both the raw number, and then when the raw number separating the candidates isn't very great, all these other factors come in. So we're being pretty conservative with respect to those calls. The president's position in North Carolina is pretty strong right now, but we're not comfortable calling it. And the other state I believe you asked about was Wisconsin?
Michigan.
Michigan. Michigan, again, we expect a lot of the vote to be outstanding. And in fact, they've sort of let us know that it probably won't be until around noon on Wednesday until they hit, a very considerable portion of the vote. There's not going to be that much outstanding. We're not sure when they get to that point tomorrow morning that there's going to be enough difference separating the candidates that we're even comfortable calling it then. Trump has been surprisingly strong in these upper Midwest states. And that's evident in the votes that you guys are looking at right now. We expect the mail-in votes and the votes that are counted after the fact, the ballots that are opened that were mailed in a few days ago or a few weeks ago, to skew heavily Biden. So the question is it enough? And we're not sure we're going to have enough difference, enough daylight between the candidates to make a call, not only tonight, but maybe even into tomorrow.
So wait a second. Now you're saying Georgia is probably not tonight. Michigan is probably not tonight. Wisconsin's not tonight?
I think there's a good chance that that's where we're sitting.
And Pennsylvania is not tonight.
Pennsylvania is strongly signaled, both before and then during the counting, that they're not going to have enough of the vote counted so that we can accurately classify what's going on there.
And North Carolina's not tonight?
North Carolina's counted a lot of their vote. It's possible we'll make a call on North Carolina tonight.
I should not say tonight. I should say this morning.
This morning. Yeah, no, that's good. And actually, I should be careful because this morning runs all the way up till noon tomorrow. So, noon today, sorry.
Right, but I mean, you guys are in touch with these folks about their counting.
Yeah.
It's possible that we're looking at 5 states.
It's possible. I think that's right. And you recall also that Nevada is still out there, and they've only begun to count. Nevada tends to count their vote pretty quickly, but yes, that's the situation we're in. And remember, this is a function of, in some ways, the pandemic and the adjustments in the voting rules and regulations that have occurred in light of the pandemic. A bulked up mail-in program means that, these election administrators are, by state law, you know, in many instances, not able to count these until Election Day or sometimes beyond.
This is the guy on Fox, by the way.
Ballots come into their possession. So that's all factoring in. Close elections, right, plus significant mail-in votes and slightly different election laws create the potential for this. And we thought this might be the case, and in fact, I think it's playing out right in front of our eyes.
Is there anything that has surprised you so far tonight, Darren?
Well, you know, it's interesting. We were discussing this in the decision room. I mean, it looked like heading into this night that the president needed to run the table in 5 or 6 states where he was kind of trailing a little bit in the polls, right? So you know, you're, you know, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, et cetera, right? This, Ohio, et cetera, the states we've been talking about. And he's managed to hold most of those. You know, we think he's not going to win in Arizona. And he may hold on in Georgia, but those states are sort of out there. If he loses those states, he's in a tough position. Pennsylvania obviously continues to be decisive. I think Georgia still surprises me a little bit, given what else has happened, that Georgia is still a possibility for Biden. And Arizona basically ended up exactly where it was polling. So, you know, those states, I think, could be the president's undoing ultimately. But as I said, you know, we got a long way to go. And I still think Pennsylvania, in a lot of ways, is gonna settle this thing.
Because both of them could get over the hump, you're saying, with Pennsylvania.
Yeah. You know, there's a hackneyed phrase, right? You're saying there's a chance.
Yeah.
Well, I think for both candidates, yeah, we're saying there's a chance.
Well, Darren Shaw, we appreciate your time.
Wow. Yo.
Until well into tomorrow.
Trump ain't going to come out and talk now. It's 1:30 in the morning.
No chance of that.
Trump's going to be in bed, man. He's up at 6.
Until we have a result.
Did you hear Trump talk earlier today?
But
Trump's voice was like hoarse, yo.
We're down to counting individual votes, and it's completely up for grabs. The presidency of the United States.
He just tweeted that he'll be making a statement.
We're going to have to cut. The polling goes out. The voter profile analysis gets out.
He's not going to come out and talk. He's just going to make
votes,
a statement.
And we will know when we know. And my guess is we probably won't even know tomorrow. I mean, with the Pennsylvania, and you could remember in a lot of these states. I mean, in Pennsylvania, they can count.
Trump is going to win Wisconsin,
there's a change in the court situation,
and Detroit's going to pull out and win Michigan for Biden.
Until
so then it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, where he was born, where Biden was born.
Until November 12th. So this could go on for a while.
Well, not only that, but you have, as I mentioned before, these absentee ballot requests, and then the absentee ballots that came back, and there are hundreds of thousands in each one of these states that didn't come back.
But they would have to be postmarked by today.
Or maybe not in Pennsylvania if it's a smudge and it looks like it says November 3rd.
I think a lot of people simply didn't vote. I mean, when I got my absentee ballot from Florida to vote, I sat down to fill it out right away. There's all kinds of races on there, and judicial district decisions and judges I wasn't any aware of, and I thought, oh, I ended up putting it off. And I suspect a lot of people put it off in a lot of places and never got back to it, and either didn't vote or maybe went and voted in person if they could. So I think a lot of those votes will never be counted because they were never cast.
Yeah, but the whole notion that people requested ballots suggests that they're of their own volition, that they wanted to vote. And it's a little bit like military votes. You know, they often are counted subsequent to that.
Yeah, but cast when?
It doesn't matter when they're cast.
I mean,
they're cast before Election Day,
yeah.
But what I'm saying is it doesn't matter if they get to the elections board by Election Day, that they can be counted.
But those are often overseas ballots. I mean, that's the provision for that. I mean, how long does it take to get a...
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So the suggestion that somehow it's out of order or a matter of ineptitude or corruption is not fair.
Who knows?
Well, there's a group saying count every military ballot, and I'm all for it, but we're going to have plenty of time, something tells me, on a number of these states to count a lot of ballots. Dana, you're not leaving, actually. You're just going to be here.
I mean, now that I'm up, I might as well just stay up for the entire day.
And you've got the 2 o'clock, and you've got the 5.
And it'd be great if you would all join me for that one. That would be good.
Aren't you going to do the 2 a.m.?
These anchors, man, they need sleep, man.
I think Shannon
They're going to be falling asleep sitting there, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Because some of them got to be up tomorrow. They need to hurry up and make a decision. What are we going to do? Sit here? Or are we all going to go to bed? But they got to wait on Trump now.
I think that, it's interesting. 2016 was such a year of disruption, that the country wanted change. They got it. And this is kind of like a status quo election in a way. Like, we're on the edge of our seats. Like, what's it going to be? Unless some of these other ones come in and flip. But if you think about on the Senate races in particular, incumbents are very hard to beat. Looks like Tillis in North Carolina was a tough race. It looked like Cunningham had been in the polls leading all along within a margin of error, but there, Cornyn, that was not close. Jamie Harrison in South Carolina was like the Beto O'Rourke of 2020. He spends a lot of money, doesn't even really come close to beating Graham. Joni Ernst wins. Here Susan Collins is doing pretty well. And so you have Martha McSally, I know she's not conceding yet, and Cory Gardner that don't win. But incumbency is powerful, and it's really hard to beat them. And so I think that in a change year, that's what you might have seen more of. But this time around, incumbents are going to hold on.
When you think about the fact that there has been this resistance to the president since day one, since the night that he accepted the presidency, there has been this enormous force in the country, that comes out to a very close division, as we can see playing out here tonight, to get rid of him. And that urge is not being satisfied tonight. I mean, that desire to see the president tossed out of office and everybody down the row with him, regardless of the outcome at the presidential level, is simply not playing out tonight.
That's one thing we didn't hear on the campaign trail that much from Democrats even, is the impeachment. It didn't come up.
That vanished completely. It was never part of the campaign issue. I remember Nancy Pelosi saying with such confidence after it happened, he will always be impeached, not to mention the fact that he will always be acquitted as well. But the point is that sank out of sight. And you would have thought in any normal year that if a president had been impeached and was up for re-election, that would carry through the election, and it didn't. Looking back, we can say that was an utter failure because it didn't work.
To the Democrats,
To the Democrats at all, and they didn't run on it.
Not a single, not a campaign commercial.
Think of
nothing. No.
I mean, it's impeachment.
Yeah.
It didn't even get mentioned. Okay, we're going to head to break. Let's put up the Georgia numbers real quick, because getting word from DeKalb County elections, due to technology limitations, the precincts accidentally reported 0 of 191 until all precincts were uploaded and tabulated. We're working diligently to compile all votes, and we'll continue the effort of processing absentee ballots at 11 a.m. Wednesday, November 4th.
That's another state that is not going to be reporting.
Right, DeKalb is right outside Atlanta.
We'll be here at 11 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm waiting for those results.
I just want to mention the city of Milwaukee says that they will have all of their votes counted by 3 a.m. So it's possible that we might get a call tonight on Wisconsin.
What do you mean by we?
Yeah, 3 a.m. Except for Fred and Joe Biden, who's also probably gone to bed.
They couldn't stop themselves saying we, huh? Just like how CNN says we when they talk about them.
Joe Biden is called to live. We're going to take a break. We'll try to keep Britt here. And on the other side, we're going to talk about the legal efforts with some legal experts about Pennsylvania and whatever else. Keep it here.
I heard you the first time. I just wanted to hear it again.
Now available at Walmart.com.
All right.
World-class rechargeable
Let's go to CNN and see what they're talking about.
Not thousands of dollars, including
At least
our
right
new
now,
app-controlled hearing aid that gives you
getting some
full
more
control
information
of
about Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we're finding out just how many outstanding mail-in ballots are left to be counted there in Pennsylvania.
How
to
many
give
left?
you an idea, just in the southeast part of Pennsylvania, there are 600 at least 646,302 mail-in ballots, and that is not including all of what's left to count there in southeast Pennsylvania. In Philadelphia, I'm told there's still around 300,000 ballots left to count there. Now, there is a press conference going on in Philadelphia. We hope to get an update soon, but that is a large amount.
950,000.
Assuming that number has not changed since I was last told. That, of course, is a Democratic stronghold. That is where Democrats are focused on. And then overall in the state, I'm told by one official in Pennsylvania, it could be around a couple million mail-in ballots that they are still waiting to count. We know 9 counties aren't going to start counting until later on this morning. And then, of course, these larger counties, it's just going to take a while to find out what the results are because of those mail-in ballots that they just started processing the morning of the election. They just started opening up those ballots, and it takes a while to process these mail-in ballots. There are several steps to it, and that is why we were having to wait. That is why we are left at the edge of our seats as we look at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's an important point. You know, John, 67% of the estimated vote is in, so 67% now. So what? 43%.
Biden is going to win Pennsylvania. He's going to win it big.
It's increasing. There's still
He's going to win it big. Right now, he's 56-42 behind.
646,302.
He's going to win it big, I'm telling you.
Does that include the 300,000 in Philadelphia, or is that a plus?
No, that does not. So this
that doesn't include those.
So it's including Allegheny, Bucks, Chester County, Delaware County, and Montgomery at least.
That's 950,000. So
33%, I should say. 33% of the estimated votes still outstanding.
Hillary Clinton only got 2.8 million.
We got another key.
Biden could, even if he gets like 70% of that, he's going to get like 3.5 million.
Take a look at Nevada right now with 74% of the estimated vote. Biden
Too
has
early
now
to call.
taken the lead in Nevada.
Biden's taking the lead by
votes.
50,000 in
Biden
Nevada.
is ahead of Trump
6 electoral votes
to 46.5%. Once again,
that's a Clinton state.
4% of the estimated vote in Nevada is in. Nevada has 6, John. 6 electoral
74%.
6. And if you look at this Nevada, the key for Democrats are 2 places. Number 1, number 1, number 2, number 3 is Clark County. That's Vegas. This is 72% of the vote, 73% of the vote. So this is the big one. You got to win here. 75% in, a 54 to 44, a 10-point race there, 388,000 votes. You go back in time, so it's about the same, 52. Joe Biden doing a little bit better there. You see the vote count a little bit behind Hillary Clinton's total here, but we're only at 75%. So we'll see if more votes come in there. That's the first thing you have to do in Nevada, is run it up in Clark County. And then you come up here in the northwest part of the state, Reno, Washoe County up here, 52 to 45. That one says it's 80% plus. Let's just go back and take a look at the vote total. Joe Biden at 111 and change. Hillary Clinton at 97 4 years ago when she won it a little bit more narrowly. So again, that's filling in. That's 2016. You come back to 2020. You expect the president to win the rural parts of the state here, but that's filling in as you would expect it to. And again, the question is, would there be any takeaways, right? Could Trump flip any Clinton states? Can Biden flip any Trump states? Right now, we have the congressional districts flip. We have the possibility of Arizona. It looks like Nevada. We'll keep counting them, but it looks like Nevada's going to stay.
We got another key race alert right now. Look at it. It's narrowed. The Trump lead in Georgia. 91% of the estimated vote is in. 9% still outstanding.
Ooh.
Trump's lead now has gone down a bit.
Gone
to
down.
118,000 votes over Biden.
118,000.
50.6% to 48.1%. 16 electoral votes.
That's the only
at play
difference.
in Georgia. So
if they
let's take a
count
look
the
at Georgia
votes
right now.
in
Where's the
Atlanta, they're going to
outstanding
win this
votes
shit.
in Georgia right now, 91% of the vote in. That means 9% still outstanding.
Atlanta.
So you're looking to see, especially here, most of the votes are up here. So you come DeKalb County, 79%, 80. You know, look at the margin for Joe Biden, right? So you're missing some votes here. That if you're Joe Biden, you're encouraged. Depending, you don't know what they are. Are they election votes today? Are they early votes? But the potential for Joe Biden to build here, the biggest county of them all, right here. This is very significant. Again, if you're Democrats, you don't have to give up hope. The math gets hard. It's Hillary Clinton vote total by a significant amount. If you're at 72% and you're Joe Biden, you're in reach of that. So you're going to watch that play out. Let's move over to Cobb County. 89% in here. This is a tighter county. It's a little bit more, but the Democrats running it up. So there's a possibility of more votes there. Again, 210,000. You go back and look. Joe Biden well in excess of Hillary Clinton's total in this county now. The question is, can he build on it some more? So you keep looking around metro Atlanta. You come down here. You're starting to move away a little bit. Douglas County up to 91%, but potentially some more votes there. So then you pull out and you take a look. Let's just check the other Democrat areas. You come over here.
Let me just
Sure.
interrupt for a moment, John, because go to Georgia as a whole, statewide as a whole right now, and let's say we take it down to 90% of the estimated vote reporting right now, because and let's see where those outstanding votes remain.
Well, let's see if we can figure it over. We know most of them are in Metro Atlanta, but let's see what we can see here as we go. That's 87% reporting or less. So as you come back in here, you do it this way, you just see, whoops, you run the math, or you can come at it from this point as well. No, that's not going to do it for us. So you see most of the votes that are missing are still in the Metro Atlanta region. I'm going to bring this over and blank it out. Doesn't want to go there. There we are. See, now you got in the map. Let me come out of it. Can't get that to turn off. Well, we're going to have to wait to come back to that because it's stuck in the
Screw
program
up their
right
map.
now. But you come out of it, and you come out, see.
Freaking
Well, we're
Blitzer.
just going to have to wait. I have to reset this, Wolf.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to wait a
Freaking
minute for
Blitzer
me.
with his
All right, let's
damn
take a
question fucked them up.
Break. As you
Eat
fix
that
that, we'll take a
blood
quick
clot,
break.
Wolf.
Much more of our special coverage. We're watching these key
All right, here we go.
battleground states. It's close. We'll be right back.
Nevada. They still haven't called Arizona and Nevada on CNN for Biden.
The perfect life.
It is surprising how weak we all are.
Oh, dude from Philadelphia is
We are convinced
on
that
Fox.
we
Hold
are
on.
not.
Dude from Philly is on Fox. What's he saying?
At that point, the court said it's too late at this point, 5 days before the election, for us to make a ruling on the merits. But Justice Alito, in an opinion that was joined by Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch, said that doesn't mean that we can't preserve the status quo ante. So what he said was, take all the ballots in for the 3 days after the election, as the state court has said, but segregate them so that we can make a ruling if we have to about whether those votes will count or not. And that's where we're
How can votes
headed,
not
I think.
count
Yeah.
in a
They're
democracy?
looking live, by the way, at Philadelphia, where they are still counting. We're told by the Secretary of State there that they're on 8-hour shifts. And you can see them in the back kind of doing the ballots. They had a bigger staff earlier, but they're rotating crews in, continuing the count. Jonathan, so that brings us to the fact that Justice now, Amy Coney Barrett, is in this position in this court that is now 9, filling the spot of deceased Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And Democrats during that hearing were saying you have to recuse yourself if an election case comes to the Supreme Court after November 3rd. I assume we're going to hear that more.
Yeah, we will, and it's utterly ridiculous. And it's also incredibly insulting. There's no reason under the usual interpretation of the standard for recusal for Justice Barrett to withdraw from this case. She doesn't have a personal interest in this case. She doesn't have a financial interest in this case. She didn't work on underlying litigation or cases related to any appeal. None of those conditions exist. I know of no case in history where a justice would recuse herself simply because she was nominated shortly before an election, and some people view her as some type of judicial shill. That I don't expect that's going to happen. I would be very surprised if the liberal justices would even support or suggest that. Now, we have no idea how she will vote on these types of issues. They are difficult. You know, the conservative justices that Andy was referring to noted that there are both state and federal rights. And Roberts joined the conservatives in rejecting that extension and said that federal judge was using a form of federal intervention into state law. But when a state ruling came up, Roberts had a bit of a sticker shock and said that he felt he would leave it as it stood. So nothing has truly been resolved in many of these contests. We started yesterday in the red zone. That's the difference from from past presidential elections. We usually get to litigation at some point by the end of the day. we were already triggering or seeing these lawsuits triggered in each of these swing states. Now, many of those cases are placeholders. You bring the challenge in case the vote is closed, and you have a foundation to try to challenge the results. But we have a lot of challenges, including one out of DC, where the United States Postal Service failed to comply with an order of a federal judge to do a nationwide search.
Judge Sullivan.
Yeah, and that judge is Judge Sullivan, who many conservatives feel is anti-Trump administration. So that could be very lively.
Jonathan, you know, I look back to 2000. I covered Tallahassee recount there, 37 days and nights and hanging chads. And I remember at the beginning, Democrats felt that their PR message, their talking point, was that you have to continue the count. You have to count every vote. We're already hearing that from the former vice president tonight, count every vote. And it does sound like a good thing to say. Sure, count every vote. But Republicans, in some cases, are going to be saying, no, stop the vote.
That's right. And when you hear that line, some of us who were involved in covering 2000 crawl into fetal positions because it's a real nightmare. And part of the problem, by the way, of these challenges in places like Nevada, the Republicans are arguing that the way that ballots are being handled is going to make it difficult for them to essentially walk this cat backwards, to try to look at balloting that might be improper. So there are layers of challenges here which are going to create serious problems for the court. And when people say count every ballot in a situation like this, it could prove utter madness. We're talking about millions of ballots that have come into these polling centers in a fairly novel and new way. It's not that mail-in voting is new. It's just mail-in voting to this degree is new in places like Nevada and other states.
And then you get into the inevitable debate in those counts of whether or not they're valid, you know, whether the signature matches, like the instance in Pennsylvania and in other states as well. I mean, you know, Andy, there's going to be a lot of subjectivity in the question of whether or not all these ballots are valid in many cases.
Yeah, and I think to the point that Jonathan just made, you know, a lot of times things get sort of sketched out in front of an appellate court, and it sounds like it'll work just fine. But, you know, the fact that you represent to the Supreme Court, as Pennsylvania has, that they will segregate the votes that come in after November 3rd, that may sound great in a courtroom, but whether as a practical matter they'll be able to carry that out. We're already hearing some rumblings there that at least some places it's hard to canvass and segregate at the same time. I've wondered from the start, what happens if they come back and say, gee, we goofed? You know, sorry, we couldn't segregate them. Then what?
Yeah.
So we have a bunch of, you know, disaggregated bunch of ballots, and they can't segregate it.
The one positive, I suppose, is we are at 1:50 in the morning East Coast time, and there aren't any riots or looting, even though we're boarded up here in Manhattan and Georgetown and Washington and other places around the country. But as this protracted effort goes on, Andy, the potential for stuff happening goes up.
Yeah, of course it does. And I think, you know, obviously the reason that all the preparations were done was because there was an expectation that it would be, if President Trump were elected, that would be the main thing that would precipitate a lot of violence, just because it's thematically consistent with what we've seen the last 5 months or so. And, you know, that hasn't happened yet because I guess we're all still on tenterhooks. Let's hope it doesn't happen, because we haven't shown that we're famously good to this point at controlling all that. I just, you know, thank heavens for peace for one night.
Yes. Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, Thank you very much. Something tells me we'll be talking a lot
This
about
is going to the
in coming
courts,
days.
and it could come down to that woman, or it could come down to decide which the judges are appointed by. It's fucked
I
up,
think
man.
Carl's with us too, by the way.
And Carl as well. Well, thank you.
Yes, we were socially distanced, right, from a couple hundred
238
miles.
to 213 is
Carl,
how
would you come in
Fox
this
has
conversation here, and let's
Watch
talk
this
about
now.
Michigan,
Wisconsin
okay?
again.
I've been looking at Detroit and Wayne County. These numbers really haven't moved for a couple of hours, and I don't know how they do. You know, is it about 70,000 votes separate the two? Statewide, if you look at the balance here, you're about 300,000 difference.
Trump going to win Detroit? Come on.
Well, Wayne County from 4 years ago was exactly that. It was about 300,000 difference. If you were to examine this now, Carl, and just do the math with these Upper Peninsula counties just chipping in here, they went red. Does it appear that Trump has an edge in Michigan at the moment? What do you see inside the numbers? Then I'll move you to Wisconsin.
Yes, I do. But the question is, how much is out in Wayne County, the city of Detroit, and how much is out in the UP? 25% of the vote is in. So, you know, what is the 100 equal? And it's you know, it's pretty good, but it's not reliable. But so there's got to be a big difference between Detroit. You know, there's got to be
you just
a lot
mentioned
of
North
votes out
Carolina.
there.
Sorry, you just went to North Carolina. Did you go there for a reason?
No. That was where I did my little experiment to find out how good they were doing on estimating, saying we think a quarter of the vote is out, and they were there, but it wasn't like you could just say, okay, this is 25%. If the total is 100,000 votes in, that means there's 400,000, or if there's 10,000, that means there's going to be 40,000 eventually. It'd be off a little one way or the other. So, you know, the one way to do this is to take a look at how much we think is out there, and I just think it's going to be hard to do that given the fact we can't look at past patterns to divine what's happening in this election.
You don't think we can?
I think it's harder because, I mean...
maybe from now to 2012 it's harder, but it doesn't appear it's that difficult between now and 4 years ago.
Maybe. I still think this is the reason this election is going to be hard to call is because we don't know what we don't know, and there's so many things are different this time around in the way that people vote, state by state. Some states adapted more easily to having a lot more mail-in ballots. Other states had less adaptation of mail-in ballots, but moved easily into early voting. So
okay.
My gut
go ahead. Your gut tells you what? Go ahead.
My gut tells me that as you're looking at how to resolve Michigan, it's more important to look at Wayne County than it is to look at the Upper Peninsula.
Okay, absolutely. That much is clear. Can I move you to Wisconsin?
Yes, let me pull up my version of Wisconsin.
Go
I'm
ahead
looking
and do
at from the New York Times.
88% on my map is in, 12% outstanding. I'll let you get that queued up. You got a 4% difference between Trump and Biden right now. I think you're going to talk about Milwaukee County. That would be my guess. The difference 4 years ago was 162,000, and we haven't moved a ton here. Statewide, the difference is about 100,000, 110,000. What do you see there?
I got 107,000.
Pretty close.
Yeah, close.
So can that break for Trump?
It could, because we're looking about, I'm just going to try and simplify it. Milwaukee, what the New York Times is saying is 41% of the estimated vote is in. And right now they've got about 220 some odd thousand votes in. But then take a look at the Republican suburbs next door. 76% are in Waukesha.
Yeah.
83%
so all the mail-ins ain't in. Black people's vote ain't in.
98% plus in
Ozaki. The minority vote ain't in.
And so,
mail-ins.
You know, you have to do some math and scribble
Milwaukee
around.
and Detroit,
but, you know,
man.
Is there more? Are there more votes in
Pennsylvania,
the city of Milwaukee to offset what's left out there in Ozaki? And
you just don't want to say we're not going to win it afterwards.
Okay, fair point. But this is
Karl Rove.
where it was 4 years ago. It was 22,000.
Yeah.
I mean, right? Take it back to Michigan.
Wisconsin was close in 16.
4 years ago, it was 10,000 600 in Michigan.
10,000 difference.
Well, here we're trying to figure out what's left out there, and what's the predominant color. It's what we've got 10 guys sitting there, and 10 guys and gals sitting there in Nerdville, doing right now that we're just talking about what they're doing.
They're still away.
Yeah. But look, my gut tells me that this is why this thing is going to have another couple of twists and turns. We mentioned Georgia. You've got all that, the mostly black inner city suburbs of Atlanta that are still out, more heavily out than the rest of the state. Milwaukee's got a higher percentage of its vote left out than rural Wisconsin. The city of Detroit, the Wayne County, and some of the suburban counties
Arizona
have a
is
lot more
called
vote out than the Upper Peninsula or rural northern
It's
Michigan.
just CNN hasn't called it.
We're just looking at the cab here.
Trump
right?
is
I mean,
coming
they said
out
they
to
had a bit of a
speak, man,
problem
2
counting. It
a.m.
looks like they're counting pretty much right now at the moment.
He's coming out to speak
Carl,
at
thank
2
you, sir.
a.m.
I'll let you get back to the internet and all that stuff that you looked up.
People are sleeping, man.
We can't. Thank you, sir.
Anybody who's got to be at work early in the morning.
Bill and Carl, thank you. Let's head over to
2
John
hours ago.
Roberts at the White House. We're hearing there is a 5-minute warning for President Trump to speak to reporters and the nation. John, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey, Brett. Yeah, the press pool was just called in. That's what they call the head-on camera that you can see there. So I'm just looking at the screen so I can tell what's going on. The president will be coming down in a minute. Erroneous or misleading information. He said, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot
Let's
be
see the
cast
tone that
after
Trump
the polls
comes there.
are closed.
Trump is going
We
to
saw
come
Joe
there
Biden
and
come out not long ago.
he's going to say they're going to
immediately
steal
after
the
president
election.
Tweeted big win. Joe Biden tweeted that it's not up to the president, it's not up to Joe Biden.
So Trump's going to instigate some
declare
fuckery,
who
man.
wins the election. It's up to the
What else is
voters
new?
to do that. I expect that the president will probably thank the people who are there in the East Room. He'll say that they're doing well. If you look at some of the projections, Georgia, according to one projection I looked at, is now projected to be in the Biden column, which means that if the president were to lose Georgia, he would have to run the table of North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to get above 270 votes. Otherwise, the election goes to Joe Biden,
Georgia.
who would come in
What is he
with
talking
about 270, 271. So the president's got to hope that those early numbers in Georgia last and that nothing crazy happens in Pennsylvania because nothing crazy happens
It's
in
going to come down
North
to
Carolina, because when you look
Atlanta
at both
and
Georgia and
suburbs,
North Carolina,
Philadelphia
the
and
president is
suburbs,
ahead by
Detroit
about
and
the same
suburbs,
margin, which
Milwaukee and
is, just about
suburbs.
2 points or so. So there's not a lot of room for more votes to come in for Joe Biden. We are
Detroit,
going to
Philly,
all, it looks
Pittsburgh,
like, get whatever
Atlanta,
sleep we
and
can in
Augusta.
the next few hours, not knowing who the winner of this election is. And as you were pointing out with Jonathan Turley and Andy McCarthy, this thing could go on for days, Brett and Martha, before we know actually who won. And as this begins to tighten up, I think that's when the potential for legal challenges increases exponentially, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania, which has got until Friday to count votes. And North Carolina has got another 9 days to count votes as well. So this happened to us in 2000. And I remember standing there at an outdoor amphitheater in the rain in Nashville, waiting for Al Gore to come and concede. We were told that he was going to concede the election to George Bush, and we were left standing in the rain because Al Gore never showed up to concede, and it wasn't until 37 long, torturous days later that we finally learned that there would be a winner of that election. And we can only hope it doesn't take another 37 days, but we'll see.
I was there in Nashville, too, and then got on a plane to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
John, what's the over-under that Fox News comes out in this event?
What do you mean? Oh, what the president
Trump
says,
is going to diss
talks
Fox
about
for giving Arizona to them.
You know, I think the likelihood is probably pretty high, but I've been proven wrong before. You never know where the president is going to go, but if he's got a grievance, it's a pretty good chance you're going to hear it.
And obviously, Arne in Michigan and the decision to stand by that call and when they made it.
And you can see when you look at the calculus now why they were so instantly concerned about Arizona, because they probably had some concerns about Georgia at that same time, and they need to balance that out in order to get to 270. And you can see the camera on the door. This is in the East Room as the president is expected to come out any moment now. I mean, unlike what we saw in 2000, you've got several states that are up in the air tonight and nowhere near any kind of conclusion as we head towards the 2 o'clock, 2:03.
What do you mean nowhere near, man?
tonight,
The early
John,
voting, all these guys are in denial on Fox, man. Honestly, they're trying to hang on to. I don't see how early voting is going to go the Republicans' way. I just don't see it. Early voting, all that early voting, people really want early and voted for a Republican. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Come on, man. Anyway, Abby Phillip.
To win. It's probably okay for President Trump to say, I think I'm going to win.
And he might.
But for him to say, I won and this is being stolen from me, would be a historically, it would be a tectonic type of event, I think, in American politics.
And you mentioned history, and I think it's important right now to point out that in most cases, historically, the American people didn't know who won the presidency that night. It has taken time to count votes, and that is something that I've seen historians reminding us of going back into election after election. And that's not going to change if and when the president says something different. I mean, it's just not.
And let's remember, this is the 6th presidential race that I've covered. And the first two, 2000, 2004, we did not know who won that night.
There you go.
We did not know. Now it has happened.
Let's hope it's not 36 days.
No, we
but
do.
It could be.
But it could be. We don't know. There are lots of write-in and mail-in ballots that are being counted in several states. And just like the Trump campaign, the White House don't want us to prematurely call Arizona or Nevada.
Right.
The Biden people don't want us to prematurely call any of the other states. Let's bring in Jim Acosta, who is at the White House. And Jim, the president's already a little late based on what we were told and when he was going to come out. What are you anticipating he's going to say?
Yeah, I mean, Jake, just to give you a sense of the mood inside the Trump campaign, they are white hot over this call on another network for Arizona for Joe Biden. They have been clamoring for the other networks to not call Arizona for Joe Biden. That is part of what is driving some of the president's anger, and I think we'll see some of that expressed when he comes out in a few moments. He is going to try to make the case, as he did on Twitter, that just counting the votes in some of these battleground states, leftover battleground states, somehow deprives him of a victory or cheats him out of a victory. Let's keep in mind, counting the votes in these remaining states is not a victory for Democrats. It's a victory for democracy. And so I think to some extent, there needs to be a Surgeon General's warning on what the president says here as he comes out, because he is going to express, I think, in front of the cameras precisely what he was just saying a few moments ago in those tweets, which is he feels that this election is being stolen from him, when in fact it's not being stolen from anybody. It's just the natural process of counting votes. And so, some of this, I think, is being driven by just some extreme tension inside going to Joe Biden in Nebraska that we called. That was also not in the Trump campaign's plans. And so things are not going according to what they were hoping to see tonight, and they're reacting accordingly. I do think when the president comes out here, it is very likely he's going to say things that are just flat false. He's going to be making claims about voter fraud and so on, and we just have to remind our viewers, Jake, and as you have so many times, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud in this country. Just because the president says something doesn't make it so. He doesn't get to declare who the president of the United States is. The voters get to do that. Election authorities get to do that across the country, Jake.
That's right. Jim Acosta at the White House. Thanks so much. And we're still waiting for President Trump to come out and give his statement. We're not exactly sure what he's going to say. He has been saying things, Abby, about the election being stolen from him that are false, that Twitter and Facebook have labeled as false because he put them out on social media first. We don't have the capability of...
Yeah, who's still up with me, man? Type something, man. Who's still up here on Facebook? Type something, no? Type something, no? Who's up with me on Twitter, man?
Important as Jim notes,
Type something if you're watching. Because this thing's not from... This thing's far from over, yeah. But in a way, what Trump comes out and says versus the way Biden says it's going to be like typical. Both of them going to kind of stick to their personality. But Trump's going to come complain, and Biden's like, we got to vote everything. You know, Biden's come out confident, and Trump's going to come pretty much agitated, or is he just going to come out confident too? Or is there going to be any form of agitation in what? Because Trump is clearly, they're all pissed off. Every one of them is pissed off about Arizona from Huckabee Sanders earlier on, as soon as they called Arizona. And so many times, the team on Fox themselves have had their own analysts who called Arizona for Biden say, are you sure, are you sure, are you sure? And they've had three different guys from their own analytics who called Arizona to come and convince the anchors that, yeah, we know what the fuck we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Stop questioning us. Here comes Trump now. Trump's about to diss Fox again. And for once, he won't be dissing CNN because CNN hasn't called it for Arizona. You know what I'm saying? Julie, what I say? Trying to hang with you, but I think I'm losing the battle. Yeah, man, go get some rest, man. Because this thing, I mean, no matter what Trump says, you're going to hear about it in the morning. Well, you know, me can't. I fall asleep when I fall asleep. You see it? Bomba clap. They made sure they put I know the black guy in the front, not the one in the cornrows, don't know him, but the guy in the front, he used to be a CNN analyst for the Republicans, but then he fired because he was accused of sexual harassment. So in Montana, the incumbent Republican wins, and the guy named Bullock loses. Can you imagine having a senator named Bullock? Lord God, like Senator Bullock's bill. So they probably didn't vote for him. Daines, though. Senator Daines wins. Yo. Anyway, balance of power. Republicans 47 in the Senate, 46 for the Democrats. Majority needed is 51. There's 2 independents. So that's 48-47. What? Anyway, let's go back to Chris Wallace. Chris Wallace, good.
It's important to note that we may just because a vote is counted after election day doesn't mean that the vote
are going to hold on to control in the U.S.
I was just going to say, if you want a pretty good idea what the president's going to say, I just got a fundraising appeal from the Trump-Pence campaign breaking Democrats' plan to steal the election. We're emailing you now to ask for you to step up one last time and defend the president. The Democrats will steal the election. We can't let them get away with it. So we are in full-scale 2000 litigation, and they're raising money.
It's going to the courts.
In a legal effort to stop vote counting in various places and to say that the Democrats are stealing the election.
But I should point out, finishing my Senate thought, that Tom Tillis has already declared victory in North Carolina. We have not called that race, but he has declared victory down there. It's lining up that Mitch McConnell, after his victory tonight, will continue to be Senate Majority Leader and not Minority Leader.
And it's worth pointing out the concerns.
What 2000 proved was that we have institutions and procedures for settling these kinds of disputes. They held up then. It took a long time. A lot of different courts at many levels ended up in the Supreme Court, but it was handled. We're designed. We have checks and balances and processes. They worked then. My guess is they'll work now. They'll work now, and in the end, people, by and large, will accept it. At least they won't refuse to accept it on any worse than they refused to accept Donald Trump's clear victory 4 years ago. I might also add about 2000, by the way, that the slogan of the Democrats was, we want to count every vote. But they didn't really want to count every vote. They wanted to count votes and keep counting votes in parts of Florida where they believed they would pick up votes. They didn't want to count anywhere else. David Boies, who was the lawyer for the Trump team, acknowledged that in his book.
The Bush team.
I'm sorry, did I say that?
The Trump team. It's the Bush team. You mean in 2000?
The Gore team, you idiots.
The Gore team. Yeah.
The Gore
David
team.
Boies was the Gore team.
Sorry.
Even the guy who corrected him fucked it up. Stupid ass fucks, yo.
Try to count in the counties where they didn't think they were going to pick up more.
Well, that's what's going to happen here too, though.
Right. Yeah.
Sonny boy,
think that you're going to start saying,
boy.
well, you can count them here or don't count them there, and there'll be obviously objections to what's going on in Philadelphia or what's going on in Georgia now in Fulton County. I wish I were as optimistic as you, and certainly I don't think the country's going to come apart about it, but
that's what I'm saying.
This is the last thing the country needs. I mean, so many people are close to a political nervous breakdown, and it seems to me this is going to put us closer to the edge of that.
It's a 2020 cherry on the top of a really awful Sunday that the country really does not need, and that I think is one of the most difficult parts of watching all of this unfold tonight. It's starting to look. We did some history.
What you mean the country doesn't need?
1896.
Yo, these people on Fox are getting ready to you know what I'm saying? Listen. Minnesota. Fox has it 238 Biden, 213 Trump. Biden needs 270. That's 32. 32. Right? And North Carolina, Pennsylvania is 20. Pennsylvania is 20. And Wisconsin and Minnesota are also in play. North Carolina and Georgia are also still in play. They haven't called any of those. All right, so all he needs is 32. Trump is on 213 according to Fox. 213. Right? So he's 57 away. Biden is 32 away. Pennsylvania is 20. Even if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he ends up with 233. But you're not going to know Pennsylvania till Friday, or at least the guy said noon on Wednesday. Okay. Bottom line comes to this: African American vote in places like Philadelphia and the suburbs of Philadelphia, Detroit and the suburbs of Detroit. Do you realize the difference in Wisconsin and Michigan between Trump and Clinton was so close, and there was a third party then? You know, the only person that was going to maybe disrupt this vote and take votes away from Biden was some con man called Kanye West. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Plus, people did not like Hillary Clinton, and they stayed home. They didn't listen. They didn't go out there to vote for her.
It may be that without Pennsylvania, one of these gentlemen is able to win, and we're able to avoid this litigation.
Yeah.
I hope so, but as you say, Martha, it's 2020.
It took till 3:30 in the morning in 2016 for us to make that final call.
The two congressionals.
For the 45th president of the United States.
Maine.
Won
if Biden wins the two congressionals.
With a lot of things.
In Maine.
But
and
really just
the other one.
It done
Nebraska.
in each one of these states is the deal that these state election offices have to deal with.
Right. So earlier we were discussing this.
And then he gets the other 36.
I think Hugh made the point. These decisions about how elections are conducted are set by the state legislatures. What we are seeing in the current atmosphere is state election offices make provisions to help people to vote
32.
in the midst of the virus, or possibly because
North Carolina,
this is a very difficult time in American
Wisconsin.
life and people are fearful.
I mean, North Carolina and
Michigan. What we are seeing now, I think, is setting up again, and I just come back to this, I think a very difficult moment in terms of American life. But I just wanted to reiterate what Chris had said. It's not unusual that you have an election for president decided beyond the day of the election, and it's, again, a consequence of the fact that every state, states' rights, 10th Amendment, is able to make their own rules for how the election is conducted within their boundaries. By the way, Martha, I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden, and how that decision was decided. It basically...
I love the shrug. I love the shoulder shrug.
Pulling troops out of the South. That's how we got President Hayes.
That's how we got President Hayes.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's it.
Good night, everybody.
Awkward pause.
Congratulations, President Hayes. Probably
I also say we've had about 20 minutes of 2-minute warnings for the president.
I imagine that he has
So what I want to know is, did these people stop counting and go to bed in these other places? Is that what's happening?
Because you don't want him to say something
Because
that is going to be used
if they
against
stop
him in
counting,
court, if this does go to
Trump needs to come and talk and let everybody go to
So
bed.
you're saying this is not a freewheeling operation?
This is not a rally. I would say that.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. So Pat Cipollone and others.
Anyway, what I keep forgetting to say, right,
word and don't
is
stray off at this word and don't.
I will never forget 2008 election, 2008, and I was sitting in my living room, and I'll never forget. It was 1:01, and I started recording on my BlackBerry phone because I wanted to document the moment when they announced Barack Obama. And the reason it was at 11 is because they can't announce nothing, because at 11 is the West Coast that closed their polls. And Obama was ahead, but they couldn't call it for good yet. And sure enough, 2008, at about 11:02, Wolf Blitzer said, major breaking announcement. And then they just had the whole, the sound, the effects and everything. And they showed a big picture of the smiling face of Obama. And it said, CNN is now ready to announce and project Barack Obama is the 44th president of the United States. I was like, oh my God, 2008. So at 11 p.m. on Tuesday night, at 2008, this thing was already called. So.
What we're left with is what's left to call.
Back to Fox.
Let's go out to D.C. Donna Brazil, we haven't heard from you for a while. We're getting ready to hear from the president. Your thoughts on this?
And son-in-law.
Well, first of all, I believe that every vote should be counted. So that's the Democratic talking point, but that's a talking point.
No one's wearing a mask. No one's wearing a mask. Hold on.
People to vote.
No one's wearing a mask, and let's see if CNN even talks about a mask anymore. Nobody's wearing a mask.
Trump, Jake, other members of the Trump family. So it sounds like this is going to happen soon. But I think the president wants to put the best face on this. And quite honestly, I was with the president 4 years ago around this time as we were all watching this. Donald Trump is not in the same place he was 4 years ago. He is hanging on to his political life right now. And no matter what the president says here in a few moments, projecting that he's going to win this race.
4 years ago, around 3 in the morning, he came with his,
is just not out
with
of the
his
woods
sleepy son and
not by a long shot.
was talking victory.
Here he
that
is.
was his victory speech.
President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration.
Yeah,
we were
live.
winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good.
Bro, you're behind.
Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by
no, it's not
2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like, so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by, And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped.
6% left.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, we know what CNN are going to say.
All right, President Trump,
gotta
as
see
we
what
anticipated,
Fox is going to
falsely
say.
and
Like, it's pure bullshit. It's like we won already.
declaring victory.
So perhaps, maybe they're coming around a little bit on Arizona as those numbers continue to come in tonight. But then he made it perfectly clear that he sees this as a fraud on the American people. He said it was a very sad moment tonight. And he said, frankly, we did win this election as far as he is concerned. So
he said he won in North Carolina. He's won in Georgia. We have not made those calls as of yet. He is leading. And if you look at Pennsylvania, his numbers are accurate. He is up 600,000 votes in Pennsylvania. The other numbers that he cited in these other states are accurate as well. He is up there as well. In Arizona, he is trailing by about 150,000,
155.
which is more than the margin of that he's winning in North Carolina. There you look at the numbers in Arizona. And again, we've made that call. But the president defiant, saying that this is an effort to steal the election and that, frankly, quote, we have already won this election. Vice President Pence was a little bit more retrospect in how he said it. The counting continues, he said, and will continue to make America great again. Chris Wallace.
He also said we're on the road to victory, not that we've won. Mike Pence did. This is an extremely flammable situation. The president just threw a match into it. He hasn't won these states. Nobody is saying he's won the states. The states haven't said that he's won. This goes right back to what Joe Biden said, which is the president doesn't get to say that he's won states. The American people get to say it, and the state officials get to declare it. And I guess, and I don't know whether he literally means it, but he said, we will be going to the Supreme Court because we want all the voting to stop. Well, voting to stop, yes, but vote counting? These states by state law all have the opportunity, and states routinely are unable to count votes by election night or early into the morning of the day after the election, and it goes on for days. Now, there may be a question as to how long you can continue to accept ballots, but there's no question that all these states can continue to count votes for days. They don't have to certify for weeks who has won the state. That was what happened in Florida back in 2000. So I don't know if he literally meant that he's going to try to stop the counting of the vote, but I would think that that would be extremely inflammatory, and frankly, I don't think it's something that the courts would allow.
Dana, but he was also saying we don't want them to find votes in Pittsburgh or any other part of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that all of a sudden you're going to find 100,000 votes that just happen to be in some trash can behind. I think that's what he was talking about. But Ben Shapiro, who voted for the president and supports the president, he tweets just now, no, Trump has not already won the election, and it is deeply irresponsible for him to say that he has. President Trump had some amazing victories tonight that he can take credit for on the Republican side of things. Look at this, that the United States Senate is likely to stay in Republican hands. The House races I mentioned just beforehand, not only winning in some of those swing districts, but a lot of the women that he backed in this party, and Elise Stefanik, the congresswoman from New York, they have so many things that they can talk about and be proud of tonight. And to say in a posture of, I'm convinced we're going to win. I believe that these races are going to be called for me and for us and for our movement. Just hang with me for another 24 hours. Instead, now, what will the headlines all be tomorrow? What will everybody be saying? Is that he just went a step too far.
Yeah, that he claimed victory. He walked into Hail to the Chief tonight, won, taking advantage, obviously, of the bully pulpit and the incumbency. And made a very forceful statement about where he thinks this is going to go.
Well, he says it's a fraud on the American people, Martha. What struck me was he sort of did a jujitsu in which he said that it wasn't, even though he said he predicted we would come to this moment in terms of having to have the courts intervene, he said they are taking us to court, suggesting the Democrats are somehow taking him to court. I was confused by this. But in his mind, he's saying he won. He won this election, and that there's something being done by the Democrats to try to undo his victory, and he sees them as taking the initiative here in terms of inviting some litigation. But to my mind, the idea that he would say that, he wants the voting stopped, I just
These
don't
are people on
understand
Fox,
it.
They're supposed to be on his side.
I think it's beyond the pale there.
They can't believe what he just said.
First of all, let's welcome Shannon Bream, playing the role of
Good
Britt
morning,
Hume.
Shannon. I am.
I'm a slightly less curmudgeonly at this hour.
Oh, there you go.
That's the only difference.
Do you have any updates on the betting? No,
I don't. I feel like, do I need to pick up that part of the conversation? That's my part.
Now we are in legalese now. We are going down a legal road. We prepared for this as you were getting ready for the Justice Barrett, now Justice Barrett hearings, that could be a possibility, and now it really does seem like it is.
Yeah, especially if we're talking about Pennsylvania. There's been so much focus, and you guys had the legal experts on, Professor Turley and Andy McCarthy, talking about this earlier, that the Supreme Court did punt on a couple of cases that people now have been saying, if they don't make this decision, it is going to come back to them, and there's now a very good possibility that happens. The Secretary of State there, or as they call it, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, has asked for these ballots to be segregated out. They come in past 8 p.m. tonight and through Friday. And Justice Alito, as I think it was Andy McCarthy talking about, joined by Justices Gorsuch and Thomas, said this may come back to us, and that subset of ballots may be contested. They may actually get in Pennsylvania, came back some of the leaders and said, well, can we get an expedited decision? And then they voted 5-3 against taking it up in an expedited fashion. So they haven't ruled on the merits of this thing. But Justice Alito and the two who joined him left this opening to say, you can probably come back to us and we can probably get to the merits on this on another day, probably hoping that it wouldn't come back to them. But now it looks very much like that's a strong possibility.
Yeah. Obviously, Justice Amy Coney Barrett is now in the mix on this. She was able to kind of say, I can't weigh in on a couple of items as soon as she began wearing the robe. She cannot take a pass on any of this that's happening now, I wouldn't imagine, because it will be starting fresh at this point.
Right. Remember that Senator Cory Booker, just a couple of weeks ago, when she was still not yet confirmed, said, I think she needs to recuse from anything that comes up to the Supreme Court that has to do with the 2020 election and President Trump. But then that begged the question, well, what about Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh? If you're just going to say somebody appointed by President Trump can't decide a case about him, then you'd have to say all three of them have to recuse. The Supreme Court Code of Ethics is set so that only a justice can recuse themselves. No one can force them to. There is, a lot of leeway for them to say, oh, I have a financial interest, or I know a party in this case. Very rare that they recuse. They do it, but no one can force them to do it. They have to make the decision themselves. And I see no reason why she would say, okay, I'm out.
Can we go up to Bill Hemmer for a second? Bill, oh yeah, there you are.
Hey.
Hello.
I'm the man behind the curtain now.
There you go. It is the Georgia, North Carolina. The president said he's won both of those states. We haven't called either one of them. Right. We obviously haven't called this election. But Georgia and North Carolina, we talked to the decision desk. They didn't think that it was going to be called tonight. But where are we in Georgia?
Georgia at the moment, 93% of the ballots are in. The president holds on to about
These
a
people are all falling
lead
asleep, man. These anchors are all falling asleep.
It looks to be pretty comfortable. But then when we listen to the decision desk and think about the mail ballots that still may not have been counted, could this change? Was 7% of the vote not counted? I guess it could, but right now it looks pretty comfortable for the red team. Here's Fulton County, Georgia, right? Biden, an easy winner, but that was pretty much expected. Here's DeKalb County. Well, we had about 2 hours ago, but DeKalb County had an issue. Yeah, right, but they got it straightened out because this vote here is rather reflective of 2016, and Biden's up in the 80% margin, which is where you would expect him to be, just east of Atlanta. Now, how does this change? What else can be thrown in here? Where else do you go on the map for Joe Biden to try and overcome this deficit here? I mean, this Cobb County, 2016, here's where it was. I mean, pretty much all that vote is in there in Cobb County. Maybe it's up here in Gwinnett. But again, this vote seems to be pretty much accounted for. So where that 7% comes from, I think at the moment, Brett, it's safe to say it's a hard hurdle to climb for Biden this late in the night. Here's what we see in North Carolina, however. It's a slimmer margin here, just a bit more than a point. I'd say 0.4. 94% of the ballots in here in North Carolina. Are there more out here to help Joe Biden overcome this? I guess you can make the case it is because we haven't called it yet, but where those votes come from, it's difficult to say.
And Bill, just one real quick, Pennsylvania, 600,000. That's a big hurdle.
You're right, and you got 3/4 of the vote counted in Pennsylvania already. I thought, Brett and Martha, that we would be nowhere near this number of ballots counted in Pennsylvania tonight. Right. They've been warning us for days, right, that they were going to count for some time, and they still might. Remember, you get the postmark today in the mail. They counted as late as Friday, which is 3 days from now. Here's Philadelphia and the surrounding area here. I think this is really where the action is. This is Pittsburgh over here, Allegheny. I was looking at it a short time ago. I think that based on 2016 returns, we don't have all of the vote in for Pittsburgh, which is Allegheny County, but it's getting pretty close here based on the margins we're seeing as compared to 4 years ago. I'll just pop over here to Philadelphia again. I showed you Bucks County. There's a fair amount in now. These are all the collar counties around Philadelphia, which is right here. I'll come back to that in a moment. Montgomery County, let's compare from 2000. I haven't done this yet. Let's see, from 2016. That's a pretty solid vote as it compares to 4 years ago. So I'm going to say pretty much Montgomery County is accounted for here. Now, this is Chester County, PA. Really, I mean, very tight in that county. I haven't checked this either. So, well, there's a few, it seems to be like 40, maybe 50,000 ballots still out in Chester County. So we'll be patient with that. Then pop on over here into Delaware County. That was 2016. This is 2020. I got a lot of these ballots in when you compare it to 4 years ago. Then I'll come to the big one here, the city of Philadelphia and the county. You're 289 for Biden with 73.5, 101 for Trump at 25.7. Heavily Democratic county, heavily Democratic city. Here you are in 2016 now. All right, so she was well over. She's almost at 85% with 560,000 raw votes. So he's below that for the moment at 289,000. And I'll just do one more thing for you. Do we got the time? I think we do, right? I mean, we're just right? Yeah, keep going. So this is Michigan. I think this is really interesting. I mean, you got a margin here of about 250,000 votes here.
Detroit.
Here's Wayne County. This is Detroit. Well, I mean, we're starting to get some more tabulation now from Detroit. This number had been frozen for the last 2 hours. So we'll watch that. Give me a moment. We'll come back to it. And then I would say this. You've got 9% outstanding in Wisconsin. Trump's still holding on to a 4-point lead. Milwaukee County is the coin of the realm here. And I'll just check in on this. These numbers have not changed very much for several hours. So this is what you want to watch now in Milwaukee County to figure out which way Wisconsin's going to go, guys. 2:30 in the morning. Back to you.
That is
2:45, but who's counting?
2:45.
Michigan, man. Philadelphia, man. Milwaukee. It's all going to come down to that. Atlanta.
Take on the Chargers.
Yeah, man. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning over here, man. Anybody else tuned in from other parts of the world?
From Gotham Steel.
I was watching all of this until I fell asleep with my earbuds in my ears. What woke me up was presidential music, and I heard Trump's voice.
Best technology in non-stick cookware made with ceramic and super strong titanium.
Lynn, you still up, Lynn?
It's literally
where you at, Lynn? Where you at?
Everything slides right
Trump
off.
was a great
this
entertainer.
Makes so easy. Check out this s'mores recipe. Start with chocolate chips.
No one's won, Lynn.
Condensed milk, marshmallows, and then bake. That's right.
No one has won, Lynn. It's too close to call. Georgia right now, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is not even too close to call. Pennsylvania will not be called at least till, I want to say, probably Thursday morning for sure. But they have until Friday to count. So Michigan, Wisconsin. So Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia too close to call. Even though CNN still hasn't even called CNN hasn't even called Nevada yet, and they haven't called Georgia yet either. So I said Georgia already, yeah? CNN hasn't even called Arizona or Nevada for Biden, but Fox have. So where we're at now is basically it's going to come down to who wins Pennsylvania. Okay, Fox has 238, 213 for Biden. CNN has 220, 213 for Biden. Either one needs to win Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. Biden, according to Fox, only needs 37 more. According to CNN, he needs 50 more. So imagine, you need 37 or you need 50, either one. But 20 of those could be just Pennsylvania. You know what I mean? So, and Pennsylvania, let's see who they voted for their senators. But anyway, let's go to Fox. Santorum is talking. Let's go to Fox and see what Fox is about to talk to the White House correspondent about what Trump said.
So just a short time ago, President Trump wrapped up remarks at the White House.
Trump came and said, we won, basically. He's just dismissing any votes that hasn't been counted, and that was wrong.
This evening, John, your report on what we saw in there.
This evening is long past. We're now well into this morning.
Well into the morning.
Martha Brett, good morning to you. You know, what we saw the president do in the East Room there is the result of ground that he has carefully tilled and seeded over the months. Ever since it became apparent that because of COVID restrictions, a lot of state governors were going to push for mass mail-in balloting or even just an increase in absentee balloting, the president was suggesting that the unsolicited mass mail-in voting in particular would be rife for fraud and abuse. And way back then, and this was probably back in the middle of the summer, the president casting doubt on the outcome of the election, suggesting that the only way that Joe Biden could ever beat President Trump was if the Democrats tried to steal the election. And so you saw the president come out and say, well, don't know what was going on here with all of the ballots were coming in, all of the returns were coming in, we were getting results. I was doing really well in so many states, and then they just stopped it. The suggestion from the president being that the Democrats were looking at this and saying, oh goodness, despite what the polls were saying, President Trump is going to win, so let's stop counting the ballots now and figure out a way that we can find enough ballots to put Joe Biden over the top. That's the implied suggestion from the president. And now the president says that he's going to go, unlike Bush v. Gore, which eventually ended up in the Supreme Court after more than a month of counting and hanging chads and that whole nightmare back in 2000. The president saying that he is going to go directly to the Supreme Court to stop votes from being cast. Now, there is a suggestion by the president that potentially some of these absentee ballots could be marked out after Election Day and then handed in. There's no suggestion in reality that that could potentially happen, but there's this idea of ballot harvesting that the president has talked about. There's this idea that the Democrats will do whatever they can to find votes wherever they may be stashed, and those put in to be canvassed, and then the results of the election change. So rather than Bush v. Gore, which took 30 days to get to the Supreme Court, President Trump is going to go to the Supreme Court right away. Another interesting thing that the president did this morning, it was suggested by our colleague Jonathan Swan of Axios a couple or 3 days ago that the president was going to declare victory if it looked like he was on the way to it on election night and then battle this out in court. The president said when he was asked about it in Charlotte, North Carolina, as he was on his way to Hickory the other day, no, that was a false report. But in fact, that does seem to be precisely what the president has done. So by declaring victory, he casts doubt on the outcome of the election as we see it now and certainly sets the stage for a long and protracted court battle that will go on not just in one state, as happened back in 2000, but at least 2 states and potentially more than that. It should be pointed out, too, Brett and Martha, that we saw Bill at the billboard talking about Georgia. There is one news organization that's looking at those numbers and has the probability meter for Georgia now skewed in Biden's direction. So I'm sure that the Trump campaign has taken note of that and is probably going to try to do something about Georgia and what happens over the next few days there. So you've got Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania at the very least. There's also a potential for Nevada. I mean, this thing could stretch into, if not just days, this could stretch into weeks. And then the one other final point that I would make here is that the stars kind of came together for President Trump in this whole scenario back at the end of September when Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away. And now he has full 9 justices on the Supreme Court with a 6-3 conservative majority. So even if my
decision by the choice that he gave. We saw the teleprompters up there in the East Room of the White House. We were talking beforehand that was probably going to be a scripted statement because of the legalese that possibly it
definitely is.
And I chuckled at that observation.
Yes, I knew you did.
knowing this president as I do.
But so it clearly not in the teleprompter where he says, frankly, we did win this election. And you could see Vice President Pence kind of a little bit of a cleanup on aisle 4 with we're on a path to victory. And we are going to keep on fighting to make America great again. So the president wanted to get that message out.
Brett, you and I have covered this White House long enough to know that the only thing that matters is what comes out of the president's mouth.
Sure.
So he's saying we won this election, now throwing it to the courts. Katie, bar the door. We'll see where this goes.
And it's exactly what he predicted. He said, as soon as I saw these mail-in ballots going out to all these states, some of them universally, that he projected that there was going to be a problem. You can guarantee that you're going to hear from a lot of folks out there in the media, that there are things that are dramatically wrong with that statement, and some of the missteps that we've seen before. They'll probably treat these statements in a similar light. John, thank you very much. We want to bring in. Do we have Peter Doocy? Yeah. All right. Let's go to Peter Doocy, who is following the Biden campaign this morning, where I'm guessing it's pretty quiet at this point. Peter?
It is quiet, Martha, but while we still don't have any details about when or where we will see and hear from Joe Biden next, typically at an event like this, as soon as the candidate leaves the stage comes down and the Secret Service clear out, the fences are gone. None of that happened. You still have to be wanted to come into this area. It's all still secure. So it is possible that Biden is going to come right on back here tomorrow. If he does, presumably the campaign had some more time to prepare the press corps, because the press pool that was traveling in Biden's bubble this evening with this last-minute announcement of 12:30 a.m. remarks describes campaign officials as being frazzled and giving them the wrong directions. At one point, some of the press pool were running just to get in and to be wanded by the Secret Service in time. So they do have a little bit more lead time, presumably, for tomorrow. But things will look different if they do it here, because the campaign at this drive-in event laid out a bunch of red, white, and blue Biden-Harris traffic cones, and everybody that was leaving was taking them as a souvenir. So they're going to need some different traffic control if they want to use this parking lot again tomorrow.
Peter Doocy in Wilmington with the Biden campaign. They called a lid right after that speech. So let's just focus on one thing. How many people voted? It's going to turn out to be about 67% of the eligible vote. Tens and tens of millions of Americans voted in person yesterday. Now it's in the morning. In the middle of a pandemic. So we can start there, but that's a really good thing for America. We're going to take a quick break. Top of the hour, we'll talk about the other options and Look at these states if we get closer to making another call. Keep it here.
I'm in a race against aging.
Forget aging gracefully. I'm fighting back.
Over 40, fight back with Rejuvenate. It's clinically proven to help rebuild muscle that is lost as we age and help prevent further muscle loss.
Maximize your workout with Rejuvenate to help rebuild and repair muscle loss over 40.
Rejuvenate helps rebuild muscle by as much as 57%. Win the race against aging with Rejuvenate.
Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you.
Download the Pray.com app today.
There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. The same came for a witness to bear witness with the light. The next day John seeth Jesus coming unto him, and saith, Behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world.
Fox and Friends, live from Liberty State Park. Wake up to all the election fallout with highlights and analysis you don't want to miss. Starting today at 5 a.m. on Fox and Friends.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Are you sick and tired of looking and feeling heavy? ProbioSlim promotes healthy digestion and helps you lose weight. Patented probiotics ease constipation, gas, and bloating, while powerful EGCG burns fat and calories. Unleash your potential with ProbioSlim, the #1 probiotic fat burner at Walmart.
Guys, are you tired of frequent nighttime bathroom trips? Well, Force Factor Prostate helps reduce urges to urinate. Plus, fully empty your bladder and promote a normal prostate size. Don't settle. Choose Force Factor Prostate from the #1 fastest growing men's health brand at Walmart.
Unable to work for COVID-19 related reasons? Many workers can take up to 2 weeks of paid sick leave under a new federal law. If you can't work because you're under a stay-at-home order,
well,
quarantine,
it looks like we're going to go all the way to the end of this week before we know who the next president is. Simple as that. 3 a.m. Me gone, man. And you better go to bed too, wherever you are. Have a safe day. Have a good night. Have a good day. This thing ain't over. But I just don't see Trump's going to have to do like a... There are still 5 states in play, according to Fox. And assuming Nevada gets blue, there's going to be 4 in play, 5 in play. There's 6 in play now. Even give him North Carolina, give him Georgia, and he's going to have to sweep. He's going to have to sweep them all. Basically, he's behind. He's behind. So, but his speech was there to just, but he's saying he's won already. No, they haven't finished voting. They haven't even finished voting all the ones that were voted today. But anyway, everybody get some rest. We still don't know who's going to be the next president, bottom line. I wasn't expecting nothing other than that, you know what I mean? All right, everybody, have a good one. Stay safe.